Good morning and welcome to a lovely Teesside Karting. Here, the 24th of July for round 5 of the Teesside Owner-Driver Sprints, part 2 of our double-header weekend. I am Tom Butterworth. Joining me in the commentary box, as always, is David Sullivan. We had a fantastic day yesterday of racing action. Really looking forward to another one today, David.
It's going to be fantastic, isn't it, Tom? If yesterday it was the starter, today's main course is going to be delicious. We had a superb day's racing yesterday across all our classes. Bambino, for example, we had 3 different race winners throughout the heats, and then the final as well was a great spectacle. We had lap records broken in both Bambino and in Junior Pro Kart. Max Shields, in fact, smashed it twice in his race, although the final didn't quite go to plan for him, as Harvey Still, who hadn't won a heat all day, won the final in Junior Pro Kart. We had maiden podiums in classes as well in Cadet Pro. Joshua Sullivan got himself on the podium, but the main thing for me in that one, Tom, was Amy Peacock taking the fight to Thomas Potter in yesterday's heats. The qualifying in that class, though, all over today, Tom. We've got Jack Collinson on a maiden pole position here in Cadet Pro. We do have Senior Pro Kart out on the grid at the moment, as you can see on the screen, for their 5-minute or 5-lap warm-up session this morning before we get the first race of round number 5 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint underway. We did have a yellow flag out there, Tom, didn't we? I think it was Gareth Plackett had stopped on the outside of hairpin 1, but Pro Kart's out at the moment for their 5-minute session, and with Pro Karts being out, well, we might as well talk about what's coming up next weekend here at Teesside Autodrome.
Well, we might as well while we're here, and we've got a few minutes to fill. Of course, coming up on Alpha Live, we have next weekend we have the ACU British Motocross Championship coming to you live from Whitby, which will be another fantastic event. Of course, Alpha Live branching out into motocross recently, and they have been fantastic shows. Watched a few from home myself, and they've been really, really great to watch. Also, of course, next weekend we've got our event here, which is the British 24-hour kart race. Going to be a fantastic event. We will be here from Thursday, recording interviews and features and things like that to play out during the 24-hour race, of course, which starts Saturday morning and runs right through 24 hours non-stop until Sunday morning. We will be live for around about 25 hours total, with 4 of us doing commentary. There will be myself and David as usual, and also rejoining us in the box, Andrew Mather, who has been with us pretty much every year, and Howard Mitchell, who had to miss last year, unfortunately, you know, due to circumstances beyond our control, like him getting married.
Yeah.
but he will be back with us in the commentary box and making a very, very welcome return as well.
Congratulations as well to Howard with the recent addition to his family.
Yes.
And so he'll be joining us on the, they'll be up on the Saturday, and they'll be with us all through the 24 hours as well, in what for me, Tom, and I know for you, is an unmissable weekend of karting, with showcasing almost 100 teams here next weekend on the international track, with lap times of around about 1:12 for our Pro Karts, 1:19, 1:20 for the higher karts as we mix classes, and then we've got sub-classes in all of those as well, so there'll be action all the way to the end and all through the night as well in the British 24-hour kart race.
Yes, just looking out the window at the yellow flags, I think Lennon French has had a bit of an excursion at hairpin 3.
Arms up as well, Tom. He's coming in.
He is coming in. Called it a day. Well, called it a warm-up. And that's him done for the warm-up. We'll see him out, as well as all of these karts that are currently on track later on in the day. 3 heats and a final coming up today. Really looking forward to this one. As David said, we had 3 different winners in Bambino. We also had 3 different winners in, where are we now? Was it Mini Rotax? No, Senior Rotax. We had 3 different winners with Andy Ambrose, Andy Collinson, and Ashley Savage.
Which none of them were on pole for the final.
Correct, yeah, because Paul Swan took pole for the final. Yesterday we also had Jess Alexander, Dan Tate, and Josh Folkus in Senior Pro Kart also taking heat wins, with Jess Alexander coming out on top in the final.
Found out yesterday as well, Tom, that's her first final win in senior pro kart, obviously in the summer seasons here at Teesside Autodrome.
Yeah.
Which I was amazed at.
Yeah, congratulations to her. Massive result.
Yeah, I'm sure that she'd won a few. You know, it's very talented driver, very, you know, deep career as well in karting. Before pro karts all over Europe, I was adamant she'd won a final here before. And she was like, that was been a long time coming. I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, won a final. I'm like, you've won loads of finals. First one. So she won at Wilton in the Winter Series that we covered there as part of the Teesside Winter Series. But
never won
here at Teesside, first final victory in Senior Pro.
Yes, and we gave her big congratulations yesterday as well. And we echo that again today. Of course, Riley Murrow in Bambinos will be your first class coming up today. Will be Bambinos. Riley Murrow taking a heat win. As well as Chloe McGill and Buddy Hugo, with Riley Murrow coming out on top in the final. Also, junior pro karts will follow that up. We had 2 wins for Max Shields and a win for Christian Oblag in the heats, but then Harvey still coming out on top in the final, as you said earlier on, David. But yeah, absolutely fantastic action in junior pro kart. Thomas Potter taking all 3 wins in the final. Looks pretty simple, doesn't it?
It was not, though, was it? It
certainly wasn't. No, Amy Peacock hounded him all day. He did not have it easy at all yesterday. Amy Peacock putting in a fantastic day's effort yesterday, and hopefully she can reciprocate that today, because it was great action in Honda Cadets as always. Honda Cadet Clubman, just looking through the results, we had 2 heat wins for Alfie McBain and 1 for Sebastian Benson, and then the final went to Alfie McBain with Sebastian Benson in second as well. Again, that looks fairly simple, but again, pretty much anything but in that class. Junior Rotax, we had 2 wins and a final for Finley Watson and a heat win for Lizzie Mentier as well. In the end, the final was fairly comfortable for Finley Watson, wasn't it?
It was.
But he didn't have it that way through the heats. Mini Rotax, we had Lewis Goff took a heat, Jared Fox Whiteley took the other 2 heats, and we didn't have a final result yesterday when we ended the stream.
Yes, we do now, though, Tom. The top 3 classified as Jared Fox Whiteley, Lewis Goff and Charlie Vary. And Charlie Vary this morning has put it on pole in Mini.
Okay, so looking forward to that one as well. That was a really good battle between Addison Smith, Charlie Vary,
Joseph Yao.
Joseph Yao was involved, and Jared Fox Whiteley, nearly called him Andy Fox Whiteley then. Jared Fox Whiteley, and of course Lewis Goff as well. Senior Rotax, we've already run through 3 different heat winners, but the final going to Andy Ambrose, who did win a heat, and then Senior Pro Kart. I didn't write down the result for that, but obviously that went to Jess Alexander as well. So, yeah, really mixed up results yesterday in terms of different winners all up and down the grid, and really looking forward to another one. Return of that today.
And Tom, there was another race, wasn't there, after the race day had finished?
There certainly was.
Network, but covered on the Teesside Karting Facebook page by yourself and I. And I just want to give a quick shout out, not only to the top 3, which was Lauren Taylor, Lindsay Oman and Keely Smith, but I'm going to run through all of the names of all of the fantastic ladies that took part in our ladies charities race here at Teesside Autodrome last night, the 10-minute qualifying, the 20-minute race. We'll try and get through them as the Bambinos make their way round, but Lauren Taylor, Lindsay Oman, Keely Smith, Maisie Mentier, Rachel Walters, Pam Blackburn, Amy Gibbon, Sarah Colburn, Carly Turner, Sam Murrow, Amy McGovern, Lauren Hannon, Ellie Roddis, Michelle Pybus, Angie Fox Whiteley, Ellie Yao, Sheena Hayes, Tracy Mentier, Claire Swan, Katie Clark, Lottie Fox Whiteley, Natalie White, Georgia Bean, Faith Kelly, Hayley Roddis, Sarah McCarthy, Courtney Davidson, Ashlyn Sullivan, Tracy Yao, Tracy Wood and Laura Berryman. Thank you to each and every one of you for taking part last night in what was a wonderful event here at Teesside Autodrome.
It was a brilliant event, and I've seen a few this morning with a few aches and pains and things, your good lady included, who walked past me and said, "My arm's killing me."
I think there's a newfound respect to all of the drivers on a day-to-day basis.
It was
racing out there at Teesside.
Mums, wives, and girlfriends race, essentially, wasn't it? And it was brilliant to watch, and raised a good deal of money for cystic fibrosis charity as well.
Cancer Research UK as well.
And we will try and get a link up on the screen as well at some point today, so that we can give that a mention as well.
First race of the day, though, Tom, is gridding up, so it's time to introduce Bambino, heat number 1.
So heat number 1 for our double-header weekend on the Sunday. This will be round 5 of the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series. He's headed on pole position by Austin Oman. Riley Murrow taking 2nd place with Buddy Hugo and Chloe McGill 3rd and 4th. Ethan McClelland will take 5th and Jake Gibbon 6th. Row 4 is headed by Sebastian McCarthy with Grayson Crawford in 8th place. Row 5 headed by James Pybus and Freddie Blackshaw in 10th, with Noah Smith in 11th, setting no time in qualifying. So we'll just have a quick count up and see whether he's actually on the grid.
It's a negative.
Negative for Noah Smith. So it looks like Noah Smith might not be with us at the moment. Potentially coming out later in the day, or potentially not here at the moment. Yes, so Austin Oman had a bit of a tricky day yesterday, but making up for it today by hitting pole position. Buddy Hugo and Riley Murrow alongside, Riley Murrow alongside, Buddy Hugo behind, Chloe McGill in 4th place. These were the 4 at the front yesterday. Green flag is up, green flag is down, and it is fairly steady way for all 4 drivers as they slot into place, although Buddy Hugo had ambitions of going round the outside once again at the D chicane. Couldn't get it done, and Chloe McGill gave him a little tap and pushed forward through the D chicane as well. So Buddy Hugo well aware that Chloe McGill is right there as the 4 of them go nose to tail into hairpin 1. Everybody makes it round nice and cleanly so far. Likewise with hairpin 2. Yes, they are all through it cleanly and heading down the back straight for the first time.
Yeah, Murrow had that kart lined up just to point straight in to try and slot across in front of Buddy Hugo. Hugo tried to run round the outside of the D chicane, but decided that that wasn't going to work and happily slotted back into 3rd place. Then the top 4 already breaking away as they were yesterday. And today, Tom, Austin Oman leading the pace. It was him of the 4 yesterday that missed out on the podium. That kart ran very, very well in the early part of the final, but just then seemed to fall off a cliff at the rate of around about half a second a lap in the second half of the race.
That's brave from Chloe McGill as well, into the D chicane. She went right round the outside, through the kink, carried the speed through the right-hander of the D, and managed to overtake Buddy Hugo on the inside on the left.
They've got a lot of work to do, though, Tom, because the leading duo of Oman and Murrow have checked out at the front. So McGill's going to have to try and close in, although she has moved away ever so slightly from Buddy Hugo, although there's a big helmet tap. Hugo not quite as close as he has been, but there's he just towing right up onto the back. He's going to need to push McGill onto the back of Oman and Murrow at the front, but Oman and Murrow showing some great early race pace here in the opening heat of the day.
Yes, indeed. They are moving away at the moment from the following pair. I'm just going to get the gap as they come across the line. For the 3rd time.
Almost a second they've added on there, Tom. It was
yes.
0.8, it's now 1.7. Obviously, McGill had that overtake in the middle of that, but the pace from our leading duo.
And they are working together as well. Riley Murrow pushing along Austin Oman through the wiggle chicane. Buddy Hugo needs to do the same with Chloe McGill if they're going to make any progress forward towards the front 2. We've got Ethan McClelland once again in 5th place. I didn't even need to look at the timing that time. I could just see there was a gap for 5th place. And Ethan McClelland seems to be having a bit of a lonely weekend, but he's been in 5th place pretty much all weekend.
He's been
And
consistent.
comfortably so.
Yeah.
And as I've said, he was definitely the most consistent driver on the entire field yesterday. And I don't just mean in Bambinos, I mean across all of our championships, all of our rounds and heats. He was just brilliantly there in 5th place, going about his business and doing well.
Yeah, Grayson Crawford gets in front of Jake Gibbon on that lap and has opened up a gap of around about 8 Bambino lengths, which is 4 kart lengths in any other class. In fact, Grayson Crawford showing some really good pace.
He's broken away now, hasn't he?
Yeah, in trying to close in Ethan McClellan. Keep an eye on that gap that was 1.6 seconds on the previous lap, as Hugo has actually closed up now on the back of Chloe McGill. Again, that had opened up ever so slightly, but Tom, the gap now out to be on 2 seconds between the leading duo and second and third and fourth, sorry. McGill goes very, very wide at hairpin 3, but the lines don't seem to matter quite as much as long as they can keep the revs up on that engine, because now Hugo is right behind Chloe McGill. The gap, though, out by another 10th.
But you can see Hugo there not attempting to go around the outside, not attempting to keep his own momentum up, just very happy to work with McGill and try and bring him forward, them both forwards towards Morrow and Oman. The gap only went out by 1/10 of a second that lap, so with them working together, they've halved the increase that was that Oman and Morrow were putting into them.
Well, we spoke to Austin Oman this morning in one of our standalone interviews that will be out on the Teesside Owner Drivers Facebook page in the coming weeks. And he said that himself and Riley had worked together in qualifying to get themselves 1-2. And it looks like they're working together throughout at least the early phases of heat number 1. There's still 3 minutes to go. At the moment, Morrow's shown little interest in getting past Austin Oman. And we'll see whether, if they do start battling later on, whether the buffer that they've built up, which now goes out to 2.4 back to McGill and Hugo, is sufficient to allow them to have a decent scrap at the end of this race, and with a relative amount of safety. I know what you're looking at, Tom, so I'll introduce it. Thank you for everybody that has joined us on the live stream. Please do get in touch with the live chat. Tom, anything interesting going on in there early doors?
Nothing particularly early doors so far. We've had some support come in from Fred French for Lennon French, saying give it your all, Lennon French, good racing yesterday. And Jack O'Hara has said, he's just said Thomas Potter and Catherine Potter, but I'm assuming that means he's supporting them.
Yeah, well, Alpha have opened up with a question, who are you cheering on today?
That'll be why. Okay, missed that one. So Jack O'Hara, support coming in for the Potters.
One thing to note as well, Tom, is that there is a Just Giving link that's just been put in there by Alpha Live regarding the Cancer Research UK charity that was the race last night was for mainly, and that is in there, so if anybody does want to drop a few pennies into there, it would be greatly appreciated.
Very, very much so.
1 minute 45 remaining then in Bambino heat number 1. It's still Oman and Morrow out at the front. The gap, though, has come down ever so slightly, Tom, because now Riley Morrow is showing a little bit of interest in P1.
Yeah, Riley Morrow, the gap has gone out ever so slightly, but he's going to need to use that toe now to pull himself back onto the tail of Austin Oman, who has shown great pace so far today. Chloe McGill and Buddy Hugo now matching the pace of the front two. The gap only coming down ever so slightly, but I think that's partly because Riley Morrow has had enough of hanging about behind Austin Oman and working with him. They're now going to start to work against each other. That could potentially bring Chloe McGill and Buddy Hugo back into play. And in fact, they've closed in another 2/10 now towards the front two. So the gap was well over 2 seconds. It's now 1.9. So with probably 2 laps to go here, maybe 3. It's looking like time is not going to be on their side.
No, not at all, Tom. But the gap is coming down ever so slightly, but not enough, I don't think, in the remaining time. I think it's going to be 2 more laps because they're going to come through in under a minute. I know who you're pointing at,
yes,
so I'll let you take this one.
We've got some comments coming in on the live stream. So we've had Mark Young who's saying cake time. Well, it's a bit early yet, Mark, but give us time. We will be there. Dave Cyrus has asked, what age does Kingsley have to be to race in Bambino?
Change for the lead, Tom. Sorry to cut through, but Riley Morrow sweeps past Austin Oman as the timer ticks down to 0. So they'll get the last lap board next time round. 2 to go. And Riley Morrow's interest in P1 will be short-lived because Austin O'Man is back down the inside into hairpin 1. Murrow back alongside again. He's going to go round the outside and try and get the cut back. There's lap traffic, but that gap, Tom, is absolutely nothing back to the gap. Look at the camera shot now. We've got Hugo up into 3rd. McGill is down to 4th, but there's less than half a second now. The buffer of 2 seconds was just not enough for Austin O'Man and Riley Murrow to sort this out between themselves. Hugo and McGill have arrived late to this party.
Look at the pace.
And there's some lap traffic in front as well. Are they going to try? They're going to get round and negotiate that cleanly. Everybody through on James Pybus, and Austin O'Man will lead them over the line. There's contact between Hugo and Murrow as they bounce over the curbs through the dogleg section. Last lap board is out and they're through the D chicane with O'Man leading from Murrow with Hugo and McGill. The top 4. They've got a comfortable gap back, so at least now it's going to be the 4 of them sorting out. But having had a 2.5 second gap, Austin O'Man and Riley Murrow, they've allowed Hugo and McGill to rejoin this battle for the lead.
Well, I thought Hugo was going to go up the inside and hairpin 1 there, but decided against it. He's now going to have to chop across Chloe McGill unless Chloe McGill's coming through. But no, she has to back out of it, and you can see the drop in momentum there as she had to get out of the throttle, and she is probably now out of this one with a chance of a podium. There's more lap traffic as they're about to go round the outside of Freddie Blackshaw. Buddy Hugo tried the opposite line. That didn't work out well. That's Buddy Hugo without a chance of a first or second here. They come across the line. It's going to be side by side. Austin O'Man looks like he's going to take it. Buddy Hugo through. McGill taking second place. Wow. Once again, Bambino's with the action over the line. It is O'Man from McGill, Hugo and Murrow. The lap traffic coming into play right at the end there. And you've got to be in it to win it. Chloe McGill certainly was. She held her speed up, and as Riley Murrow and Buddy Hugo came together, nipped around the outside and took second place.
Yeah, Hugo up and over the curbs. It's very, very bouncy over there, certainly in a Bambino. And then in the middle of it, Riley Murrow was just squeezed with Chloe McGill just sweeping round the outside to victory.
Well,
Tom?
in hairpin 4, I counted them both out. I counted both Chloe McGill and Austin O'Man out, and they both had a try.
Well, Buddy Hugo had
by the time they got to the line.
Exactly. Well, you said Buddy Hugo had no chance of a first or a second.
Sorry,
he was in 3rd, and Chloe McGill was in 4th, so which automatically ruled her out.
Yep.
And then she came through to take second place.
and Buddy Hugo had a good crack at it as well. Yeah. So shows what I know.
Well, you cover the bit about the Bambinos, and then I'll cover the bit just above that.
Well, you've already answered the Bambino question, which is on the live chat, which is Dave Cyrus. The answer is 5 years old. They can race here at Teesside.
Remember last year, I think Jake Gibbon, I think he turned 5 on Thursday and raced qualified on Saturday.
Yes, and he's still growing up. As well.
He is.
Growing up with us here in front of our very eyes as well. They're just right out in front of you just then. So we will move on very swiftly to another comment, which is about Joe Patterson.
Absolutely. Joe will be joining us next week for the British 24-hour race, except he doesn't have any teammates, Tom.
Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? I wonder what he's going to do.
He's going to have to do it all by himself.
Would there be a world record?
It would be a world record attempt.
Oh, okay, that's good for him. Good for him. We had one last year, of course, with Ian Williams, and he unfortunately came up short and had to retire injured around about 9 hours into it. He had stomach issues more than anything. It was he couldn't keep anything down. So I would advise some antacids and things like that to Joe Patterson.
And eat like a rabbit, little and often.
Little and often, yes, exactly. Grazing. But yeah, Joe Patterson going for a world record attempt here. So it's the 24-hour solo world record in a go-kart for the distance record, and Joe Patterson's going for that this year.
Yeah, I think off the top of my head, I think it's 928 laps he's going to need to complete.
It went out again this year, didn't it?
Yeah, it's either 928 or 946. It's one of the two numbers stick in my head. Can't remember quite which. We did speak to him on episode 3 of the podcast. I've just had that plugged into the ears.
Oh, so there's an Alpha Live podcast as well. Why don't we give that a mention, David?
Well, we will, but we'll have to do that after Junior Pro Kart heat number 1.
So Junior Pro Kart heat number 1, round 5, Teesside owner driver sprints. Nathan Jensen going off pole position. Oh, no,
Nope,
he's not.
That's not the right grid because Sophie Pawsey is on pole position with Harry Brown alongside. Then we've got the number 2 of Joe Arnold with Harvey Still sharing row number 2. Christian Oblang and Max Shields are on row 3. Leon Wilson and Marty Gilfillan are row 4. Ben Arnold and Oliver Watson complete the top 10 with Danny Bean and Finn Collister on row number 6. The grid completed by Sebastian Pereira and the 14 of Amy Frame.
So I'll do the W's on the right-hand side today, David, just so we can keep track of those.
Thank you, Tom.
Of who's won each particular heat.
Some internal Alpha Live admin.
Yes, indeed. So it looks like we're already gridded up. As usual, Junior Pro Kart's very, very quick here. 2 grid up. 928 laps.
I knew it was
Yes.
920. Yeah, I should have stuck with me first.
So is
answer.
that, I'm assuming that's based on the record that went out this year as well.
I think Ian...
The guy who's had it before, he increased it, didn't he, over in America.
It's not really fair, that, is it?
So he's a big, brave boy.
Yeah.
Both the current holder and Joe Patterson as well.
Right, we'll dip into that a little bit more later on, Tom, but the green flag is in the hand of the start line marshal. The engine notes rise, and we're away. Pawsey with a good start. Harvey Still's going to drop in, and can Harry Brown force his way through? He's going to get hung out on the outside, and from the front row in P2, he's going to come round in 5th place. So Pawsey leading away from Arnold Still, Oblang, with Harry Brown and then Max Shields, but Shields is going to dive down the inside into hairpin number 1. He is up into 5th place. We've got Brown then in 6th. We've got the 2 of Joe Arnold, no, it's the 9 actually of Ben Arnold running in 7th place, but the field spread, Tom, already quite significant in this random grid format. I would expect that to close quite up in the middle and sort itself out in the opening couple of laps of this 10-lap heat.
Yeah, Joe Arnold's going to get hung out to dry here, whether he can hold. In fact, good defending there from Max Shields to cover off that return from Joe Arnold, who got a massive push from Harvey Still off the grid to push both Harvey Still and Joe Arnold through into 2nd and 3rd respectively, ahead of Harry Brown, who started 2nd on the grid.
Well, I thought Pawsey had gone wide there, Tom, but she's managed to hold on and is currently leading the way in Junior Pro Kart. We're 1.5 laps in, and the 77 of Pawsey has a quick look over the shoulder. One got a kart length or so, with everybody else using the hand signals of push on forward. Pawsey with a much later turn in there into South Bank than those behind, but if she's got a kart length or so, that's going to allow a little bit of a better turn in as Shields comes down the inside of Oblag. Still is through. Shields is going to try and get the cut back on Christian Oblang. He's much tighter. Will Oblag keep the foot in? Shields is going to have to go around the outside. There's contact between Oblag. Oblag puts his hand off the wheel. That looked more like an apology, Tom, than I'm angry with that turn in. There was a little bit of side pod to side pod as they come over start finish, but Shields is through and up into 3rd place. Can't get down the inside of Pawsey though into hairpin 1. Contact warning for Christian Oblag, and he's back down the inside of Shields into hairpin 2. Shields is getting cut back on the back straight and gets better drive out of hairpin number 2, but that has opened up a kart length or 2 to Sophie Pawsey in 2nd place.
Yeah, Oblag receiving the warning for that contact, but had already apologised for it, so I'm pretty sure when he comes over the line he'll see it and acknowledge that as well. Harvey Still now at the front of the field. It was 0.1 of a second. I think it's going to be about half a second now as they come over the line. Indeed it is. Max Shields now in 3rd place with Oblag 4th, Joe Arnold 5th. Harry Brown qualified 2nd on the grid, but he's now dropped down to 6th. Seb Pereira in 7th, Amy Frame in 8th, Ben Arnold in 9th, and Danny Bean holding steady in 10th place.
Yeah, Harry Brown has dropped to 6th, Tom, but he's still with the leading train. See, there he is coming into sight, the white cart, the 47. Now, we've watched Harry's progression from when he joined the Junior Pro Kart grid at the start of this year, and he's been consistently getting better and better and better as the rounds come. It's only a matter of time before he's starting to mix it comfortably in the midfield and towards the front as Oblag gets down the inside of Sophie Pawsey. Shields has come through in the middle of that lap off cameras. We were focusing on the 47 of Brown. I think he slid through down the inside into the South Bank corner, but he is through on Pawsey and has Harvey Still. The gap was 0.4 of a second firmly in his sights, and he goes around hairpin 1. There is not 4 tenths between them. Oblag is through on Pawsey. Pawsey might lose another one. Oh, the two. Oh, Arnold's down the inside. His arm's off the wheel. He's on the inside. He's turned. Pawsey and Arnold have come together. And Pawsey is going to retire from heat number 1.
I'm just keeping an eye on Sophie Pawsey at the moment because she is still in the kart. Doesn't look to be particularly comfortable either.
No, we may well get a replay of that one, Tom, in a few moments' time. As here we go then. Down the inside. Arnold's going to come down the inside of Sophie Pawsey. Pawsey's in the wheel tracks, and then there's just contact between the two of them. Difficult to call that one, Tom.
Yeah, exactly. It is difficult to call that one. Arnold did he straight lined it between 1 and 2, so full send up the inside into 2. Needed some compliance from Sophie Pawsey,
yeah, we're going to stop this one, Tom.
Yeah, red flag there has come out for Sophie Pawsey. She is still in the kart. So we'll
to
keep
be fair,
an eye
Tom,
on
when the kart rolled
condition.
to the outside, she didn't look at all comfortable, and the red flag is out. That's the we should have a precautionary stop of this junior pro kart first heat at half race distance. All the karts have now moved down there. I think we're going to have.
We're going to be stopping on the grid as well, so it looks like we're going to resume this one in a few moments when we've dealt with the situation. Hopefully Sophie is okay. We will keep an eye on that from our lofty position here at the side of the track.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a single file rolling start, Tom, which is not something that our junior pro karters are going to be used to unless they've done some BPEC endurance racing, because they do rolling starts obviously, but it's not single file still, it's still together. They go side by side for that one, so I think we'd like to roll round as we saw yesterday in our Rotax classes. They roll round for 1 lap and then the power goes down and we go racing again. So it will give us a bit more time, Tom, to have a quick chat. Now, in the live chat, under the Alpha Life banner, a link's gone in there for the Alpha Life podcast where we spoke to Joe Patterson about his British 24-hour attempt where he's going to try and break the world record for the longest solo distance in a kart in 24 hours. Now, we'll be tracking that all the way through the event as well to see whether he's up or down. Probably every hour we'll probably have a bit of an update at the top of the hour to see whether he's up or down on the target.
What I would say is I know a fair bit about this record attempt, not particularly from Joe, but from last year's attempt by Ian Williams, who is a very, very good friend of mine. He gave me some of the details of it and how difficult it's going to be. It is going to be quite literally 24 hours solo. There's a lot of different regulations as well and rules that Guinness, the world record company, have put into place as well, such as, for example, for me, the longest distance 24-hour solo would be fairly easy because you could just do it here around the oval. Yeah, you could go flat out.
Take the D chicane out.
Take the D chicane, go around the national loop, go straight down the back straight, round South Bank, and just do an oval for 24 hours. Pretty easy, right? No. The record attempt has to be set during a race. Now, there's 97 entries currently for the British 24-hour this year, one of which is the solo record attempt. So there's 96 other karts out there with him. So that certainly isn't going to make things easy. What I would say, though, is in terms of the average speed, there's probably no better track in the country, certainly in this country, to attempt this record because it is the fastest circuit in the country in terms of average lap speed. There's only really 5 braking points on the circuit, even on the international circuit.
Yeah, there's one really heavy braking point, which will be the hairpin one here, because you're almost flat, you're flat from the mountain section all the way down through that corner. All of the others are, it's a dab of a brake rather than a continuous, hold of it. So, and
it's all about keeping your average momentum up throughout the lap as well. Here, it's about that speed. So, Joe's got a good chance of doing it. However, it's not made easy by 96 other entries and the fact that it's obviously a race with 96 other karts, and it's on the international circuit as well, which isn't the easiest circuit in the world physically to get round, to say the least.
No, obviously there's the elevation change and the direction change as well. We've got rib bend down at the bottom, which is a very, very technical, challenging corner.
Yep.
The mountain section with the very, very fast change in direction where you take the right flat and then you brake in the middle of that before you take the left and then go up the hill. Then the drop away down onto the back straight, which isn't actually straight, it's actually curved because
Yes.
at the bottom of that mountain section there used to be a cut through of tarmac, which has now been soiled over. As the back straight curves because you used to be able to cut through, and then that curve aided your entry onto that back straight around 20 metres further down than the mountain section. So the back straight isn't actually straight, so it does sort of help with that as well. But the worst part for me is if you're bouncing over some of the curbs in the middle of the night, if you're doing it on your own, there's no recovery period. There's nothing like that. You've got to be able to, effectively, you've got to be able to refuel. Let's talk about the worst bit. You're going to need the toilet at some point in that 24 hours well. You've got to be able to.
I know from Ian's planning last year.
You've got to plan all this in.
Yeah, I know that Ian's planning last year. He accounted for. He was essentially getting himself up all the time because the fact is here with the karts that we run and the track that we're running on is faster than where the record was set in America. The karts here are faster than the American karts, and the track here is faster than the American track. So, by virtue of just running at a decent pace, you're going to be building yourself up a buffer on the record. Now, that gives you time to have a little bit of a rest. Now, when I say a little bit of a rest, I think we were talking roughly a maximum of an hour through the 24-hour period. It might be an hour and a half, depending on what your pace is like and how much rest you're going to need as it goes on. But Ian was taking sort of 5 minutes every stint. I think he did 3 or 6 hours straight. I think he did 6 hours straight. Yeah. And then he took about 15-minute rest, refueled, rehydrated, and then went back out. And that's then when he started to have the issues between hour 6 and hour 9. He ended up retiring after about 9 hours. I think it might have been a little bit later than that his retirement was officially announced. But anyway, so Joe's going to really have to go some to build that buffer up. But there is a window there where you can perhaps not sleep, but there is time to eat properly, drink properly, rehydrate properly, and look after yourself.
Yeah, I mean, the big decisions happen before the race weekend when you're doing something like that, I guess. It's where you decide whether what your food strategy is going to be, whether you do, you stop, like you say, after a certain amount and have a decent meal, or whether you do a small amount of food every time you come in and just keep something in there.
Yes.
And hydrate every single time you come in. We know them Pro Karts run for an hour, an hour and 20 when you're using them in anger. But if you're taking it steadier on your body and not throwing it into corners, which we know Joe's going to be doing because he's going to have to look after himself, does he then try and eke that out to an hour and a half? Because if he's out for a little bit longer, yes, he's going to be slightly slower, but then he's not got as much time in the pits, and then there's still some strategy in it, even though that there's
there absolutely is.
You're doing it on your own.
100%.
You're rather than racing 47 other karts, you're racing a delta time.
Yes.
Rather than anything else. I'm sat up on the workbench here, so we can plug Alpha Live on the back of the T-shirt.
I'll give you a wave. But yeah, there is a lot of strategy goes into it, as you said, and yeah, what I would say is those energy gels that you can buy, the squeezy pouches. I've been watching a lot of Tour de France over the last couple of weeks, and yeah, they're just like gobbling them down like they're sweeties. But those will definitely help. There is an advancement in technology now that is going to mean not just in the kart sense as well, but also in nutrition as well. That means that drivers and riders and people can push themselves a little bit further and a little bit harder than probably would have been able to do even 5, certainly 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And that's why this record keeps extending.
Tom,
so good luck to Joe for next weekend, and we'll keep you up to date with all of his happenings. Looks like we're about ready to go here.
Yeah, the ambulance has moved. So what we will do, Tom, is if we do get an update on how Sophie is, then we'll feed that back via the live stream. What we don't always like to do is sort of like talk about the event as it is happening, whilst, because we don't want to cause anybody any undue concern. But the ambulance was there very, very quickly with Sophie, and we will get an update later on throughout the race meeting, and hopefully she'll be okay, and hopefully she'll be okay to go out in heat number 2 in around about an hour and a half's time. Pro Karts have just gone off the grid, so they're going to roll themselves round for their restart. It will be single file, I believe, Tom. They'll come over the line, they'll take the green flag, the D-chicane, and the race will resume with 4 laps remaining in heat number 1 of junior Pro Kart.
Yes, now what this will do, of course, is bunch everybody back up as well. Although it is a single file restart, it will bunch the field back up with 5 laps to go when they come across the line this time. And we've already got somebody around. Is that Christian Oblag?
It is.
So Christian Oblag has somehow lost it coming through hairpin 3, or between 3 and 4. And he's going to retake his position in 3rd on the road. Not sure whether that was self-inflicted or whether he got some help during the bunching up procedure.
Very slow restart, Tom, by Harvey Still. He was backing the entire pack up and barely went until the actual start line. It wasn't like he doesn't have to go in the acceleration zone for the rolling start classes. He was steady until the green flag. Nobody can overtake till the start line anyway on that restart, and he dictated the pace. Got half a spin down there at hairpin 1 of the 68 of Leon Wilson, but the leading duo have managed to break away ever so slightly from Christian Oblag, and Harvey Still, defensive, Tom, into hairpin number 3, wouldn't allow Max Shields to go down the inside. Exactly the same again into 4. This one for me is going to just be a massive train all the way to the final, Tom, I think, until the checkered flag. Unless...
No, I think you had it right the first time. I think he's going to be until the final.
Yeah, I think it is.
This will be the same all day, I think. So it's still from Shields, from Oblag, Pereira, Frame, Brown, Watson, Arnold, Joe Arnold, and then Ben Arnold. We've got a warning going out for the 2 of Joe Arnold, it looks like. Thank you to our start line marshal for letting us know that one as well by flashing the board at us. Just so we can see that if it doesn't go up on the digiboard, keeps us well in the loop. Harvey still leading, but coming under increasing pressure now from Max Shields, who has not been dropped. Christian Oblag a slight gap behind now, around about half a second, with Seb Pereira in close company. Of course, Pereira moving up, courtesy of the Joe Arnold Sophie Pawsey incident. Amy Frame in 5th, Joe Arnold now moving up to 6th place, but with it that contact warning. Oliver Watson in 7th and Harry Brown in 8th.
Leading duo have broken away slightly. I thought Oblang and Pereira would stick with if these two were battling anything like they were right at the start of this one. There was very defensive on that opening lap from Harvey Still, but I think it was necessary in order to stop Max Shields taking the early mark. The last lap board will be out this time, Tom. Obviously, it's been a restarted race, so almost as soon as we've started, we will be finishing this one as the race reduces itself down to 4 remaining laps. Still leading the way over the line with Max Shields. Less than a tenth between them. Still sets a personal best. And it's blues all the way down the order as everybody else pushes towards the end of this race. Max Shields right on the back of Harvey Still, but still tight into hairpin 1, not opening the door for Shields. No opportunity for the 181 to get past Harvey Still's 48. Down the back straight they go, and Still migrates to the inside onto the white line. Shields is going to try and sweep this one round the outside and hope that Harvey Still is going to be so tight that he can't hold the white line down the inside. He's going to do exactly the same. There's got to be a straight line job here from Shields down into hairpin 4, unless the cutback option is on. Let's see whether he can get alongside Still. Out of the final corner he is, but I don't think he's going to have enough to run all the way around the outside, and Still runs him all the way to the outside of the track to take the checkered flag and victory in heat number 1. So it's still from Shields and Oblag, with Pereira, Frame, Arnold, Watson, Brown, Ben Arnold and Danny Bean completing the top 10 in front of Collister, Gilfillan and Watson, with Pawsey, the retiree, at half race distance.
Good showing from Danny Bean. Great defensive driving from Harvey Still through hairpin 3, through all the way from South Bank, really. White lined it on the inside, didn't allow Shields the inside line into hairpin 3. Straight lined it himself into hairpin 4, and a great defensive move there as well. And then as they came out and the drag race to the line around the right-hander just showed Max Shields the edge of the track and made Shields make a decision as to whether he was going to go on the grass or back out of it. Shields, knowing he's got the whole day to make more moves, decided, rightly so, to back out of it. And that was it for Harvey Still. Very, very good defensive driving there in the last half of that lap.
Yeah, did a grand job there, did Harvey Still, because Max Shields was really trying to mix it up and trying to open up an opportunity by going a lot wide around hairpin 3, trying to get the cut back then on down the inside of 4. He did get alongside, but then Harvey Still had it scouted and knew he was there. Knew that Shields probably was carrying a little bit more straight line speed because obviously he'd not scrubbed anywhere near as much off round hairpin number 4. But Harvey Still takes first spoils in Junior Pro Kart. They're all off the grid though, Tom. Hopefully we'll get an update on whether Sophie is okay and we can feed that back later on. But next one, they're already making their way out onto track. It's time for Cadet Pro Honda. Here's the grid then, and it was a real mixed-up qualifying session. A maiden pole position for Jack Collinson with Larry Price sharing the front row. Joshua Sullivan and Amy Peacock on row number 2 with an almost identical lap time. William Howard will start 5th with yesterday's pole sitter Holly Swan in 6th place. Row 4 sees championship leader and as yet unbeaten Thomas Potter alongside Ben Robinson. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and JJ Plowman complete the top 10. Edward Rye will start 11th alongside Sam Hayes, with Stanley Clark and Harris Alley completing our grid here in Pro Senior. Now, one driver, I don't think, Tom, I've seen Alex Lynn, although I know his cart's out there in the paddock. I don't know where he is, and if he hasn't qualified and the cart definitely isn't out there, we'll try and find out where Alex is. And whether he'll be with us later on in the day.
I'm just keeping or looking for an update on the live chat as well and see what's happening there. We've had some support come in. Good luck, Jack Collinson, and people asking and saying, I hope Sophie's okay. We've got good luck, William Howard as well. That's coming from Leanne Howard.
Well, he's qualified well, Tom, in 5th place, so he will go off the inside of row number 3. Final runner is going to roll into position, and our 7 rows of Honda Cadet Pro will almost be underway. This will be followed then by Honda Cadet Club, so we'll have this class of Hondas then. There's another class of Hondas as well to come after that, and then we will move on to our 2-stroke classes, starting with our juniors, then into minis, then into seniors, and then into cadet, and then into senior pro kart, before we then return to Bambino. Green flag is with the start line marshal, then everybody looks up and to the left, so the green flag is up. The green is down, we're away and racing. It's a good start from Price, it's a good start from Peacock as well, as Peacock's going to drop into 3rd place, could even be 2nd by the first corner. Larry Price gets across to close the front door, so Collinson off pole position leads them through the chicanes for the first time. The top 5 still the top 5 as Sullivan tries to get back down the inside of Peacock and does so, but Peacock's going to have track position again. We've got spins into hairpin number 1. Edward Rye and Stanley Clark come together as they head into the first heavy braking zone of the lap.
Yeah, heading round South Bank for the first time. It is still as you were, pretty much inside the top 10. We've got Potters up to 6th place. Amy Peacock now defending hard into hairpin 4 to hold that position from Sullivan, who tries to come around the outside. He's going to need to carry some real pace there. Probably better off ducking back in, and does. So it is Collinson from Price, Amy Peacock, Joshua Sullivan, William Howard, Thomas Potter, Ben Robinson, Holly Swan, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, JJ Plowman, your top 10 as they come across the line for the first time.
Collinson and Price have a couple of kart lengths on Peacock because her and Sullivan were battling on that opening lap. They appear to have settled themselves into a little bit more of a straight line, but the grid, Tom, considerably more mixed up than it was yesterday, albeit yesterday's was mixed up in itself. But at the start of the day, you wouldn't have expected to see Thomas Potter qualifying down in 7th place. Not sure whether they bolted some new rubber on that one in qualifying, but obviously with it only being 5 laps, you can't scrub and expect them tyres to give them the best performance. It's not like kart tyres don't work quite as well as some other tyres in the fact that
it's not Formula One, is it?
You need to put a small heat cycle through them to let them then go cold, to then get the optimum longevity out of them. If you put brand new tyres on and just send them straight out, then it's just not going to give you the performance that you're expecting.
Oh, it's like driving on ice for a good 10 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Thomas Potter will have been working, if indeed that is the case, that he's put fresh rubber on, he'll have been working them hard during that warm-up session and then the rolling up lap as well to try and get some grip out of them.
He is up to 5th down now. Tommy's found a way past William Howard, as has Ben Robinson. Now, apparently he's not on new rubber. We were just had that one shouted through the commentary box door.
Okay. So Collinson, Price, Peacock, Sullivan, Potter, Ben Robinson and William Howard now exchanging positions. Then it's Ollie Swan, Stansmore, Wilson and Plowman still your top 10. Good showing from Jack Collinson here, heading at the front and looking very comfortable there as well. Larry Price with that very distinctive colour scheme also showing well in second. Both drivers qualifying very well today and looking on it.
Collinson was quick yesterday, Tom. He qualified 12th yesterday and finished the day in 4th in the final, so the pace was there throughout. Obviously, we had that qualifying session yesterday where half of our runners were out on wets, half were out on slicks.
There goes Peacock down the inside.
Down the inside of Price. Price is going to still have track position, though, as Peacock almost repeats what she did yesterday by being very benevolent down there at hairpin number 4 in her overtakes and giving track position on the outside to the driver that she's overtaking. But that means that Price now is still in second place, but almost immediately after that overtake attempt was a quick helmet tap, because now he knows that Peacock is there. He really wants Peacock to push him down the back straight to close in Jack Collinson.
Yes, indeed, and the front 3 are now breaking away from the second 3 of Sullivan, Potter and Robinson. So we've got 2 trains of 3, then we've got another train then from 7th that goes all the way back to Harris Alley in 12th place, as you can see them in the back of the shot there.
And then Clark and Rye were the 2 that were involved in that opening lap incident down at hairpin number 1. 4.5 minutes remaining of this 8 minutes plus 1 lap opening heat of the day in Honda Cadet Pro, and Jack Collinson is starting to open up a couple of kart lengths on Larry Price and Amy Peacock. Work has to be done by 2nd and 3rd to try and close this one up. Those behind us still in the same order they were, but both Potter and Robinson have started to work through the field together and are now right on the back of the 13 of Sullivan as they head down the back straight towards the South Bank corner. This is the battle that we're watching on screen as Sullivan slides slightly wide round the South Bank corner, not hugging the white line. He had left half a kart length, but that's allowed him to run round there as Peacock then slides down the inside, and Sullivan's going to find Robinson where he wants to turn in, and Robinson is through the same gap that Potter punched through as well.
Amy Peacock with the fastest lap of the race. She's been pushing along Larry Price for that entire lap.
They're so close as well, though, now, Tom. 48 dead for Peacock, and they are right on the back now of Jack Collinson. 1 kart length between them, if that, as they head down towards hairpin number 1.
And now that Potter's in essentially clean air in front of him, they're going to have to work together now to try and pull a bit of a gap on the group behind, which is of course now headed by Potter, and then sort this out between the 3 of them on the last lap.
Yeah, the top 3 have a gap of 2 seconds back to Potter and Robinson. Let's see whether they can close it in. The time though is continually ticking away. 2.5 minutes, or 2:45 on the timing screen. It's actually shown as 2:17 as they come over, and that matches what is on the overhead gantry right in front of the commentary box. I think in the background Potter's gone wide round the national loop, and Ben Robinson is through at the chicanes, and Sullivan's going to go down the inside into hairpin 1 as well. You'll catch them in the background there. They're still side by side into hairpin number 2. Sullivan's going to get the switch back. Let's see if we can catch them in the background, because here on the screen we've got Collinson going defensive with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, Price seemingly trying to get into the slipstream and push Collinson along, but Collinson feeling the need to do that Bambino style white line down the back straight. Peacock still there as well. as the front three come over the line. 1 minute 48 to go, or a minute and a half to go actually now as they come across the line. Thomas Potter has dropped down to 8th place. Has he got a problem?
Well, Sullivan got through with the switchback down the back straight, and Howard and Swan have got through as well. Robinson obviously was part of that overtake where Potter went down the inside into hairpin number 3. We caught that on camera earlier on, and he took advantage as well down the inside. So they all appear on the back straight. The green kart is the one that we're focusing on, and the reason we're focusing on that is because he's currently defending a 16 race unbeaten streak here at Teesside Autodrome. However, it's another green kart that is currently leading the way. Our pole sitter, the 91 of Jack Collinson, has a few kart lengths now again on Larry Price and Amy Peacock. They've stretched out at the front half a second, splitting the top 3, and then another 3 seconds back to Robinson, Sullivan, Howard, Swan and Potter, who puts in a personal best, but he's still in 8th place, dragging Isabella Stansmore-Wilson along as well.
Yeah, Amy Peacock, I think, has had enough of pushing Larry Price now. She needs to get super aggressive here and make a move if she's going to make any further progress forward. She looks to the inside of Larry Price but can't get alongside enough, so opts to tuck back in. Price closing in on the back of Collinson once more as well. Goes defensive against Peacock, who tries to get the cut back. Doesn't quite work out for her, and so it is as you were as they come across the line to take the last lap board.
Collinson leads Price and Peacock. I think Potter's going to come over the line this time. I think he'll up to 7th as Howard drops down. Collinson, though, leads them round the national loop for the final time. Parks the 91 on the inside, on the apex. He's much tighter than he has been because he needs to be. Maiden wins here at Teesside. Up for grabs for Collinson and for Price as well. Peacock, the only one of these top 3 that has taken a victory here at Teesside Autodrome in a heat. Collinson round South Bank for the final time. Price not close enough unless he can make a do-or-die move down the inside into the final corner. Out of the final corner comes Jack Collinson. He's going to win for the first time, and the streak has been smashed by Jack Collinson. Wins heat number 1 in Honda Cadet Pro from Larry Price and Amy Peacock. Robinson and Sullivan complete the top 5 with Swan, Potter, Howard, Stansmore-Wilson and Sam Hayes moving into the top 10 at the final lap, with Plowman in 11th, Ali, Clark and Rye completing your 14 runners.
So for Potter, 16 wins in a row has come to an end. But do you know what I would say about win streaks? The great thing about win streaks, when they do come to an end,
start again.
You can start again. Exactly right. So we know Thomas Potter, and we know that potentially he could be quite disheartened by this and quite upset that his win streak has come to an end. But what I would say is plenty of time yet, Thomas. Keep going, and let's see you start that streak again.
Congratulations, of course,
to Jack Collinson.
A maiden win here.
Brilliant.
At Teesside Autodrome. Larry Price in 2nd, Peacock in 3rd.
He looked like he'd been there all his life, Jack Collinson. It looked just easy for him,
still
didn't it?
punching the air.
I
as
know,
he
he's
comes
happy
in
as
now.
Larry, isn't he? Brilliant. Yeah, but happy as Larry Price, probably. Who's in 2nd as well. Larry Price showing very well. Amy Peacock, another good result for her as well. She's been on the podium all weekend in every single heat and final.
One thing that I will say regarding the Thomas Potter streak being broken, Tom, is that 4 rounds, which is half the season here at Teesside, he's taken maximum points. He's still in the driving seat for the championship. He's going to be very, very difficult to beat. And whilst he might not be up there for the main trophy on the podium, obviously he's got yesterday's, but the big trophy at the end of the season, he's already got probably 1 hand and 4 fingers on the other on that championship trophy in Honda Cadet Pro.
Let's move on to our next heat, which will be the Cadets Clubman class.
It's as you were from yesterday on the front row, with Sebastian Benson and Alfie McBain right at the front. Joey Swan will start a career best 3rd alongside Reese Cranston, with Cameron Tipping and Samuel Yeadon on row number 3. Jos Huschke and Charlie Eibel row 4, Mason Webster starts 9th alongside championship leader Ollie Carter. Layla Berryman and Riley Buckton-Young start on row number 6. Mason Dinsdale, uncharacteristically poor qualifying for him, sees him down in 13th alongside, similarly, Drew Davidson in 14th. Morgan Cooney and Riley Sims-Ezard are on row number 8, with Summer Wood and Alfie Watson on row 9. Jamie Balding and Henry Colburn will complete the top 20, with James Winstanley and Toby Turner, Jacob Cartledge and Thomas Harper, who looks like he's had problems in qualifying. Then Freddie Housego and Max Housego, both will start right from the back, both shown as DQ'd in the qualifying session. So not sure what that is, but generally in qualifying that's an underweight. So we'll confirm that later on if we can. Gridding up quite quickly, Tom, because the barriers have been moved, senior Pro Kart style, and all of our cadets appear to have come round.
I think we learned from yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, well, after Heat 1, the barriers were opened and we did this, but it looks like they've all come round as well in the correct order, which is very, very helpful for this.
Yes, certainly helps us out there, doesn't it? And certainly in speed of gridding up. We're almost ready to go already. So we had Alfie McBain taking 2 wins and the final yesterday, with Sebastian Benson, our pole sitter for today, also taking a heat win. Benson taking 2nd place in the final as well yesterday. So the front 2, as David said, as you were, although positions reversed for the finishing positions in the final. Looks like we're about ready to go. Should be a good one here. Green flag is in hand for the marshal. It is up and down, and we are away for Cadet Clubman heat number 1.
Joey
good
Swan
start from Joey
second
Swan.
row will slot into 2nd place, and Cam Tipping as well off 5th is moved up into 4th place. On the outside, Reese Cranston's going to have to be brave, and is, as they head through the chicanes. Everybody sorting themselves out. In the further down, we've got Webster down the inside of Josh Hushka, and Ollie Carter comes through the same gap as well, although Hushka should have track position on the inside, and that could leave Carter high and dry. It does on the outside, and Riley Buckton-Young gets a good run, as does in the background. Watch for the orange helmet coming in. That's going to be Mason Dinsdale trying to make up for a poor qualifying down in 13th.
Yeah, they head through hairpin 3 and 4 for the first time. Alfie McBain in 3rd place still, with Cameron Tipping showing very well early doors here in 4th place. So it is Benson from Swan, McBain, Cam Tipping, Yeadon, Cranston, Eyeball, Webster, Hushka and Ollie Carter, your top 10.
Yeah, then we've got Buckton-Young, Dinsdale making up 1 place on the opening lap, as does Davidson, with Berryman, Wood, Cooney, Turner, Sims-Ezard, Watson and Harper moving up from 24th inside the top 20 on the opening lap.
McBain now taking the inside line into South Bank and taking 2nd position from Joey Swan. Looks fairly comfortable there for McBain and wasn't fought too hard by Swan. Perhaps a little bit early in the race, wants to tuck in behind and see what kind of pace he's got in relation to McBain. Maybe make a move later on. Tipping still showing well as well in 4th place and holding on to the back of this this train, and Samuel Yeadon as well in 5th place, looking pretty racy. There's a slight gap now, about 5 or 6 kart lengths to Reese Cranston and Charlie Eyeball, who are battling it out. And then we've got a train.
Well, Webster's lonely in the middle then, but then there's a train from Hushka back to Davidson. Berryman's a little further back in 14th. There's see Reese Cranston there and Charlie Eyeball flash through the screen. And that's Dinsdale going wide round South Bank, and Davidson will slide through behind Riley Buckton-Young and move him up towards the tail end of the top 10. That's puts him into 12th place.
And with the mention of Layla Berryman as well, we should give a shout out as well to Mrs. Berryman, who had quite a nasty incident in the ladies' race yesterday evening. Went through the tyres at hairpin 3, and I spoke to her afterwards, and she was in a bit of shock, but hope she's okay and has recovered well.
as we discussed afterwards, different sports of different people, and after you chatted to a karting, she decided karting wasn't for her.
Absolutely, she said, I just don't like it anymore, and I can't blame her, to be honest. It is for some people and it isn't for others, and my exact quote, or my direct quote was, well, I don't like playing rugby. So
and then we were just going, I don't like playing cricket either, because I have no aspirations of somebody throwing something at 100 mile an hour at me while I'm being protected by a small little bit of wood.
Likewise, I don't like being flattened by 18 stone men either in rugby. So, karting is for us, but not for Mrs. Berryman. So big shout out to her, and I hope she's feeling a lot better today.
Alfie McBain has reeled in Sebastian Benson at the front here. A tenth and a half between them. Then there's a gap back to Joey Swan, who has the similar gap back then to Yeadon and Tipping in 4th and 5th respectively.
Yeah, Yeadon's now taken 4th place from Tipping.
That was down the inside into South Bank on the previous lap whilst we were having a chat about last night's race. Tipping much tighter there into hairpin 3. I don't know if he'd scrubbed off more speed than he'd expected.
It's all fairly steady here in Cadet Clubman. Not our usual exciting, all-action sort of racing that we have. It's all fairly steady so far. I'm waiting for the blue touch paper to be lit. Although Alfie McBain has closed right in on the back of Sebastian Benson now, so perhaps it's about to kick off here.
Yeah, if this was a recipe, we've just put on to simmer, haven't we, at the minute?
Yeah, and we've just had the magic voice in our ears.
You can see it on the barrier, Tom.
There's rain.
There is rain. Let's
rain in the air, and that was unexpected. We weren't expecting that until at least 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Well, that means the first thing that we have to do is look at lap times from the best compared to previous.
Oh, and Alfie McBain is already looking around the outside of Sebastian Benson. So he said that gap was closing, and there it is on screen for you.
48.4, Tom, is the best lap. 48.56 is about the average. So we'll keep an eye out. The sun's back out again, though, so this one could just be...
psychological rain, as they call it. Just a little sprinkle, just enough to slow you down a little bit, but not enough to make you slide or certainly spin out.
So there's a good battle going on, Tom, from around about 9th down, with Josh Huschka leading a train of karts that goes all the way down to Morgan Cooney, I think, in 16th. And then there's another train of 3 behind.
Yeah, it's about 9 deep, that train, as we look at Benson and McBain come through.
Yeah, I think we're
they are still nose to tail.
There we are. We're going to pick it up there with Webster in the orange helmet leading the way. He's got a few kart lengths then back to Josh Huschka, but then Huschka, everybody else coming through. There is a few fractured gaps between them all, but still, nonetheless, it pretty much does go all the way down to Morgan Cooney. There's not enough time there for anybody to have any respite as we head with a minute and a half remaining. We'll keep an eye on the lead battle out the window, which was shown as a 10th, but is opening up and closing up in various parts of the track where drivers are strong. Mason Dinsdale gets to the inside of Riley Buckton-Young. Buckton-Young's looking down to the left. He's trying to defend, but the door has a Dinsdale in it, and he is through, and that will put him up towards, I think, into 11th place. Oh, it's 12th, actually. That's going to drop him down because Davidson is already in 11th. And that is a gap between them as they come through. Tipping's been dropped, Tom, as Yeadon has closed up on Joey Swan.
Yeah, I was just going to say
fastest
that.
lap of the race, though, from Sebastian Benson, 48.388. And Alfie McBain is going to try and go down the inside into hairpin 1. We've just missed that one off camera, but he's through. Because as Benson set the fastest lap, there was no way McBain was coming through, but there he is down the inside into hairpin number 1, and it's a change for the lead with a minute to go.
Yeah, Benson doing everything he possibly could by setting that fastest lap, and McBain was just having none of it, went right with him and sent it straight down the inside of hairpin 1. I was watching that one build up. I'm also watching Samuel Yeadon and Joey Swan, who are currently 3rd and 4th. Now that gap has closed, so that's less than a second now between Swan and McBain, and coming with them is Samuel Yeadon.
He is, and it's whether Yeadon can get past Swan in the remaining 28 seconds or so. I think we might have the last lap board out next time with 20 to go, and them just about going on to the back straight. Oh, Reece Cranston and Charlie Eibel are having a good battle, which now sees Cranston go past Eibel into hairpin number 1. So Joey Swan, Tom.
So Eyeball heading that group now, as you said, David, that group that goes pretty much all the way down to Morgan Cooney in 16th place now. There is a slight gap between Cranston and Webster, but it isn't much. Last lap board is out. Alfie McBain setting the fastest lap of the race, doing everything he needs to do now that he's got some clean air to try and gap Sebastian Benson. The gap was 0.28 of a second over the line. It certainly doesn't look like that as they come through the wiggles and into hairpin 1. Benson is right there once more. So despite that fastest lap from Alfie McBain, not dropping Benson in the slightest. Joey Swan has pulled a bit of a gap, or had, until they got through hairpin 1 and 2 to Samuel Yeadon, who is now right there as well for 3rd place. Cam Tipping and Charlie Eyeball in 5th and 6th, with Reese Cranston there in close company with Eyeball for 7th.
McBain then out of the final corner and through to take victory in heat number 1 of Honda Cadet Club, with Benson for company. Joey Swan, a career best 3rd for him in Honda Cadet Club. Fantastic from one of our youngest drivers on this grid at only 8 years old. Samuel Yeadon gets 4th, then it's Tipping, Cranston, Eyeball. Dinsdale gets past Webster on the final lap for 8th place. Webster 9th, Carter completing the top 10.
So there we go. It took a few laps to kick off there in Cadet Clubman, but kick off it did eventually. There is your Heat 1 winner, Alfie McBain.
There's more to come from this class, Tom.
There is a lot more to come.
I'm sure there is, because that one was, in comparison to the previous 16 races we've seen in this class this season, was fairly serene.
It was. However, there's a long way to go today yet. And as they come off the track now to the left-hand side and into pit lane, there is your Heat 1 winner, Alfie McBain, with Sebastian Benson and Joey Swan making their way into the weighbridge. Joey Swan looking very, very happy with himself. Well done, Joey. And we will move on to Junior Rotax Heat number 1. Heat number 1 for Junior Rotax. We've got Nathan Jensen on pole position with Catherine Potter in 2nd, Monroe Renard in 3rd, and Finley Watson in 4th. Lizzie Mentier goes off 6th place, of course taking a heat win yesterday. Then and Finley Watson in 4th, taking 2 wins and the final. So 4th and 5th were your winners yesterday. Melissa Adrian in 6th place took pole position in yesterday's mixed condition qualifying session. And then we have Alfie Wallbank in 7th place. So just 7 runners here in Junior Rotax. Slightly depleted grid this weekend for Junior Rotax. Obviously there's something else going on a few miles away.
There's quite a big race going on a few miles away, also covered.
Not as big as this one.
This weekend, absolutely not.
Not in my opinion, anyway.
One driver that would have been there, but we have seen here a lot, is the 43 of Bella Franklin, and we'd like to wish her all the very best as she recovers from a hand injury that was sustained last weekend in the British pre-round. Juniors are making their way out of the holding area, though, which means that we'll be able to...
Who was that spinning around? Nathan Jensen losing it before made it even round 1 corner on the cold tyres.
I think that advertises exactly what we mean when we say the tyres are cold and how much it matters to get that temperature in them tyres. When they're cold, it's almost like bolting 4 bricks to your car.
What I would say is thank heavens for clutches on these road taxis, because if that was a TKM direct drive, that would be Nathan Jensen already out of the race.
It would, wouldn't it?
So he's a lucky boy that technology moves on.
Also, as well, if it was a TKM direct drive, everybody behind wouldn't be able to see because there'd be
there'd be a massive cloud of smoke and there'd be scattering everywhere.
Well.
Yeah. That's very true indeed.
Now, because we've got 2 laps anyway, and everyone's just sort of going to roll around and get their tyres warm, it doesn't matter that Jensen's currently in 3rd. He's going to be able to retake his position at the front of this one as they get slowed towards that back straight. He's still trying to work the tyres and get the temperature in.
I do miss the TKM days, I'm not going to lie.
You can still race TKMs. They're still covered, aren't they? It's just things have progressed more.
Yeah,
towards
but they're not
Rotax.
as prevalent as they were a few years ago now. 10 years ago they were the in thing, weren't they? And X30s have come on since then, and Rotax has taken over. And
You'll be going back further soon, saying, "Oh, I miss the days when nobody had any bodywork."
yeah, and there were reed valve engines and the whole shoot. Well, I mean, they were great, weren't they? There's still F100 is going strong, and the smell from those karts, as producer Adam rightly says, is absolutely incredible.
Jensen then will lead them through towards the green flag with Catherine Potter alongside on the front row. Power down and we're away and racing in junior Rotax, and Finlay Watson immediately goes to the outside and is tagged as he turns in. And Finlay Watson, the championship leader and yesterday's final winner, is all the way down and must be 6 or 7 seconds off the back of the pack here. He broke out of the line as they headed towards the first corner, went all the way around the outside, thought he had enough of a gap to get in, and as he turned in, there was the nose cone of another car, and he turned round.
Yeah, not the best of opening laps for Finlay Watson. They head into hairpin 3 and 4 for the first time.
Plenty of laps, though, Tom, for him to reel this one in. I think he might not have enough to get the win, but from that far back. But certainly, I think there's at least a top 5 to go at here. He's got plenty to close in. Let's keep an eye on the gap, as you see he's lost almost 5 seconds there to Nathan Jensen's time as the first one over.
Well, Nathan Jensen absolutely flying on this opening lap as well. He's gapped Lizzie Mentier by almost 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, quick look over the shoulder. The top 3 have...
He's trying to do it Sebastian Vettel style, isn't he? And break the DRS on the first lap.
Get away and hope.
Yeah, get away and hope that the rest can't catch up. And that's exactly what Vettel used to do in F1. And Nathan Jensen has clearly tuned into his inner Vettel.
Over they come then, it's Jensen after 2 laps leading away from Mentier. The time, the gap though is down from half a second to a quarter with Wallbank, Renard, Potter, Adrian and Watson. Mentier has reeled in Nathan Jensen. Jensen's going to try and leave the door slightly open, but that optimises the exit. Can Mentier get a good run out of hairpin number 2? There she is in the mint green and black cart down the back straight. This is the battle for 4th place with Monroe Renard continuing to impress, with Catherine Potter then making the early move down the inside. Renard's going to try and slot back in and does into the train before Melissa Adrian can take advantage as well.
Finlay Watson still coming onto the back of this train with that is headed by Monroe Renard. He was 5 seconds off the lead as they crossed the line last time. It's now 4.5 seconds, so he's half a second quicker than anybody else on track that lap.
Mentier down the inside of Watson for the lead, as we'll pick that one up there. You saw it as she comes through the mint green cart with the number 50 on the front, back and sides, is now leading the way. Jensen head down behind the wheel. Second place, in fact any place inside the top 3 would be a best finish for Nathan Jensen. Wallbank in a comfortable 3rd at the moment. The gap back to Catherine Potter, almost a 1.5 seconds between Wallbank and Potter in 4th.
Yeah, Wallbank showing well here as well, holding 3rd place very comfortably, as you said, David. Melissa Adrian has just passed Monroe Renard as well for 5th, and Finlay Watson took another 2/10 out of what would have been now Lizzie Mentier on that lap, and is closing in 9/10 off Monroe Renard as they came over the line. But I think that's already quite a substantial amount less than that. And in fact, Watson is already through on Renard, so a second taken out of Renard in the first half of the lap. And yeah, through he goes.
Renard went wide round hairpin 2. I'm not sure whether that was intentional just to allow Watson to come through. You have to be realistic in this game. If there's a driver that's spun, there's no point heavily defending somebody, because you'll only compromise the rest of your race in trying to do theirs. They're going to come through at some point anyway. Sometimes it's often to let the inevitable happen early, as Watson sets the fastest lap of the race with a 41.8.
Still only 4 seconds off the lead, 5 laps to go. It looks like that's going to be out of reach, especially with Lizzie Mentier now at the front of the grid, front of the field. But potential podium on the cards still for Finlay Watson if he can keep up this pace.
He's going to have to get past Melissa Adrian quickly and tried a move in the background there down into hairpin 1, as now we see Jensen and Wallbank side by side. Wallbank's going to squeeze Jensen, and Jensen slots back in. Catherine Potter's come back into the mix here though, Tom. Towards the end of this race, the gap to the lead with her was down to 2.5 seconds. She's reeled that in ever so slightly as Mentia's gone out at the front in a comfortable lead, but she's reeled in Nathan Jensen, and now Finley Watson then is another couple of seconds back off that, and he's going to have to take a second lap out of those in front as Potter and Jensen are side by side. Jensen tries a little turn in and squeeze, but that's not enough to put Catherine Potter off, and she is through as well into third place.
Jensen went wide there coming out of hairpin 2. Now, we've spoken about different setups, whether you want it quick at the start or the end of the race. I think Nathan Jensen was very much dialed in for the start of the race, going off the front, and exactly how I would have done it as well in that position. Catherine Potter, on the other hand, starting mid-grid, has clearly set the car up to quick at the end of the race.
Yeah, it's very tactical with these mixed grids, particularly in karts where there's an optimum performance window. Jensen's car in the first few laps, Tom, looked like it was on rails and probably had an extra rail as well.
Yeah, grease lighting
now
it was
certainly with the way we saw him earlier turning into South Bank and then running wide round this corner. I'm not sure whether that's a natural line, but I just think that maybe they've gone early, and now the handling of it isn't proving quite as comfortable it was in the opening third of this race. Still running in fourth at the moment though, has a gap of 2 seconds, sets a personal best though with a 42.2. Finley Watson behind though, closing with every lap as they tick down. 1.5 laps remaining in this one. Mentia out at the front, almost a 2-second gap since moving through on Nathan Jensen, and has had this one comfortable ever since.
Catherine Potter looking very good in behind Alfie Wallbank for an overtake incoming.
Not
and in fact,
Alfie
there you
Wallbank.
go. There it is.
In front
right
of
on,
Alfie
right
Wallbank.
on cue. It's like she could hear us. So there goes Catherine Potter moving through to second place. And do you know what I've just realised, David?
No.
Right at the front of the grid, it's Mentia and Potter again.
It is.
It's something we've been saying for about 3.5 years now, isn't it?
You can't have one without the other.
No. Mentia and Potter have been nose to tail throughout all of the classes that they have competed in for about 3 or maybe even 4 years, certainly that we've been commentating here at
cadets
Teesside.
all the way through minis and into juniors as well. They've been mainstays of this championship and been trading places. On this occasion, though, it will be Lizzie Mentia who came through after a few laps and has just commanded this race from ever since. Waves to the bank as she comes through to take the checkered flag and victory in Heat 1 Junior Rotax. Potter and Wallbank, and then Jensen with a best ever finish in 4th place for the driver of the 34. Watson recovers into 5th with Adrian and Renard completing your 7 runners.
Yeah, big shout out to Nathan Jensen. I know went off pole position, but I think it did everything right. Maybe went a little bit too extreme with the early handling that obviously went away quite a bit towards the end of the race. But
we said that, and then he pumped in a personal best, didn't he?
Well, towards the end, yeah. And there's Lizzie Mentia, your race winner. But Nathan Jensen, good showing, best ever finish as well in 4th place. So congratulations to you, and I hope you can continue that throughout the day. Congratulations to Lizzie Mentia as well, taking your heat victory to go with the one from yesterday as well, and we will see what Finley Watson has got left in the bag throughout the rest of the day. Moving on to a mini Rotax. So Minimax Heat number 1 is going to be headed by Charlie Vary with Jared Fox Whiteley in 2nd place, Lewis Goff and Joseph Yao in 5th. Addison Smith taking 6th place and Benjamin Lee in 6th place. Then it's Ben Adrian, James Philip Byrne, Zach Turner and Sam Robson rounding out your top 10. Ollie Poole and Frankie Smedley in 12th. And then it'll be Finley Fishburne in 13th place.
I wouldn't allow Tom to take a selection out of the confectionaries that have turned up. So in the commentary box, they make their way round with Tom's having a. Oh, I've heard an ooh.
Caramel wafers, Tunnock's caramel wafers, beautiful. Made in Scotland. I drove past their factory just the other day, don't you know?
Oh, I do now.
Thank you very much, young man.
Morgan Cooney again with the confectionaries.
Thank you very much, Morgan Cooney. We will give you a big shout out and a thank you.
He's got a season's worth of chocolate in there, hasn't he?
Not only were these made in Uddingston.
There he is, look at that.
There he is, Morgan Cooney. Thank you very much. He's on camera now.
When I said that he's got a season's worth of chocolate, I wasn't lying.
He really has. But yes, the Tunnocks caramel wafer, not only are they made in Uddingston, in Glasgow, which, as I said, I drove past the other day, but also the wrapper is made by my other jobs, one of our customers as well. So there you go. Plug. I won't say who the company I work for is, but there you go. Anyway, Minimax heading out for their second rolling up lap, and Charlie Very on pole position. So we've got pretty much the top four from yesterday are running 1, 2, 3, and 5. Addison Smith, of course, having that incident in yesterday's final, is back on the grid today, and we're very, very thankful for that. I'm very happy that Addison is good to go today. And here they go. Green flag in hand. It is up and down, and we are away. Charlie Very with a very good start at the start of the race. There was no pun intended there, and they head through all very cleanly.
Goff is through on Fox Whiteley, though, from P3. We often say 3 is better than second, and he is through down the inside. Then we've got Joseph Yao and Addison Smith resuming their battle from the end of yesterday. Can Smith break away and stick with those at the front where he is more accustomed? I don't know what the issue was yesterday, but he was well off pace throughout most of yesterday's race day, as we know that he's got the speed certainly to battle with Goff and Fox Whiteley, as we saw when he won the final here at round number 3. Charlie Very, though, leads them over the line for the first time from Goff, Fox Whiteley, Smith, Yao, Adrian, Lee, Bird, Turner and Poole.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in that order, and very, very quickly and close together. We've got Benjamin Lee in 7th, James Philip Byrne in 8th, Zach Turner in 9th, and Ollie Poole in 10th. And there they head through as Goff tries to look round the outside and pulls it off. What a move that was. Around the outside of South Bank on Charlie Very. Fox Whiteley there with a little tap to the rear of Charlie Very as well, to let him know that even with that overtake, he's still under pressure for a second one. Smith and Yao in close company in 4th and 5th. Benjamin Lee and Ben Adrian swapping places as well on that lap for 6th and 7th. Frankly, Smedley moving up into 12th place as well, overtaking Finley Fishburne. Heading through hairpin 1 and 2 and onto the back straight. So instead of a front 4 like we had yesterday, we've now got a front 5 who are starting to move away from Benjamin Lee and Ben Adrian in 6th and 7th. We're going to see whether Lee has got anything in response and can close that gap up. But it is Goff from Very, Whiteley and Smith with Yao. They're your front 5. And in fact, Lee is starting to move towards this front 5 as well.
Ben Adrian isn't far off after a horrendous race day yesterday. Very puts in the personal best and the fastest lap as well. But yeah, Ben Adrian with a horrendous race day yesterday. 2 retirements, meaning that he barely took part in the final. The kart rolling to a halt at the start of that race. Only completed 1 lap. As Very gets a good run out of hairpin 2 and is alongside Lewis Goff. Lewis Goff's going to need some top end here down there, and Charlie Very is through, and Jared Fox Whiteley's going to be in the gap unless Lewis Goff can find a way of closing the door. And he can come straight down. He does, because I think Fox Whiteley had so much speed that he's running to the back of Charlie Very into hairpin 3, and that's balked his exit and allowed Goff to slot back in to 2nd place. So Very, once again, leading the way in Mini.
Yeah, Charlie Very, Fox Whiteley was, in fact, it had so much speed through hairpin 4, it almost caught him out. Lewis Goff now down the inside of Charlie Very in hairpin 1. Very responds through hairpin 2, and Goff can't get the cutback. That's going to give it to Fox Whiteley.
Fox Whiteley could lead this.
2 in 1.
He could lead this by South Bank and
does. And Lewis Goff goes from 1st to 4th.
Addison Smith's coming through as well. Joseph Yao could take 3rd place here on Jared Fox Whiteley. Goff's back in there. Fox Whiteley's going to drop down into 5th, having led on entry to South Bank.
and then immediately comes back and takes fourth place back from Addison Smith.
I tell you what, Smith's not happy with something. I don't know what, because we didn't see anything really untoward in there, although there was so much happening we could well have missed it. But Addison Smith clearly not happy with something as he comes over start line.
Goff again down the inside here of Joseph Yao. And taking third place back on the road, and there's now a slight gap to Charlie Very, and they need to go some now to get onto the tail of Very, as we had a front train of 7. So Goff on that previous lap went from first to fourth, and Fox Whiteley went and said, anything you can do, I can do better, and went from first to fifth in one corner as well.
He did go
it
back
was
to
all action.
Did go back to
and then he went back to fourth as well. Yeah, so
Very fastest lap, almost matched by Goff, who sets a personal best, but it was still 2,000ths quicker for Very, who has broken away half a second. Goff has a few kart lengths as Fox Whiteley goes down the inside of Joseph Yao into hairpin 1. Yao won't give this up without a fight and doesn't so into hairpin number 2, and that could allow Addison Smith to come through and through into fourth place.
Benjamin Lee was looking pretty racy as well until he got his nose chopped off by Fox Whiteley down the back straight. Had to back out of that ever so slightly. And, as you said, David, Ben Adrian is right there in the background as well.
Yeah, still a few kart lengths off, but there to take advantage. But the outright pace not there to stick with the train of 4 in front, even though that train of 4 have chopped and changed a few times. Can Goff close in as Jared Fox Whiteley almost spins on entry there. He was that late and hard on the brakes. I think the front left was in the air.
I think it was a kind of a do-or-die move on Addison Smith, and it didn't quite come off. Almost cost Fox Whiteley by spinning around, and he was lucky that the tyres are as grippy as they are to keep him in a straight line.
Charlie Very leading with a gap of 0.4 of a second from Lewis Goff. The gap's been fairly steady for the last few laps. Another fastest lap of the race from Very, 42.7 for him. With Goff now half a second back, although it's only fraction. With Yao still in third place, Smith fourth, Fox Whiteley in fifth place. As we often see in races, Tom, they have a few laps of excitement and then it steadies down where everybody takes a few breaths, and this one will go again, I'm sure, in about a minute's time.
Well, we've got a minute and 40 seconds to go here, so we'll probably get at least another 2 laps in.
The gap, I think, has probably opened up a little further, Tom, between Very and Lewis Goff. It has another 10. Just the visual out there just looked like Very had a little bit more comfort. Well, the personal best for Lee and Adrian as well in 6th and 7th respectively. Fox Whiteley's very close to Addison Smith, and the move down the inside comes at hairpin number 1. That was lined up round the national loop. He was so close through the chicanes that if he didn't make the move down the inside, he'd have just had to run straight into the back of the 15, and the move was made down there into hairpin 1.
What I was going to say is in the Pro Kart classes and in the Cadet classes, we normally see a gap of about 4/10 gets you into the slipstream zone. With the higher speeds here in the Rotax, it's probably 5 to 6/10. So Lewis Goff could well still be in the slipstream if he can remain in that 6/10. It's actually gone out again to 7/10 now, so he is well out of it. That is Joseph Yao up and over the inside of the D chicane.
Yeah, Fox Whiteley finding a way through then into third place. Yao down to 4th with Smith in 5th place. Benjamin Lee right on the back of that 15.
I'm noticing the side pods on Addison Smith again. They're angled straight down. We've said this before about Smith, haven't we? He seems to
they do go lower in the carrier, definitely on the rear axle here at Teesside. It suits his driving style, as he proves the point by driving down the inside of Joseph Yao. Yao, though, will have track position. Another very generous overtake at hairpin 4, not just by Smith, but we've seen it in a few other classes as well, with people being very, very respectful, which is nice to see, but also frustrating because you put in a really, really good overtake and then basically just go on, have it back, I'll try again next lap.
Yeah, giving each other racing room. I'm not sure this will be happening in the final, but
no,
still what they're realising is exactly there's a long way to go today yet. Still another 2 heats and a final after this one. Last lap board is going to go out this time, and it's going to go out to Charlie Very, who is still pulling away from Lewis Goff as we look at Benjamin Lee up the inside now of Addison Smith, demoting Smith down into sixth place, and then Smith returns the favour and goes back into fifth place.
Well, what happened there, Tom, was Smith was lining up a move on Yao and was 100% focused on getting past Yao and allow Benjamin Lee to get down the inside of him into hairpin 4. Smith was lining up a cutback on Joseph Yao out of that final corner, and because he'd gone so wide, Lee just went, well, I'll go down the inside.
Zach Turner has overtaken Sam Robson for 9th place on that lap as well, off screen, but has made a move and gone through.
Out of hairpins 3 and into 4 then. Charlie Very, who came under attack in the middle part of this race ever since he's driven off. And Charlie Very wins in mini here at Teesside for the first time, with Goff and Fox Whiteley completing the top 3. Yao, Smith and Benjamin Lee the top 6 in front of Ben Adrian. And then James Philip Byrne crosses the line in 8th place. Zach Turner in 9th, Sam Robson and Ollie Paul 10th and 11th. With Frankie Smedley and Finley Fishburne completing our runners here in Minimax. Addison Smith, Tom, still remonstrating down the back straight with somebody, not quite sure who, and the armour once again is still there. So he might need to leave the helmet on for an extra minute and just take some deep breaths down there before taking the lid off.
We'll put an ice pack in the lid, shall we? Just in case there's steam coming out of it. Okay, we will move on as the guys come off the track for mini Rotax. We will move on to our first heat of the day for senior Rotax. Senior Rotax yesterday providing 3 different winners in the heats, but the final going to Andy Ambrose. Paul Swan takes pole position for this first heat, as he did for the final yesterday. Didn't take a heat win all day, but took pole position to pure consistency for the final, but goes off pole again today. In the opening heat, Martin Fisher taking 2nd place with Andy Collinson, who did win a heat yesterday, in 3rd place. Chris Stoves in 4th. Ashley Savage in 5th and Emma Brown in 6th. Kieran Savage in 7th, Arthur Louthian in 8th, Andy Ambrose in 9th, and Sophie Stevenson in 10th. Now, we did see Shane Collinson in the final for about half of the final, didn't we, yesterday? That was his only showing, but nothing again today.
No, I am reliably informed he's got a condition best known as hurty ribs.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains that one, and also the same reason why we've not got Connor Lucas out here in Senior Rotax as well, who we spoke to very briefly yesterday, but said he is very much saving himself for next weekend. Yeah. And his words, it's an important one.
It is. We do have Ashley Savage out. We don't have Kieran Savage out. He was involved in that incident that was caused the red flag in the final of Senior Rotax yesterday. So all the very best to Kieran. We hope that you're okay. And not sure if you're watching, but if you are, do drop us a comment in the live chat. And we'll see. You've been thanked, Tom, on the Teesside Owner Drivers
I've just
page.
seen it, yes. Thank you, Laura. Yeah, as I said, I hope you're feeling a bit better now, and I'm glad that you are.
Seniors then making their way onto the back straight. We've got Paul Swan, of course, leading the way. Around that South Bank corner, Tom, which
fairly steady, this rolling up lap, isn't it?
On camera and round down the bottom, it is a bank, but when you go right up on the top, you could lay down and comfortably roll down it, couldn't you? Like child style.
Could.
No, you're not going to have.
Child style.
That wasn't on the
34-year-old Tom style.
That wasn't on the track walk.
A few years ago. Okay, we are underway here for Senior Rotax heat number 1. Paul Swan holding steady in with that pole position, gets a good launch. Andy Collinson moving through into 2nd place, as we normally say. 3rd is better than 2nd on the grid here, and moving through already into 2nd place.
Andy Ambrose.
And
Tom.
into first.
Yeah, Ambrose is through as well on Savage. Will Savage get the cut back? We'll catch them in the background. That's the yellow helmet is Andy Ambrose. Retired from 2 heats yesterday, won a heat and then won the final.
Martin Fisher still holding on to 3rd place as they head through hairpin 3 and 4 for the first time. And that's a straight line from Collinson into 4. We see that all the time. Is Swan going to get the drive to come around the outside? He does. Tucks back in front. Great move from Paul Swan and great drive off of hairpin 4 on cold tyres.
That'll delight Andy Ambrose because yesterday's final winner in 4th place needs to find a way past Martin Fisher and does. They're not. Oh, they are in the same class. I thought Fisher was running in 177 yesterday, but now Collinson has found a way past Swan. Swan's still to the inside, so still in the slipstream and still has an opportunity to retake Collinson, although gets a little snap oversteer on entry and loses a kart length or 2. If Swan hadn't got back past him on the previous lap, Collinson would probably have another half a second down the road, and then Ambrose would have a lot more work to do. I'm sure he's going to try and get past Paul Swan down into hairpin 1, the same as he did to Martin Fisher on the previous lap. And then the 2 that we'd expect to be battling for the lead, Ashley Savage as well, will come into the mix later on, I am sure, will be there. And Ambrose forces his way through on Paul Swan down the inside.
Yeah, block pass on the inside of hairpin 1, wasn't it?
Swan was almost at a stop, wasn't he?
Exactly, yeah.
And we're going to see that here because I think Fisher's going to be able to tow up right onto the back of Swan, although he is wider on entry into that corner.
It's the advantage of being able to do that, though. If you can get it stopped on the inside, as Andy Ambrose did. There goes Fisher through in hairpin 4. On Paul Swan and takes 3rd place away from Swan now as well. But yeah, that's the advantage of being able to get that kart stopped. You don't allow the up and under. You can get fired off in the corner and it really holds up the person on the outside, as Paul Swan has found out to his own detriment, as Ashley Savage now tries the same thing on the following lap. Swan aware to it this time and alive to the fact that that was on, and manages to hold on position and hold the inside for hairpin 2 and keep himself in 4th. So Savage unable to get through at the moment. Had a good look into hairpin 3 and decides not to straight line it into hairpin 4. This is the battle for 4th place now. Collinson is still in the front of this, but Andy Ambrose is right there on his tail now. So we've got a battle for the lead and also a battle for 4th.
I think so far, Tom, as Savage tries to get down the inside of Swan, we've managed to go through all of the morning, the first heats of the day, without a front fairing penalty, which has been very nice to see.
Ambrose taking the wide line will give him the cut back into hairpin 3. There he goes, and there is a little bit of contact there between the 2 of them.
Ambrose, hand off the wheel. I think that was a bit...
It was sorry to if the camera at the very least, wasn't it? To say, yep, I'm sorry about that. I acknowledge it, and I'll drop back half a second. He's got a contact warning for his efforts, but he's dropped back a bit as well, so he's punished himself in that respect. And we'll go again. We'll use the slipstream from Andy Collinson to pull himself back up. Meanwhile, Ashley Savage has now made his way past Paul Swan and is setting about Martin Fisher for 3rd place.
Half race distance then in this race at 5 laps, with 5 laps remaining. And Collinson and Ambrose closing, and then had that incident. Now Ashley Savage is going to get bounced over the curbs on the inside as Fisher in 3rd place closed the door. And Ambrose, a 41.851, the fastest lap of the race, sees him close right in on the back of Andy Collinson once again.
As they go at it again at the front here. Not sure whether Ambrose is going to receive any kind of nose penalty, but it looks pretty down low. I don't know whether that's the way it normally runs or not. I'm not sure, but we will find out post-race whether there's going to be any kind of penalty for Andy Ambrose.
We often see Rotaxers do the straight line move,
Whoa,
don't they, down the inside?
he tried it again.
That straight line move down the inside.
That's the exact one, and you could see how much he had to back out of it as Andy Collinson was alive to it and straight lined it himself. Andy Ambrose fully locked up the rear. Now, I'm just looking out the commentary box window, and there is a very, very dark cloud about to move over the circuit. Hopefully the rain stays off and it doesn't drop anything on us, but that is
for times like this, I have Middlesbrough on a quick link.
Yes, I do as well.
It says that it says no precipitation for 120 minutes. So
I expected it about 3 o'clock. I was told this morning, so we'll see whether how accurate that is. But that will give the finals a bit of spice and a bit of excitement if it's wet, particularly with our senior pro kart class running slick tyres only. But it is still Collinson from Ambrose, who has tried. He's tried a left move, he's tried a right move, and now he is lining up probably a straight through move on Andy Ambrose.
That's the only one we want to see, straight through or over the top. We don't want to see either of those.
But here he goes. Had a look at the inside into South Bank. He's definitely got more pace here as Andy Ambrose than Andy Collinson.
That's the thing, though, isn't it? You've got the pace to close up, but if you can't get past, because
well, we saw it yesterday all day with Amy
place.
Peacock in Honda Cadets. She was quicker than Thomas Potter throughout the day, but was unable to make a pass, and certainly make a pass stick. She could get past, but couldn't hold it.
Through the chicanes then for the final time, and Collinson defends to the inside. Ambrose tries to run all the way around the outside. The cutback's the only option, but I think Collinson's going to Bambino this one straight to the inside, but Ambrose could drive all the way around the outside as they head down towards South Bank. Gives the kart width, and Andy Ambrose sweeps into the lead with half a lap to go in senior Rotax. Now it's his turn to straight line it down into hairpin 4. Collinson far too defensive on the final lap, and Ambrose takes advantage to win by 0.2 of a second. Martin Fisher will lose third place on the final lap to Ashley Savage, with Paul Swan and Christopher Stokes taking victory in Rotax 177 from Emma Brown. And then Arthur Louthian and Sophie Stevenson completing our runners.
So it was Andy Ambrose taking the victory. We said we thought he tried left, he tried right, and then he just went straight and drag raced him down the back straight and beat Andy Collinson to the turn in for South Bank. Got the move done.
Well,
so congratulations to Andy Robinson. Andy Ambrose.
Yeah, sorry, Tom. The only thing we've got to look for now is whether that move early on in the race has caused the front fairing. Now, I don't say. I think that nose is generally quite down on.
Well, that's what I was asking earlier. Is that the way he runs it, or is it that if you compare it to the Andy Collinson nose of the exact same car, it's actually lifted quite a lot higher?
We might find out here.
Let's have a look. Oh, it looks like he's okay.
Waved through, we'll see. Well, he's waved through certainly into the scrutineering bay anyway. We'll have a few points for the top 3 being pointed in, but we'll confirm that when the results are published. It normally takes around about 10 or 15 minutes after each race to get the final results published, and if any penalties need to be applied. Final race of the rotation, though, Tom, is up next for us. It's time for Senior Pro Kart.
Apologies there, I muted David a little bit earlier. It is Senior Pro Kart Heat number 1, so as Pennant, I will go through the grid. Massive grid here as usual for Senior Pro Kart, and they will go around the circuit on their rolling up lap and then take the cut through due to the massive size of the grid, much like we saw in Cadet Club. So random grids here for Senior Pro Karts as well. Lennon French will go from the front of the grid, taking pole position with Thomas Braid in second. Josh Falkus took a heat win yesterday, goes off P3. Caitlin Frame will go in P4 with Ben Hogarth. And Joe Grinsell back with us today in 6th place.
Returning, he's in good spirits, saw him this morning.
Callum Booth will go off 7th place with Andrew Worley in 8th, Harry Roddis in 9th and Mark Tate in 10th. Scott Tate will go off P11 with Josh Yeadon in 12th. Jack Morris in 13th and Jake Richardson 14th. Connor Jupp in 15th with Jess Alexander, yesterday's heat winner and final winner, taking 16th place for your opening heat. Steve Nichols in 17th with Dan Tate in 18th. 19th goes to Brandon Truman Reddish, who I think wasn't here yesterday either.
No, he was. Yeah, he was.
Was he?
Yeah,
Okay.
he was.
My apologies, Brandon. I'm doing you a disservice there. David Brewis in 20th with Gareth Blackett in 21st. Alec Bowd in 22nd and Simon Doughty in 23rd. Harry Nottage in 24th. Jonathan Allen heading up row 13 with Thomas Hewland in 26th place. Jack Hewland in 27th and Alban Dowell in 28th. Jordan Cranston and Paul Wright 29th and 30th. And in 31st place, Henry Bowd.
Having a look at some of the live chat comments. So Daniel Parr has posed a question. He says, what's up with the front of the 15? Looks damaged. It's got a hole at the front. And I know he's talking about Addison Smith's Nauseo panel. Now, that isn't damaged, and it does have a hole at the front, but it isn't damaged. It's the different style of Nauseo panel. You might see a few in this race. I think we'll have a quick look. I'm sure I saw one.
Find one.
Yeah, let's see if we can find one that's similar. Brandon Truman Reddish has got one, as has one, the kart that's in front of him as well, which I think Steve Nichols is 58 kart. They're both on the left of the grid. So Brandon's got the orange helmet. The green flag is up though. We'll come back to that one in a few moments. Green is up, green is down. French gets a good start, as does Braid, but Braid from second will have to slot into third as Volkus gets himself up into second place straight away. Everybody through the D chicane though at the first time of asking. They're still 2-3 wide though in the midsection. We've got one round at the back.
I'll try and get a number.
That's David Brewis, I think. We'll confirm that as he comes through. Is it the 80, Tom?
It is the 80, David Brewis.
Yeah, spinning on the first lap. Don't think he was here yesterday though, so. Top three have broken away. Tom Braid has stuck with them, but it is Josh Volkus now leading Lennon French round South Bank as Grinsell is up into 5th place, which could become 4th as he tries to move down the inside into hairpin number 4 and does, and he's going to be pushed through as well. Oh, and there's contact between Lennon French and Tom Braid. French keeps his foot in, he's going to go. Tom Braid's in the tyres, he's okay I think, but I think he's going to have to rejoin at the back of the pack. Side by side through the chicane, Lennon French rejoins slowly. Tom Braid is in the tyres, he's getting out the car, I think he's okay. The car maybe not quite so much so.
Yeah, Lennon French is still right down at the back of the field. We've got a replay of it here, and it looks like it was Thomas Braid was right on the inside, and French just squeezed him a little bit too much, and there was no room there, and 2 into 1 doesn't go. We've seen it a few times, certainly in Senior Pro Kart.
The issue there, Tom, is that they weren't side by side. If they were, the side pods would have bounced off each other, but Braid had 1/5 of his kart alongside Lennon French in there. I think whilst it, you know, it's a racing incident, it's a racing incident. I think that one has to be a little bit more on Braid than it does on French.
And that has caused a huge gap now for Josh Volkus at the front of the field. While those two were battling and essentially taking each other out, we've got Callum Booth in second place, Joe Grinsell in third, who has moved up quickly, as has Scott Tate into 4th place. Then it's Ben Hogarth, Connor Jupp, Mark Tate, Caitlin Frame dropping down a little bit off the start, with Dan Tate and Jess Alexander now cracking
3
the
wide,
top
Tom,
10.
into South Bank. Tate's going to come through to take both of them. Callum Booth's in the middle. He's going to get squeezed, and then Joe Grinsell carries too much speed into hairpin 3 and runs straight into the back of the 31 of Tate. Tate's back down the inside, and Connor Jupp. Oh, and Tate's not happy with that, and there's contact again between Tate and Grinsell. More between the two of them as they come out of hairpin 4. Tate was tapping the helmet, telling Grinsell to have a bit of a think about it, and Grinsell wanted to turn left because the track goes left. Yeah,
it was not sure how you would call that. Neither driver particularly happy with that. We've got warnings going out for the 119. I think that is Grinsell, isn't it?
Yeah, will be on. Grinsell's on. It's the 199.
199,
yeah, he's on the grass on the outside. Don't know who the 199 is, because I don't think we've got one, but that's definitely Joe Grinsell in the 199. 31 was the other driver involved. That was Scott Tate. Grinsell's now on the outside, turning back in. Not sure who that is in front of me with the orange number on, the 68, Tom. Haven't got a number on that one. We'll find out. It's Ben Hogarth making the first appearance of the weekend.
And we've got a double warning has gone out, so it's a 199 and a 29.
Dan Tate in the 29 is the other one on the warning. Yep. That'll be for something different, though, because he's further forward. He's here inside the top 3 now, I think. No, he's not. He's in 7th place. He's just off the back of this battle, which has got Callum Booth losing a place to Connor Jupp and Scott Tate running now in 4th place. Truman Reddish to the inside of Jake Richardson, but Richardson has too much straight line speed. He's going to go down the inside of Ben Hogarth, and Hogarth's going to get hung out here as they head towards the hairpin number 3. Truman Reddish is down the inside and slots nicely into position as then Gareth Plackett gets crossed up and loses a few places as well.
Yeah, through hairpin 4. So they head over the line. 5 laps to go. It's Focus. 5 seconds clear now of Connor Jupp. Callum Booth, Scott Tate, Jess Alexander already up to 5th place. And in fact, that is Scott Tate has just overtaken Callum Booth for 3rd.
Alexander might get the run here, Tom, with Booth in defensive mode on Tate.
So we've got 3 Tates running 4th, 6th and 7th at the moment. Jack Morris is in 8th place, Joe Grinsell 9th, and Jake Richardson now in 10th.
One thing I was watching there, Tom, was the almost hardly any steering input from Jess Alexander in the 2 hairpins. It's just like, it's a little flick of the steering wheel and that's it.
Super smooth.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's the way really that that they should be. You know, very, very little steering angle going in. Although, I mean, you would compare that to Joe Grinsell's all wrestling, all action style that we've seen over the last couple of years here as well, where he is very much of the Connor Lucas mould of lock to lock, isn't he, in terms of his steering.
Another warning going out for 79, this time of Andrew Worley. He's in 21st place at the moment.
Yes, very differing styles. We will try and highlight them through the day between Jess Alexander and in particular Joe Grinsell, who is super aggressive in his steering and driving style.
3 laps to go, 2.5 by the time Focus comes into play, because he's 5.5 seconds down the road. He's already entering South Bank at the moment, but then it's Jupp using all of the track and some of the extremities on exit of hairpin 2 in front of Tate, Alexander, Booth, Dan Tate, Mark Tate, Joe Grinsell, Jack Morris and Jake Richardson, who's the driver we see on the screen at the moment at the back of this 3-kart train. Grinsell heading the way from Morris.
Yeah, it's very much a race for second at the moment. It is being headed by Connor Jupp. Scott Tate is right there though now in that train, as is Jess Alexander, and Callum Booth as well is not far behind. But I think it's going to be Jupp versus Tate versus Alexander for second place here.
French has recovered well, Tom, back to 24th. You see him there with the red background with the 120, having been well down towards the tail end of the field. Braid's just about catching up as well, having been in the wall on the end of lap number 2.
Jupp feeling the need to go defensive down the back straight and into South Bank. Last lap board comes out for Josh Falkus. Jess Alexander up the inside of hairpin 4.
Tate's life track position through there though, and Alexander will have to relent. This will allow Callum Booth and Dan Tate back into play, and Mark Tate as well with a great showing just off the back of that in 7th place. Falkus exiting hairpin 2, the gap out to 6.5 as you'd expect with the train behind battling, and it is now a 5-kart train with Jupp in front, Alexander down the inside of Scott Tate. Tate might have more run, but he's going to be bounced on the outside on that rumble strip, and Jess Alexander may well have track position. Scott Tate trying to close the door, and Callum Booth's coming through, as is Dan Tate. Scott Tate on the outside, hung out to dry. Dan Tate down the inside of Callum Booth, and there's contact, and he spins to the inside onto the grass. Focus in all of that has already crossed the line for the victory. Jupp's going to get second. Jess Alexander, Callum Booth, Mark Tate, Scott Tate, Joe Grinsell, Jack Morris, Jake Richardson, Brandon Truman Reddish, and then Dan Tate crossing the line in 11th
Yeah, dropped
place.
outside of the top 10 at the end of that one.
There's your race winner. We might as well show him on camera for about the first time in this race.
He was in another league, wasn't he?
Yeah.
In fact, he's so far in front on the rolling up lap. He's about half a lap. Slowing down lap. He's still about half a lap in front.
He's on Weybridge.
Pretty much, yeah.
Big shout out, I want to give in that one to Josh Yeadon in 17th place. Broke a chassis last night, went home, got another one, bolted the engines to it. It's his dad's chassis, probably the first time that he's raced that one in a long time. Great result in 17th there for Josh Eden on a kart that he's only turned five laps on this morning.
Yes, indeed. And everybody rolling in now. We'll take a few minutes or so to clear this one, but that brings to a close our first round of heats for the day. Congratulations to Josh Folkus with what essentially amounted to a Sunday drive at the front of that one.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to the hole in the Nauseo panel because we can see one here on the Simon Dougherty's.
There you go.
It's just a different style, you know, as is the 94, then the 4. You know, they're coming in. There's just you can get different types of bodywork for all of these karts. The bowed kart there's got a different one. That's the old school kart we were talking about yesterday, the Retro 171 that we were a massive fan of. But yeah, different Nauseo panels, different styles on all the karts. We were speaking to somebody on Friday here about whether it makes any difference or anything. They were saying that very little. This is the only thing that it really does do is if it rains, the water tends to come up it and just hit you straight in the face, straight out the little hole at the top, straight in the visor. So
absolutely what you need, isn't it, when it's raining?
It's great in the dry, but not in the wet.
Does it cool you down at all? Is there any aero effect there as it hits your chest or anything like that?
Can you imagine that in the middle of the 24, coming for a pit stop and they just pour half a litre of water in the bottom of it to cool you down as it just flicks up at your face periodically? Bambinos, though, fought their second heat and making their way round onto track.
Yes, so lots of different bodywork in senior pro karts that we see, and you will see even more different ones with what we call the hot dog nose in the Rotax classes as well, which has got 2 higher sides and then a big channel in the middle for supposedly more aerodynamic as well, although very doubtful, in my opinion. Heat number 2 for Bambinos. Austin Oman goes off pole position with Chloe McGill in second place. Then it's Buddy Hugo and Riley Morrow in 4th. Ethan McClelland in 5th and Jake Gibbon in 6th. Sebastian McCarthy and Freddie Blackshaw in 8th and James Pybus and Grayson Crawford in going off the back with a disqualification, which that must have been a scrutineering issue.
Yeah, non-compliance in scrutineering means that Grayson Crawford will go off the back of this heat number 2. No. Austin Oman at the front. With Chloe McGill alongside, who took full advantage of other drivers in the preceding heat. Buddy Hugo goes off 3rd. Riley Morrow, who was the unlucky driver in that first heat, he goes off P4 with that car angled aggressively towards the inside as we get a thumbs up from Chloe McGill up to the commentary box. Now it's time to focus as the final runner rolls into position. Helpers are making their way off circuit, and it's time to go racing once again with our youngest chargers here at Teesside Autodrome. Thank you for everyone that's got in touch via the live chat. Please do keep getting involved in that, and thank you for watching us here at Teesside Autodrome. Looks like we are clear to go racing. Flag in hand of the start line. Marshall, it is down. It's a good start from McGill, and she will drop from second into second, will she? Although Buddy Hugo, who was slow away from the line, just appears to get more traction later on, but then gets balked as he comes through trying to get past McGill, and will drop down into 4th place as Morrow takes advantage this time and goes up into 3rd place. Good start from James Pybus. He's managed to stay in front of Grayson Crawford as they go through the first few complexes of corners. Buddy Hugo loses a few kart lengths. Riley Morrow's got a good run out of hairpin 2, but he's going to try and run all the way around the outside of Austin Oman, and does. And Riley Morrow slots into the lead off halfway round the opening lap with a great run out of hairpin number 2 on Austin Oman. Oman, though, at hairpin 3 is straight back down the inside on Riley Morrow, and it's as you were with McGill in 3rd and Buddy Hugo in 4th place. Over the line they come then for the first time. Nothing between them, and I mean absolutely nothing. The nose of Riley Murrow's car right under the rear bumper of Austin Oman. So it's Oman and Murrow leading the way from McGill and Hugo, with McClelland once again in 5th place. Sebastian McCarthy in 6th, with Gibbon, Blackshaw, Crawford and James Pybus. Your 10 runners, although we have got 11 out there. No, we haven't. We've got 10. I'm adding one in. I think it's the way that they were gridded up. I was sure that I'd seen somebody in the final position on the right-hand side, which is the pole side, which would mean we need to had an odd number of drivers. The top 3 have broken away from Buddy Hugo. The timing as they came over was half a second, but it must be out to at least a second now, with Buddy Hugo dropping off the back. But we saw in the last race that 2.5 seconds isn't enough if the leaders start duking it out here in this class. So Oman, Murrow and McGill nose to tail, gap back then to Hugo. This time though, Ethan McClelland in 5th hasn't managed to break away from Sebastian McCarthy and Jake Gibbon. So what has been a lonely weekend so far for Ethan McClelland. He's found himself some friends to play with.
Hello.
Hello, comfort break again?
I was back on the microphone. I got told to get forks by Adam as well.
Oh.
So I'm back.
Welcome back.
And yes, Bambino heat number 2 well underway already. There was we would just like to put the PA out as well about the trolleys. Would you like to just do that very quickly while we're line astern here?
No, we're fine. Yep, just make sure that you do bring your cart to the dummy grid and take it away as well on a trolley, please. It would be greatly appreciated. And we'll also save you from being reprimanded.
Yes, which there just was one while I was on my way to the cafe very briefly. So I just thought we'd do another one just to make sure that everybody is aware that your cart must be on a trolley in the paddock. So Austin Oman still leading from Riley Murrow and Chloe McGill. Buddy Hugo off the back of this one now, despite the good start that he made.
So Murrow's got some speed in that 38 machine, Tom. We've seen him drive right round the outside of Austin Oman earlier on.
Yeah, Oman, of course, taking heat number 1 here today, and Riley Murrow taking a heat win and the final yesterday. Chloe McGill also taking a heat win, and Buddy Hugo in heat 4. So we've had all 4 of them have now taken wins over the course of the weekend in terms of heats. But Buddy Hugo well adrift of this one in heat number 2. He's currently 3.6 seconds off the lead, which is uncharacteristic, certainly for this weekend for Buddy Hugo.
Keep going strong, Tom. I'm just looking at something that is quite important, and I will come back to you in a moment's time.
Okay, so Austin Oman taking that standard Bambino defensive line down the right-hand side of the track into into South Bank, as we've got the we've got Ethan McClelland pulling off.
Problems from Ethan McClelland. That cart going slowly down the back straight, arm up in the air to rightfully let the drivers know behind that cart is going very, very slowly. I think the marshal might try and stop him down there at hairpin 3 unless that cart can be brought back safely, but seems to be going all right, Tom, just not at the same pace.
Yeah, obviously had an issue coming out of hairpin 2. May well have righted itself, and is slow again coming off of hairpin 4. So it's definitely something bottom end. I'll have a look whether Ethan McClelland is going to come into the pits, and indeed arm is up, and it looks like Ethan McClelland is going to retire, unfortunately, from heat number 2, our most consistent driver of the weekend so far, coming a cropper in terms of mechanical issues in heat 2. Right now, Riley Murrow got essentially forced to the outside by overspeed coming into South Bank, and Chloe McGill couldn't take advantage of that. I thought she was going to fill the gap there on the inside, of Riley Morrow and close up on the back of Austin Oman, but couldn't quite do it. Essentially chose the wrong line and chose to follow Riley Morrow instead. But Morrow has gone through and swept round the outside of Austin Oman, as has Chloe McGill.
Superb move. Morrow was through, but McGill forcing her way up into second place. We'll come back to what I wanted to speak about after this race, Tom, because I think this one's got a bit more to run as McGill tries to get past Riley Morrow, but it does involve these three drivers right at the front.
Okay.
So don't go anywhere, folks. There is quite an interesting statistic coming up for you.
Oh, it's a statistic rather than breaking news?
Well, it's a bit of both, actually, Tom.
Okay.
And I will tell you in 1 minute and 30 seconds time, plus 1 lap. So 2 minutes and 30 then, basically.
So there, as you were, coming over the line, Oman taking that wider entry into hairpin 4. He's going to try and get the cut back and couldn't quite get it done. Instead runs into the back of Chloe McGill, gives her a little tap out of the corner. That's going to help her and slow Oman's progress because he couldn't quite get the cut back done in time.
He's lost 5 kart lengths, Tom.
Exactly, that's held him up. Yeah, it pushed McGill and Morrow along and held back Oman instead.
It's going to take a lot now for Austin Oman to close back up. Unless, obviously, we saw Morrow and McGill, if they decide to start arguing over track position.
We were looking at the battle for 5th there briefly between Gibbon and McCarthy. McCarthy and Crawford for 6th place, that was.
Round the South Bank corner, nothing between them, as you can see there as they come through. Chloe McGill genuinely underneath the rear bumper of Ethan McClelland.
Which is quite difficult to do on these Bambino cuts because they run so low. But the noses are quite high.
Yep, 2 laps remaining
underneath it, you're right.
2 laps, Tom, because they're going to cross the line with 11 seconds remaining. So they'll get the last lap board next time round to complete. Will be 10 laps in this Bambino second heat. And
McGill now pushing Morrow along, as she has been doing for the whole of the previous lap. They've now dropped Oman by 3/4 of a second through that lap, just by virtue of running nose to tail and pushing each other along. McGill using the slipstream of Riley Morrow to full effect. And that's pulling her closer to Morrow, who in then turn is using that speed to tap Morrow in front and push him away again. So this is exactly what we're going to see next weekend during the 24-hour. Lots of teams working together. 2 karts work better than 1, especially around here.
Yeah, you'll even find that where it'll be like rival teams, not everybody that's competing together. They'll just if you find someone on track that's of a similar pace,
it's better to work together. Yeah, exactly that. Last lap board is out now. Riley Morrow takes the last lap board in the lead. McGill is still right there for 2nd place. There's going to be some lap traffic coming into play as well. Potentially James Pybus might be going a lap down here, and Chloe McGill could use this to her advantage. Pybus seems aware of the situation.
Oh, he does, and moves out of the way. Good awareness then for the driver of the 5.
Yes, and good driving by James Pybus. They go nose to tail into South Bank for the final time.
Well, Grayson Crawford has moved up a place, Tom, on the final lap in his quest to come back through the field from last place. Up into 6th now as Chloe McGill tries a bit of a move on Ethan McClellan, but I don't think that's going to work out. She's going to need a good run out of the final corner, draws alongside, and is going to try an audacious move round the outside. There's contact between the two of them. It's a drag race, and McGill snatches the victory at the line from Riley Morrow with Austin Oman in 3rd place.
She is very good at doing that, isn't she?
0.034 of a second between them. And that 3/4 of a second, Tom, was the only 3/4 of a second that Chloe McGill led of that race.
And we saw the exact same thing yesterday, where she gets really good drive out of hairpin 4 and manages to take advantage of situations unfolding in front of her. Chloe McGill, opportunistic as ever, taking heat number 2 here. So 1 to Austin Oman, who finished 3rd on the road, and 1 to Chloe McGill today.
Do you think that last corner's brought on the arrival of her baby brother by a few hours?
Maybe. Maybe.
What I wanted to speak about, Tom, is, do you remember the Formula One qualifying session at Jerez in 1997?
Yes, I do. That's where all three of them set the first. I can't remember the names, but they all set the same time,
it was
didn't
Schumacher, Villeneuve, and Frentzen, not necessarily in that order.
At least I remembered that part, though.
In that race.
Are you not impressed? Are you not entertained?
Yes, but you'll be more entertained by this.
Go on.
In that race, Chloe McGill, Riley Morrow, and Austin O'Man all set identical lap times on the same lap at 57.
And here we have it on camera.
6:42, a new lap record set, but it goes to O'Man because he set it first.
So all three of them have set equal
All three
lap
of them
records.
have broke the lap record, but it goes to O'Man because he sets it first.
Wow.
And by set it first, I mean like that much first.
You could see the gaps, so they were apart. Yeah.
So
wow.
they've crossed the line and set exactly the same lap time on the same lap. But the new lap record goes to Austin O'Man.
Very, very rare that I will even offer this opportunity, but congratulations, David. That is a stat and a half. Well done, and well done to the three drivers as well with a brand new lap record. It's been tumbling all weekend. We were doing 57.9s yesterday, so we're already 0.3 faster than that. We're getting close to breaking the 57 barrier, David, here.
We are, aren't we? It's starting to get like unreal quick in Bambino.
It is.
Next up, though, it's time for Junior Pro Kart, heat number 2.
Junior Pro Kart heat number 2 is going to be headed by Marty Gilfillan. Ben Arnold taking second, with Oliver Watson in third, Danny Bean in fourth, and Finn Collister in fifth. Sebastian Pereira in sixth place, rounding out row 3. Amy Frame going off fourth, the front of row 4, with Sophie Pawsey in 8th, Harry Brown in 9th, and Joe Arnold rounding out your top 10. Then it's Harvey Still and Christian Oblag. Max Shields in 13th, and Leon Wilson in 14th. There we have the 141 of Marty Gilfillan. First time here this weekend, and you are very, very welcome. And taking a pole position as well in heat number 2. So, looking forward to this one, David, and still reeling from your lap record stat, to be perfectly honest. And I liked the reference to Jerez as well.
I do love myself a historic F1 season review.
Unlike most of our drivers here as well today, I'm old enough to actually remember that happening.
From the static cam, I can see a hat that moves. Green is down, we're away and racing. Gilfillan can't get away as quickly as she may well have hoped. And through goes the 9 of Ben Arnold into the lead. Watson slots into third place, with Bean in fourth and Seb Pereira in fifth place. Max Shields from the back row has started to make his way through, past Finn Collister, Harry Brown and Leon Wilson, who was alongside him. And then he's down the inside of Christian Oblag. You'll catch him coming into sight in the background. There he is, right behind Heat 1 winner Harvey Still. Oliver Watson pushes Marty Gilfillan down the back straight, with Seb Pereira already now up into fourth, and that will quickly become third down the inside. They're 3 wide on entry into hairpin number 3. Max Shields is on the outside. He's going to have to be brave because Oblag is back down the inside of him. They're still 2 wide all the way through. Still is on the outside of Oliver Watson, slots back in, but Pereira is up into second place, and then Amy Frame gets into the back of Marty Gilfillan, but Gilfillan holding on to third place.
Max Shields got hung out high and dry through the D chicane, ended up having to bounce over the exit of it, and they are still side by side. We still haven't sorted this out. We're a lap and a half into the race, and they're still side by side as they go down the back straight.
They're going to be 4 wide down the back straight almost here. Gilfillan outbraked herself into hairpin number 1 ever so slightly.
Christian Oblag just taking full advantage of that and taking 3 places as they headed down the back straight.
Yep, Shields in there, then Arnold in the 2. bouncing over the curbs as well. Shields is going to try and get the cut back, but Oliver Watson in the 5 gets down the inside. Shields is going to try and run all the way around the outside and does, and then goes down the inside of Gilfillan by bouncing his way over the curb on the inside of the dogleg.
So it is Pereira from Ben Arnold, Frame, Harvey Still, Christian Oblag, Arnold, Shields, Watson, Gilfillan and Bean, your top 10 as they came over the line.
Shields is through on the 2 of Arnold there, but then goes tight down the back straight. And is he slowing, Tom? No, I think he's just handed the place back. Maybe there was a bit of contact there between the 2 of them, and Shields has elected to give that place back. I'm not quite sure whether that was the case, because I didn't see it, I just saw the second half of the incident. But Shields then cut very, very tight and allowed the 2 to come back down the inside as the 9 goes quite slowly. Harvey Still's got his arm in the air. He's clearly not happy with something, but he is up into 3rd place.
So it's Pereira is now a full second clear of Amy Frame. That's a contact warning for the 9 of Ben Arnold, potentially why Still had his arm in the air. But Ben Arnold has now been overtaken by Christian Oblag as well. So that the timing screen on the left-hand side is already out of date as they head into hairpin 1. Joe Arnold and Max Shields still going at it through hairpin 2 and side by side down the back straight. It is going to be Shields with the inside line into South Bank corner and taking 6th place from Joe Arnold and already onto the back of Ben Arnold.
It took a few laps, didn't it, for Shields as he's dropped back and then handed the place back, I think, to the 2. But the field quite fractured at the moment and spread out the top 4 with a fairly even gap, split by just over 2 seconds. Then we've got this battle going on with Shields in an Arnold sandwich as they head down towards the first hairpin, and Shields elects, he goes down the inside, but then he's just handed to it. I think the 9 of Ben Arnold outbreaks himself, and that's going to allow Joe to come through on his brother as well, and that,
after you, Claude.
Yeah, something like that.
After you, Joe. No, after you, Ben. No, after you, Joe. There we go. And now they've sorted themselves out, and it is now Joe who is heading the Arnold train.
That reminded me a lot of where Murray Walker said he wants to go for 1st place.
Oh, yes, yes. I'm going for 1st. Said, was it Cleland? John Cleland? I think. Oh, it's going to annoy me now, that as well. No, it wasn't John Cleland.
John Leslie?
No, John Leslie?
David Leslie. I'll let you find out.
I'm going to find it.
You're off onto Google. I'm off onto commentary duty. Pereira then leading the way from Frame and Still. Oblag now 2.3 as the top 3. Still has closed in though a little bit on Amy Frame. We'll keep tabs on that as Oliver Watson goes down the back straight, trying to find a way past Ben Arnold, 7th and 8th for these 2 drivers.
It is John Cleland. I was right the first time. I knew it.
Believe in yourself, Tom.
I doubted myself. Overthought myself, which is not a problem I usually have. Seb Pereira now leading by the tune of 1.1 seconds from Amy Frame, but she now has Harvey Still in very, very close proximity, wearing that new helmet for Amy Frame. Well, new old helmet for Amy Frame that's been requisitioned from Daniel Gardner.
I'll find out whether it's been borrowed or bought.
And Danielle very kindly donating that one to Amy Frame.
Leon Wilson on the inside there. He's going to be about to be lapped by the 14 of Frame. And then I think
Still's going to come up on the back of Leon Wilson very, very quickly and almost got caught out as Oblag and Shields are now there. They've used that to full advantage.
Close that 2.3 up, hasn't it? It'll stay at 2.3 roughly because Shields, they are down, Pereira leading the way. It's down to 1.8, but yes, that really has concertinaed it up. And Max Shields is right on the back of Christian Oblang again now as well.
Yes, and Oliver Watson has overtaken Ben Arnold through that.
Still tries to go down the inside of Amy Frame and does, and then there's contact on the way out between the 2 of them, side pod to side pod. Frame then slots herself down into the seat and tries to get the run down the corner.
She does. Pinch and a half, wasn't it, on the inside, and worked very well for Amy Frame.
Christian Oblag then tries to get down the inside of Harvey Still and has that door firmly closed on him with 3 laps remaining. It'll be 2 when they come over the line, and Seb Pereira has some comfort at the front of this junior Pro Kart race.
Frame defending well into hairpin 4 and Still gives her a tap on the rear as they head through the D chicane. That actually bolts Still, who then, Oblag sent it up the inside, and the beneficiary of that was Max Shields, who takes 2 places as they ended up taking themselves onto the outside of the national loop.
Lap and a half remaining. Pereira probably get out and push this one over. He's got so much comfort out at the front, at almost 2 seconds, what with everybody else battling it out behind. Amy Frame now then leading Maximus Shields, who was in 5th place at the start of the start of the lap when they came over the line, took full advantage of Oblag and still in their endeavours to either stay in position or overtake. Now, is there anything that Shields can do about Frame? Is there anything that Still can do about Oblag as they head towards the heavy braking zone of hairpin number 1? Oblag is tight and Still can't get through.
And Frame is tight defending hairpin 2 as well as they head through and down the back straight for the final time.
Oblag to the inside. Will Shields trying to get to a differing line from Amy Frame? Harvey Still's a little bit too far back, and Shields has gone trying to go down the inside of Frame. Frame's going to have to straight line this, and Shields could potentially get the cut back out the final corner. Pereira, though, comes through to take the checkered flag and victory. Frame and Shields side by side over the line, and Frame looked like she was over, but Shields takes 2nd place, certainly on timing, with Frame in 3rd place, Oblag 4th, and Still in 5th, with Arnold, Watson, then Ben Arnold and Finn Collister and Harry Brown classified in 10th in front of Danny Bean, Marty Gilfield and Leon Wilson.
Okay, so we will have a quick look at the your race winner, because we've barely seen him throughout that one as they come down on the rolling, on the cool-down lap, but we've, and there he is, in fact, Pereira. Sebastian Pereira, your race winner. Barely saw him on camera because he was out in front to the tune of 2 seconds, taking heat number 2. Maximus Shields taking 2nd place from Amy Frame by 1,000th of a second on the timing. So that was a very exciting finish side by side over the line. Just managed to out-drag Amy Frame. Christian Oblag in 4th and Harvey Still 5th. And we will move on as they peel themselves off the circuit to heat number 2 of our Pro class for Honda Cadet. And we saw in heat number 1 the 16 race winning streak of Thomas Potter finally coming to an end. But as we said, the great thing about winning streaks is you can get them started again, and that's exactly what he's going to try and do here. But going off pole position will be Jack Collinson, winner of heat number 1, with Larry Price in 2nd, Amy Peacock in 3rd, Ben Robinson in 4th and Joshua Sullivan in 5th, Holly Swan in 6th. Thomas Potter will go off 7th place with William Howard in 8th. Isabella Stansmore Wilson heads up row 5 with Sam Hayes rounding out your top 10. JJ Plowman in 11th and Harris Ali in 12th. 13th will be Stanley Clark, fast starting Stanley Clark, and 14th will be Edward Rye.
They had that issue in the first lap of the first heat, Tom, at hairpin 1, and just couldn't catch back up with the rest of the pack. So at least they'll have an opportunity in this one to be a lot closer, as long as they can navigate their way around that opening lap.
Great colour scheme there for Larry Price. I know I say it every time we see it on camera, but it is absolutely brilliant. It stands out a mile. Bright orange, bright yellow, and he's got a helmet to match as well. And I love the helmet design. You okay, David?
Yeah. I'm trying to see where about there was the thistle or something in the thing that I was trying to figure out where it was, and it's a lot further away than what I thought. It's because we were zoomed in.
You're just having a moment to yourself, are you? Okay.
I'm having a moment to myself live in front of everybody else.
I'm so glad I pointed that out. So we're going to head through.
Cheers, mate.
Cadets heat number 2. In your pro class, we've got the start line marshal heading towards the front of the grid now, and we will be underway any moment now. Any sign of Alex Lynn yet, David?
Still no sign of Alex Lynn, and no update as to why he's not here, but I've definitely seen his kart this morning. It's down there in the in the Paddock race yesterday.
We had an update on Sophie Pawsey.
She's gone to hospital apparently for precautionary checks. So.
Okay.
Green is down. It's a good start once again from Peacock, but it's an even better start from Larry Price, which he's going to need because he's going to find Peacock on the inside of him and through into second place she goes. Collinson leading the way then through the chicanes with Peacock, Price, Robinson, Sullivan and Potter. Sullivan wasting no time though in trying to get down the inside of Ben Robinson. Robinson's going to be there though again, and Potter's going to potentially get the switch back here as they go 3 wide down the back straight. Who's going to get the best drive? Sullivan sweeps across the front of Robinson and the front of Potter as well for 4th place. Robinson looks like that car is all over the shop because he's sideways round the South Bank corner, and he's going to relinquish a place as well to Holly Swan as Amy Peacock, Tom, is leading the way.
Yes, she is indeed. First time, really, that she's led for any length of time here. It's Amy Peacock because she was battling all day yesterday with Thomas Potter, as in first time this weekend, not first time ever, but first time this weekend.
So as they come over the line then for the first time, Peacock leading Collinson and Price with Sullivan, Potter, Swan, Robinson, Stansmore, Wilson, Howard and Hayes with front of Plowman. Clark makes up a place on the opening lap, getting past Harris Alley. Edward Rye in 14th place. They're all still nose to tail down the back straight. We can see them all in one camera shot.
Indeed, and it is Collinson, your Heat 1 winner, is currently sitting in P2. Sullivan going with them as they make a break of 4 and has a look at the inside of Larry Price.
Price might have the track position there, Tom, to run all the way around the outside, and does so, and Sullivan will have to slot back in, and that has opened up a gap to the leading duo. Potter still right on the back of this with Swan, although Potter sliding slightly wide round the national loop. That car not quite on the hugging the inside line and on the rails it normally is for whatever reason.
Yeah, not quite sure what's going on there. We've got Peacock was starting to move away at the front, but Jack Collinson has now bridged that gap and certainly down the back straight closed in around about 1/10.5, it looked like, just due to the slipstream from Amy Peacock, and is now right there at the front of this race.
Looked like Holly Swan was going to go down the inside of Thomas Potter there as Potter left the door open, but the top 6 are pretty much nose to tail, Tom, split by a little over a second. Then there's a gap back to Ben Robinson, who heads another train of carts down to Harris Alley in 13th place. Edward Rye, who was right with them on the previous lap, might have had a bit of an excursion because he's dropped a second off the back as we see Potter going down the inside of Sullivan onto the back straight. And they're still side by side down there as they head down towards the South Bank corner. It's going to have to be a brave move to run it all the way around the outside there, and Swan could take advantage. But Sullivan slots back in behind Thomas Potter. Potter up into 4th place, and then Sullivan goes wide. Swan gets down the inside, but Sullivan will have the momentum to run all the way around the outside and slots right onto the back of Thomas Potter. Thought Swan was coming through there to take 5th place, and Potter once again slightly wide into the national loop, and Sullivan is back down the inside.
Yeah, he's got no rear grip at the moment. Thomas Potter is sliding around certainly in the quicker corners. The back end is trying to overtake the front, which is most unusual for the young driver. But Amy Peacock looking very good at the front of this one at the moment, looking very comfortable leading here. And has slightly gapped Jack Collinson as they went through the South Bank corner. Collinson still using that slipstream to keep him in touch. Also, there is Larry Price now and Joshua Sullivan. In fact, well, we've got a train right the way back to
Sam Hayes.
Yeah,
back to Sam Hayes. It's the top 10, isn't it?
And Sullivan putting in the fastest lap of the race as well with a 48 flat.
It's amazing what the toe of many karts does, doesn't it? I imagine if we look at that lap, everybody's going to be 48.08, 48.1, 48.1.5. Everybody there in there pretty much nose to tail, all the way down to Hayes, the 11. And then we've got Harris Alley finding a way past Stanley Clark into hairpin number 1. That's going to promote him up into 12th place.
Yeah, Peacock still leading this one and looking comfortable there, but Jack Collinson using that toe to keep him in touch, and I think he's just keeping the position at the moment. Everybody's sort of
Well, round South Bank, Tom, I think Collinson knocked on the door, and you know what that is. You know, they just have a little tap on the rear bumper and let them know they're there. He definitely knocked on the door.
Yeah, well,
round South Bank. Nothing untowards and nothing that's anywhere near a contact warning, but just a reminder that he's there.
We're just in that mid-race lull at the minute where most people are starting to work together rather than fight each other. But we've got less than 3 minutes to go here, so it's about to start kicking off.
But it's not like anybody can pull away, is it, when there's a train of 10 of you? Because how do you break the tow and the train?
Well, you do that by somebody in the middle sending it up the inside, which is exactly what's going to happen here, I think.
Well, Peacock's been a lot tighter down there. Probably learnt a little bit from yesterday where she left the door open to allow Potter to come down the inside. Potter is down the inside of Sullivan. This could lose him more than one place, though, because when you're that close, if somebody goes down the inside and there's no door to get back in, then you could just get hung out. But he has managed to live with that one with only losing one place, and right back on the bumper of Potter into the chicane. Say exactly the same time there, the fastest lap. Was it an 8.4 last time or a 0.48? I don't know. But Ben Robinson sets the fastest lap of the race down in 7th.
Yep, and that overtake did create a small gap to Larry Price between Potter and Price, but Potter has already closed that up and brought the rest of the train with him as well.
See Peacock there now, Tom, as the time comes. She's moving out to try and break that slipstream to those carts behind because they're all getting pushed through. And she's doing what she needs to do there by just chopping out and trying to fracture everybody so that nobody gets a slipstream, because if she moves, then everybody takes a different position and a different line.
And by being on that white line as well, it means that everybody else has got to go round her. Even if they've got the overspeed, they can't get on the inside and overtake.
Yeah,
so she's doing very well
though
here
now, Tom, because Sam Hayes has got past Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, but in doing so, they've dropped 7/10 off the back of this train. So, but all it takes is one overtake, and everybody will be back to where they are. Much more noticeably, though, Tom, everybody's tighter into hairpin 1. Nobody wants to leave the door open.
No, Holly Swan and I think it was Ben Robinson going side by side as well through hairpin 1 and 2, and that's created a bit of a gap then to Joshua Sullivan.
Even though nobody's overtaken someone, this for me has been an enthralling technical battle and strategic as to how everybody does things, as Potter is the first to show his hand and runs Price out onto the rumble strips. They're side by side. Price isn't giving that one up and comes back through into 3rd place, but it's fractured it now, Tom, because the top 2 have got 4 kart lengths on the rest of the pack.
That's correct. There's still going to be at least 2 laps to go here as they head into hairpin 1.
Sullivan down the inside of Potter. Will Potter try and keep his foot in and run back down inside of 2? Sullivan gets the switch back on Potter, and they'll be side by side down the back straight. Now they've got to find somebody to push them through. Sullivan is through on Potter. Thought Swan was going to try and get in the back of the slipstream as well, but now Price has already managed to break back onto the leading trio, and they're back to as they were, all in a straight line.
Pretty much, yeah. Potter's still looking pretty aggressive, trying to get past Sullivan on the inside of hairpin 4, but that's going to put him in poor position. Yeah, and Swan's going to take full advantage of that and move past. Is she? No. Potter's going to drop back into position. Last lap board is out. It is still Amy Peacock from Collinson from Price. Your front 3 now. A gap has appeared. Quite a significant one for the first time in this race.
We've gone into 2 3s and a 4, haven't we? Because Sam Hayes has made inroads into William Howard.
What has Jack Collinson got in an answer for Amy Peacock?
Tom. He's got a lot.
He's got a big drag and a big pull around the outside, but Larry Price is going to fill that gap as he got hung out to dry. Couldn't quite get in front of Amy Peacock as they headed into South Bank Corner.
Collinson was leading that, Tom, for a huge amount of time down that back straight. Peacock, though, out of the final corner, through to take victory in heat number 2. Unless Price can get alongside, he can't. Peacock, Price and Collinson the top 3. Sullivan in 4th from Potter, Swan, Robinson, Hayes, Howard and Stansmore-Wilson. And then a gap back to Harris Alley, JJ Plowman, Stanley Clark and Edward Rye. Still though, Tom, only, was it 4 or 5 seconds, splitting the entire field of 14 drivers in this Honda Cadet Pro class. 5.8 seconds from 1st to 14th.
Yes, indeed. Very, very close action. There is your heat number 2 winner, Amy Peacock. Looked very comfortable at the front of that. Did everything she could have done and did it all correctly as well. Jack Collinson didn't seem to have much of an answer, with the exception of his attempt down the back straight, and he couldn't quite get the move completed. So Amy Peacock took the line, and Larry Price filled that hole.
For me there, Tom, Peacock has learnt a hell of a lot from yesterday.
Yeah, I'd agree with that as well.
A lot from yesterday, because that was not the same driver that we were watching yesterday.
No, she almost looked not scared to make an overtake, but unwilling to make an overtake yesterday, and certainly corrected that today.
Freya Yeadon and Joshua Owen have been on saying well done and good drive to Amy. We'll echo that because that was superb from her. Before they're in and the other ones are out, it's time for Honda Cadet Club.
So Cadet Clubman, heat number 2, make their way out onto the track.
Sorry, Tom, we've got a kart stopped already. That's Thomas Harper on the outside of hairpin 1, looking down towards the right-hand side. He's going to get some of Marshall assistance. Hopefully he can get on the grid. So he's getting out, but I'll leave you to run through the grid, Tom, as Harper's walking away. Marshall's going to go over, but he was looking down towards the right-hand side, and that is throttle cable side.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on what's happening there. I will run you through the grid. Alfie McBain taking heat number 1 victory and starting this one on pole position because of that. Sebastian Benson in 2nd with Joey Swan 3rd. Samuel Yeadon in 4th, Cam Tipping, and Charlie Eibel in 6th. Mason Dinsdale in 7th, Mason Webster in 8th, Ollie Carter in 9th, Drew Davidson in 10th, Josh Hushker in 11th, Riley Bupton Young in 12th. Layla Berryman in 13th, Summer Wood 14th, Morgan Cooney in 15th, thank you for the sweeties. Reese Cranston in 16th with Thomas Harper in 17th and Riley Sims-Ezard in 18th. Freddie Houseago and Alfie Watson in 19th and 20th with James Winstanley and Max Houseago in 22nd. Toby Turner and Henry Colborne heading up row 12. Row 13 is taken by Jamie Balding and Jacob Cartilage.
Just give us a quick chance, Tom, to dip into the live chats. Erin Gordon's been on saying, come on, Charlie Eibel. And it's time to say good morning to our continental viewers because Donna Cowell has been on saying, go Alfie McBain, you've got this. And there is Alfie McBain on pole position, having taken victory here in heat number 1. Just watching.
Got Erin Gordon has said, come on, Charlie Eibel. Donna Cowell, go Alfie McBain, you've got this. Watching live from Switzerland.
Is there an echo in here? Just done that.
From Switzerland? Did you say from Switzerland?
Yeah, both. No, but
I thought
I've
you
just done both of them.
Right, you said continental. That's what threw me, I think. Yes. Anyway, moving on. We've got heat number 2 coming up. They are just gridding up. They've actually gone the long way round this time. They've not used the cut
They have gone the long way round, and I don't think they'll be doing that again.
No. We learned the hard way yesterday, and I think we're doing the same again today. There's
to be fair,
on camera again.
To be fair, they were so quick out.
Not sure
that
why.
I think they might have cut them out. Well, why not?
No one wants to see that.
It's a treat for our viewers.
You say so,
Some
David.
of them from Switzerland, Tom.
Well, indeed. Continental.
Not a breakfast I'm particularly a fan of, like, but...
No, I'd agree with that. Yeah, the continental. It's a disappointment of a breakfast.
Full English is where it's at, mate. Although I will be doing bacon sandwiches next weekend again, as we did last year at the 24.
And they will be a very much welcome cure for our Thursday night, traditional Thursday evening, getting to know you session and catch up as we normally do.
Hosted by something that rhymes with Squirtle Bay.
I'm genuinely not sure where to go with that now.
Well, I'll leave that up to you, mate.
We have a traditional Thursday night catch-up. Let's just leave it there. With a lot of teams and drivers who head out with us into the centre of Middlesbrough. And we have a good chat, good catch-up, and a good few drinks. So really looking forward to that one.
Look at the depth, Tom. It's another 27 runners. Green flag in the air. We're down and we're away and racing in Honda Cadet Club. Yeadon makes a good start from the outside of the second row, as does Joey Swan, but the door closed as he tries to get past Sebastian Benson, and Benson is through into second place from his second place berth. McBain leading the way then as Ollie Carter makes the early moves down the inside as both Cameron Tipping and Mason Dinsdale go slightly wide into hairpin 1. Tipping, though, manages to survive that one, but Dinsdale as well comes back down the inside into hairpin 2, and he may well be pushed through as well by Mason Webster down the inside. So if Dinsdale can get in that gap, he can't. Ollie Carter carrying the speed round the outside. But then Dinsdale tries to go down the inside into hairpin 3. Once again, the door closed, and Webster this time will make the straight line move down the inside on Mason Dinsdale. And they're going to be 3 wide, and Drew Davidson could sweep round the outside. There's contact, and Mason Webster is facing the wrong way. He's going to have to get that stopped because all the field are coming through. He rejoins right at the back, but Webster from the inside with Dinsdale, and then Davidson 3 wide round the dogleg section. Did not work.
10 points for effort for Mason Dinsdale, though. I know he's obviously he's had that spin, and we're going to have a replay of it here, but what skill this was to actually not have a massive crash.
Yeah, Webster was the one on the inside. Dinsdale in the middle and 3 into there. Just
look
got
at the way he's
squeezed
just
on the
held
curve.
that straight, and even in full reverse has not managed to hit the tyres, spin it, or make contact with anybody else. Well done there.
Work to do then now for Mason Webster, who's been run inside the top 10 all weekend, now down in 25th place. Just has to try and get as high as he can now, Tom, because wherever he finishes, that's where he's going to start the next race in heat number 3. That's where he's going to go. We've got Layla Berryman coming into the pit lane with a problem, arm up, so Webster immediately inherits a place, and that moves him up into 24th. Berryman rolling in.
He's already got the magnets on. I'm looking at Webster out of the commentary box window. He's already got the magnets on the group in front.
Leading 4 are evenly spread with around about a quarter of a second between each of them. And there's a gap back to Charlie Eibel and Cameron Tipping, 5th and 6th.
Just having a look up on the banking here. It's incredibly busy up on the banking here. This is probably our busiest it's been all weekend, apart from yesterday evening's race.
Do you know what we need, Tom, for the banking? We need, you know, when you go to the baseball and there's people walking around with the thing with the strap around the back of the neck and the board with all the stuff. Make a killing up there on the bank doing that.
Get your cold beers right here.
Get your popcorn.
You can tell we're big fans of American sport, can't you? And not stereotypical in any way.
Webster,
with our impressions.
Whilst we are following the lead here, though, note that Webster's caught right back up onto the tail already, having been 5 seconds or so off, and is starting now to make inroads into the field. McBain, then Benson, it's Swan and Yeadon, the top 4, with Eibel and Tipping, 5th and 6th. Then there's another gap back to Carter, Dinsdale, Davidson, and then Hushka, a lonely 10th at the moment, in front of Riley, Buckton Young, Summerwood, Reese Cranston.
Mason Webster watch has already moved up into 23rd and is part of the train.
Oh, there's just a spin in the middle there, Tom. Alfie Watson goes for a spin down there at the National Loop. Not sure if that was involved any other driver, but he spins down there at the National Loop corner. And Riley Sims-Ezard as well, Tom, off at hairpin number 1.
Yep, so all of that is helping Mason Webster. It's probably another 2 places there up to potentially 21st.
Yeah, the field, though, Tom, after Morgan Cooney, it's fairly fractured. It sort of wands all the way through. So he's going to have to go some to catch up onto the back of Cooney. Or that he's on the back of the battle that's got Summerwood in it. He's in 15th place.
We've seen Dinsdale and Carter swap places on that lap as well, just as they came over the start-finish line. And it is still McBain from Benson, Swan, Yeadon, Eibel, Tipping, Dinsdale, Carter, Davidson and Hushka holding well in 10th place.
Down the back straight they go then. The top 2 and then 3rd and 4th. This is going to become a 4-kart battle, Tom. Look how much Joey Swan closes up there round the South Bank corner on Sebastian Benson in front of them. And this will become a 4-kart battle, I'm sure. It was 2s and 2s before, but Joey Swan right up on the back of Samuel Yeadon. The 16 picks up a contact warning. That's Toby Turner. Trying to find out whereabouts he is. But he's on his own at the moment, so I can only imagine there was somebody with him 17th. At the time. Yeah, he's at 17th, but with a gap front and back, so I can only imagine he was with somebody at the time and now isn't.
And Webster already up to 19th place from that 25th position that found himself in after reversing down the grid so beautifully. And I know it wasn't an ideal outcome, but still that was incredible driving to hold that.
Do you know the last person to reverse it down the grid towards the finish line? Ricky Bobby. Man with 2 first names.
Anyway, moving on, it is still Alfie McBain setting personal best lap of his own personal race. Still can't drop Benson, Swan and Yeadon. There is a big gap opened up now to the following 2 of Eyeball and Tipping, who can't seem to make any sort of inroad into this front 4. In fact, they are moving away now. But likewise, Eyeball and Tipping are moving away from Dinsdale, Carter and Davidson, and even Hushka, who are all in a group together. So we've got a 4, a 2, and then another 4.
Oh, Yeadon had a bit of a move down the inside there on Joey Swan, and that's opened it up a little bit more, Tom, to what it was on the previous lap.
Benson with a personal best now homing in on the back of McBain once more, but they are still fairly equidistant. I mean, that's going to help Benson still remain in position, but he doesn't look much closer, if anything, to McBain. If anything, Yeadon is the closest one to making an overtake now onto the back of Joey Swan.
1 minute remaining. Dinsdale there on screen with Davidson and Ollie Carter close behind. Then there's a gap back to Josh Hushka. That completes the top 10. And there's 3 seconds back to Riley Buckton Young as Davidson goes down the inside of Dinsdale. Dinsdale then will try and get the cut back as Davidson takes a slightly wider line there. Going to be side by side over start finish. Not for the first time in this race, I may add, because they were the 2 that were there with Webster earlier on. 30 seconds remaining, so our leaders will see the last lap board when they come through. 1.5 laps remaining then. Is there anything Sebastian Benson can do about Alfie McBain?
We will find out as they come across the line next time to take the last lap board. So they're heading down the back straight now. In fact, the leaders are heading through hairpin 3 just off screen. We're focusing on this battle here, which is headed by Dinsdale at the moment. Oh, sorry, Drew Davidson, my apologies. Drew Davidson at the front of this field now. Last lap board is out for the leaders, and it is still Alfie McBain, but they and Sebastian Benson, they've now gapped to the tune of 7/10 Joey Swan and Samuel Yeadon. Ollie Carter now heading that group behind, overtaking Dinsdale and Drew Davidson, who's been demoted 2 places, so something must have happened there through hairpin 3 and 4. It looked like Davidson was fairly comfortable at the front of that group. Hushka there as well in 10th.
McBain and Benson. Benson, once again, Tom, close, but not quite close enough. Unless he can put something special on Alfie McBain into this final complex of corners. I don't think he can. And Alfie McBain adds heat 2 to heat number 1 here at Teesside Autodrome. Comes through to cross the line and take victory from Benson with Swan and Yeadon 3rd and 4th. Eyeball and Tipping 5th and 6th with Carter, Dinsdale, Davidson and Hushka completing the top 10. Jacob Cartledge moves up hugely in that one for 11th with Riley Buckton Young, Reese Cranston, Summerwood, Freddie Housego, Morgan Cooney, Toby Turner will cross the line in front of Mason Webster and James Winstanley, I think, in the 96 kart.
And there is your heat number 2 winner, Alfie McBain, heading through on the cool-down lap. That's 4 wins and a final here so far this weekend for Alfie McBain. Sebastian Benson taking the only other heat win. And still finishing there in P2. So we will move on to Junior Rotax heat number 2. So it will take a minute or two to clear this grid. But as soon as they are, we will head out with our junior road taxis, which will be headed this time by Lizzie Mentier, with Melissa Adrian taking 2nd place. Alfie Wallbank in 3rd and Nathan Jensen in 4th. Catherine Potter goes off the front of row 3 with Monroe Renard alongside. Finley Watson rounding out your 7 runners in Junior Rotax. And that is a recovering 156.
Thomas Harper, who failed to make the start in that one, Tom.
Yeah, great colour scheme on that one as well, though, isn't it?
It's a new colour scheme as well, but I do like it. It matches his dad's Jaguar race car.
I was going to say, it's very retro, very, we won't mention the brand, but yeah, very Jaguar Le Mans.
88.
Was it XJR 9?
Yes, I think so. It was 88 when
was it XJR 8 and XJR 9?
Yeah.
If my
I remember
serves.
having a video as a kid, like pre-DVD days, of Jaguar 1988 at Le Mans.
Well, they were 220 plus, weren't they, down the Mulsanne?
Yeah.
Because they didn't have the chicanes in at the time, did they? And
then a few years later, I think Mark Webber went
airborne,
took off, and then they thought,
in the CLK, wasn't it?
And they thought we should probably sort this out.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they were. That was the ground effect era as well, wasn't it? That was part of the problem with those. But that.
Well, to be fair, there wasn't much ground in that Mercedes CLK.
Not in that one. No, there
was more tree.
Well, it was ground sky, ground sky, ground sky, tree. Very lucky to walk away from that one as well. Peter Dumbreck, I think, was the other one, wasn't he? That got airborne in that. 'Cause that happened twice. That's why they stopped it, or rather, why they pulled the cars out.
Yeah, that. Well, they brought some. I think they still had 2 in the race, didn't they? And just brought them in and retired them.
Yes,
it just wasn't.
Exactly.
It wasn't the first time that one of the cars had been upside down that weekend, though. It happened in practice.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think Peter Dumbreck did one, and then Mark Webber did the other.
Yeah, well, it happened, I think the team at the time, I think they thought Dumbreck had made a mistake until Webber did the same thing.
Exactly.
And then they were like, no, definitely not a mistake. That's a car issue. Mentier then down the back straight with Melissa Adrian alongside. The pace being slowed, Tom, down there by Mentier.
Yeah, which is exactly her right to do, and they are almost at walking pace as they head round South Bank. Not sure whether this is going to cause any problems for sort of oiling up here, but they're certainly not going to be told to slow down any more than this, I don't think. They're heading round hairpin 4. Everybody in a nice, tight formation, as you would expect.
Thomas Harper's cart was pushed in quicker than this.
I think it was. Here we go, though, heading to the line. We've got green flag in hand. They cannot accelerate until they get to the cone. And away they go. Lizzie Mentier with a good start in the end, and Adrian slotting into 2nd.
Yeah, Wallbank then in 3rd place with Potter, then Jensen. Finley Watson makes up a place straight off the start from 7th place up in front of Monroe Renard in the first corner, and then tries to get down the inside of Nathan Jensen into hairpin number 2, but doesn't have the drive to make that stick in the initial phase of the exit, but then he's down the inside into the right-hander of South Bank and is through up into 5th place. Needs to make early progress here, Tom, because if not, Mentier will be away for a 2nd win of the day.
Yeah, I actually quite liked that overtake from Finley Watson, because he didn't take the normal racing line or try and tighten up his line. He just allowed the kart to keep its momentum up, and by virtue then pushing Nathan Jensen wide and not allowing a cutback for Jensen as well.
Thoughts on that overtake, Tom?
Yeah, very nice as well. On the inside of Catherine Potts, just a standard hairpin 1 overtake. Quite late move, but didn't exactly catch Catherine Potter out, and already making progress from the very back of the grid up to 5th place.
Watson, who won the final here
4th
yesterday,
place. Sorry.
And leads the championship.
Make that 3rd.
Our junior Rotax, corner, up to 3rd. And just hardly worth us talking until we wait for the next one, is it?
Yeah, now that we've stopped talking about them, though, it might be a couple of corners till he makes another move. We shall see. Already lining up Melissa Adrian, perhaps. Yes, and there goes through from 7th to 2nd in a lap and a half for Finley Watson.
Good start for our driver joining us from down in Dover. Makes the trip up to Teesside for the rounds here and has made his trip from 7th place up into 2nd. Look effortless thus far inside the first lap and a half. And still with only a gap of around about 7/10. So to guess we'll get confirmation as they come over the line. 4/10, in fact, from the back of Lizzie Mentier. So Finley Watson, at least in the early phase of this race, is on a charge as they head down towards hairpin number 1. Adrian still in 3rd then, with Wallbank 4th, Potter 5th, Jensen sticking with them. Once again going well in the early phase of this race, Tom. Let's see whether the pace is still there at the end, as the handling seemed to drop away from him a little bit in that first heat that he valiantly held on to the top 3 in the early part of.
Yeah, we'll see whether there's been a setup change to make this one come good at the end of the race as well as the start. That is Alfie Wallbank, who almost got overtaken by Catherine Potter and then almost overtook Melissa Adrian in the meantime. So we've got the battle for 3rd place raging here, and it is Adrian from Wallbank, from Potter, from Jensen. Monroe Renard around about a 2nd off the back of these 4 at the moment. But Melissa Adrian, and with a wide entry into South Bank.
That's a change for the lead, Tom.
Yeah, Finley Watson has taken the lead somewhere through South Bank and into hairpin 3. In front of Mentier, so Watson not messing around at all, come from the very back of the grid, 7th place, and already leading in front of Mentier. Now Wallbank has overtaken Melissa Adrian through that as well.
Sets a personal best, as well as that overtake for Wallbank. Adrian and Potter all still nose to tail as they come through the camera shot there, as Potter tries to get past Melissa Adrian. In the background, Nathan Jensen still sticking with there in the 34 machine.
Potter cuts to the inside, down the back straight and into South Bank. Adrian with that wide entry as well, just allows Potter through, or allows the gap for Potter to fill it and go through, and there she goes.
Jensen thought about it there, and I think if he just straight lined that, he'd have got through. But he sort of swept round and then thought
it
about
was ambitious.
It. Yeah, but if he'd have lined it up round 3 and straight lined it into 4, I think he'd have took advantage of Melissa Adrian taking that wider entry as well into hairpin 4. He's going to have to think of another plan, though, or at least line that one up for the next time round at that end of the track. 3.5 laps remaining. The 2 leaders making their way down towards South Bank. Mentier actually managing to stick with Finley Watson since Watson's come through.
And speaking of sticking with as well, Potter, despite that overtake, has managed to go with Alfie Wallbank as well. And Melissa Adrian still hanging on quite well there in 5th.
It has split into 2 groups of 2 there, though, really, hasn't it, now?
Yeah,
in that last
starting
lap,
to go out a little bit.
Although, to be fair, it did look like they were nose to tail round South Bank, so that's something that's happened in the latter part of that lap. But Wallbank and Potter, nose to tail. Potter here, I think, Tom, has probably got a little bit more pace now at this end of the race, but can't find a way through. Wallbank's having to defend, isn't he? And see what I mean about the pace? Potter there trying to get alongside down the back straight towards South Bank.
Well, in the previous heat, if you remember, Potter came very good at the end of that one and took home some decent points from the previous heat by purely having pace at the end of the race rather than at the start. We lost timing there briefly, but it is still Finley Watson from Lizzie Mentier at the front. Mentier putting in her personal best lap of the race. The gap is now 0.4 of a second. Alfie Wallbank we are looking at here with Catherine Potter in very, very close company. Melissa Adrian has not been dropped here either. She's still right there, and Nathan Jensen as well, not far behind.
No, one overtake manoeuvre here from Potter is going to probably allow Adrian to get back involved. I thought she was through there, Tom, but Wallbank rides it out round the outside, and Melissa Adrian is back within a kart length of this battle for 3rd place. Last lap board is out. Our leaders over the line now, split by half a second, and it's down by a 10th. Mentier closing in on Watson as we focus on the battle for third place. Warbank and Potter, and Adrian has dropped another few kart lengths, Tom. I get the feeling that hairpin 4 is something that hampers Melissa Adrian, because she was right on the back round hairpin 3. So, and we see that, don't we? We mentioned before about halves of tracks or a corner with it that costs a driver, and that's probably one for Melissa Adrian to work on. Round hairpin number 4. She goes a lot wider on entry as Potter gets down the inside of Alfie Warbank. There's a little bit of side-by-side contact between the two of them, but Potter is through on the final complex of corners. Watson out of the final corner, though, to come through, take the checkered flag, and victory in the heat number 2 from Lizzie Mentier with Catherine Potter, Alfie Warbank, and Melissa Adrian in front of ever-improving Nathan Jensen with Monroe Renard in 7th place.
So there is your heat number 2 winner, Finley Watson. Congratulations to Finley, coming from 7th and last place on the grid, moving through very quickly and very cleanly and taking victory here in heat number 2. We will move on to Minimax. As the track is cleared from our junior Rotax runners, we will bring you the grid for Minimax. Heat number 1 was taken by Charlie Very, who goes off pole position here in this one as well. Lewis Goff in 2nd. Jared Fox Whiteley heads up row 2 with Joseph Yao. Then it's row 3 with Addison Smith and Benjamin Lee. Row 4 is Ben Adrian and James Philip Byrne. Zach Turner heads up row 5 with James Robinson, rounding out your top 10. Row 6 is Ollie Poole and Frankie Smedley. Row 7, Finley Fishburne. So drivers heading out now for their 2 rolling up laps that we have this year. If this is the first time you've tuned in this season, where have you been?
Class of the season so far for me, this one, Tom, in Minimax. We've seen some great battles all through the year, none more so than the final at round number 3, which preceded this weekend's round 4 and 5 double headers. Of course, we raced here yesterday as well. But the battles so far this season have seen Goff, Fox, Whiteley and Smith incredibly close, and today the addition, as well as yesterday, of the 37 of Charlie Very. Qualified at the back yesterday, worked his way towards the front throughout the day and got himself on the podium, and then qualifying this morning, got it hooked up and started off the front. And despite coming under pressure in heat number 1 from both Goff and Fox Whiteley, was managed to hold on and take victory. Nice blue sky up there as well, Tom. I see a little bit of we saw that cloud come over earlier that was,
yeah, that black cloud seems to have burnt away, or certainly moved away, and looking good at the moment. Looking breezy up there. The clouds are shifting along fairly quickly, so you know the inclement weather could come in very, very quickly and unannounced from behind us. That's the way the wind's blowing as we head to the line for heat number 2 of Minimax. Green flag is down and they are away, and it is a good start from Very and Fox Whiteley as they push their way through, and Smith in fact drops through into 3rd from the 3rd row of the inside line.
I thought he was alongside Lewis Goff, sorry Tom, but they were side by side and I wasn't sure that they were going to go through there comfortably as they did.
Yeah, that inside line pushing right the way through and freight training Lewis Goff essentially as the 3 that were nose to tail on that inside line of now 1, 2, 3 on the track. So it is Charlie Very from Fox Whiteley from Smith with Goff in 4th. Then we've got Yao and I think that's Benjamin Lee in behind as well. We'll just get them as they come over the line. In fact, it is Benjamin Lee in 6th place, who had a good showing in heat number 1 as well. Then it's Byrne, Adrian, Robson and Turner, the top 10.
Very now has Fox Whiteley to try and get past, whereas previous heat it was Goff, but going off that 2nd place berth, as you say, Tom, with the long loop round that national loop corner, we know it's going to be. Fox Whiteley goes down the inside of Charlie Very into hairpin number 3. Can he get it stopped? He doesn't have to, because he's going to be aided massively by Addison Smith getting alongside Charlie Very. So rather than Very being able to attack again, had to go into double defensive mode as Addison Smith got alongside. And Smith, Tom, for the first time this weekend, really looks like a threat here in Minimax.
Yeah, Fox Whiteley, I think, surprised Very with that overtake for the lead. It was a lunge and a half coming from where he did, but got the move done cleanly, and Very had to be quite aware that Fox Whiteley was coming through. And indeed he did. As you say, David, Addison Smith right there as well, but we've got a train of 6 once again, as we had in heat number 1. Brought up at the rear by Benjamin Lee at the moment, but is right there to take advantage should there be fighting and battles going on in front of him.
Yeah, very little between the top 6, a little over a second as Fox Whiteley leads Very round the national loop, their nose to tail. Goff is close enough though to Addison Smith to stick a move down the inside and almost gets past Charlie Very as well. Such was the speed that Goff was carrying there into hairpin number 1. Back onto the back, the train still 6, but now with Goff up into 3rd as Very goes down the inside of a very, very wide Jared Fox Whiteley, almost like he forgot to turn in there.
Yeah, he left the door very open and then gave Very the bump and run essentially in hairpin 3. Not sure it was quite as intentional as it looked on camera.
Very's going to drop 3 here, Tom, because Goff got down the inside and ran him wide out onto the outside, and Addison Smith took advantage. And now it's Fox Whiteley, Goff and Smith in front of Very, Yao and Benjamin Lee.
What I mean by that was that Fox Whiteley didn't exactly hit him hard at all. I think even if you were Very, you'd probably just feel like you washed out. It was that gentle a tap going through hairpin 3.
The pace though, Tom, has seen Very lose a few kart lengths, so that could have been because Joseph Yao got alongside him into hairpin number 1. Got to try and break away and stick with this leading 3 that seem to have that little bit more pace and will probably stick with each other in a straight line for the next lap or 2 unless something really does present itself. Fastest lap of the race, 2 tenths quicker than our leader is Addison Smith in 3rd place with a 52.7.
Yeah, he's got a double slipstream from the karts in front, and that's really helped him with that lap time and also close in on the back of Lewis Goff. Is he going to have a look at the inside? Not into South Bank, but very, very close now to Lewis Goff. Close enough to make a move. Opts against it into hairpin 3. Will he straight line it into 4? No. All 4 drivers still line astern here. Joseph Yao and Benjamin Lee still hanging on to this front 4 as well, but only just as a gap is now appearing between Yao and Very of around about 0.6 of a second. Meanwhile, Fox Whiteley's got his head down in front, and I think Lewis Goff is going to have to try everything he can just to close in on this with the use of a slipstream. Will we see a head down behind the steering wheel? Indeed we do. As you can see, Fox Whiteley moving away at the front now. We've got a mechanical flag going out for the 58 of Sam Robson, currently scored in 9th place. I've got David doing his meerkat impression out of the window here to try and find out.
Now, in fact, Tom, because I think he's lost the place to
find out what that is.
Right rear bumper fixing has come out again.
We've seen that a few times.
Yeah,
this
when I
weekend,
say again, I don't mean on his car. I mean again, because that's always the side that it unplugs out of.
Joseph Yao with the fastest lap of the race in 5th, so doing his best to move up, and Goff has indeed closed that gap and has moved through into the lead, with Fox Whiteley now being demoted into 2nd.
I think, Tom, that's also a new lap record. A mini.
Okay, we'll have a look at that as well.
42.542 for Joseph Yao, eclipsing the previous lap record held by Lewis Goff, who was currently in the lead of this race, which was previously sat at a 42.628. So Joseph Yao with the fastest lap round here in a mini-max. The technical deflag flag is up on the board, and looks like Sam Robson has already come into the pit lane because of that.
Oh, Fox Whiteley now returning the favour to Lewis Goff of what they did on the previous lap, and it's as you were 2 laps ago. Goff leading for a lap, immediately returned by Fox Whiteley in the same place. that standard overtake into hairpin 1. But we have still got a front 4, but, well, it isn't anymore. It's a front 6 because Joseph Yao and Benjamin Lee are now there as well.
Minute and a half remaining. Fox Whiteley leading from Goff and Addison Smith. Then there's a little bit of a gap back to Charlie Very, but that'll close up under braking, which it has done through the national loop. Joseph Yao and Benjamin Lee. Still less than a second between the top 6, and Goff is down the inside of Fox Whiteley. Fox Whiteley straight lines it, and Addison Smith parks the 15 on the inside of Lewis Goff. Goff will have better drive on the outside, but can Addison Smith get alongside? And Goff is all the way around the outside and sweeps back into second place, but Charlie Very is right back into play in 4th place.
As is Yao and Lee at the tail of this train, whether they're going to be able to make a move or not, as they come over the line with around about 48 seconds left in this race.
We're getting 3 here, aren't we, Tom? I think.
Potentially 3. Yeah. Could well cross the line with about 5 or 6 seconds to go.
It's been a frantic pace in this Minimax final with Fox Whiteley, Goff and Smith. The top 3, let's not discount Very, Yao and Benjamin Lee as well. The top 6 split by 0.8 of a second with 20 seconds remaining. They will get round before that time elapses, I am sure of it. Their 42-second lap. Last time they were over the line, it was at about 48, so they will come through with time remaining here at Teesside Autodrome. The overhead gantry says 6 seconds, and it's confirmed at the top of the screen. So the next time they come through, they will get the last lap board, Tom, and the pace has dropped by about half a second a lap because, well, why wouldn't it? If you're at the front, you're going to take slightly tighter lines and offer less opportunity. And as the race goes deeper in, you want to offer less and less of those to your challengers behind, particularly when there's 5 of them.
Yeah, Fox Whiteley again trying to break away at the front, but that slipstream is so powerful here down the back straight at Teesside. Lewis Goff has already made up the gap that he lost. Coming out of hairpin 2, Fox Whiteley as well going defensive will help the group behind to keep in touch.
Board is out then here as Fox Whiteley leads them over the line. 1/10 of a second back to Goff, but it's nose to tail all the way down into 6th place. Hairpin 1 is going to be the first main opportunity. Fox Whiteley will go tight, and Goff has to sit in the wheel tracks as the 3 further back take wider lines to try and take advantage. Very gets to the inside of Addison Smith with a little bump and run into hairpin number 2. He's side by side, but I think Smith's going to have enough straight line speed and then defends that into the south bank corner at the bottom end of the circuit. Goff not close enough to Jared Fox Whiteley here to do anything about him unless he can do a do or die. Very though with the move down the inside of Smith. Smith gets the cutback. We'll see what happens there. But Fox Whiteley comes through to take victory from Goff. Very then with 3rd place from Addison Smith, Joseph Yao and Benjamin Lee.
Yeah, fantastic overtake at the end of that from Charlie Very. It was the last gasp opportunity. Sent it up the inside of Addison Smith and got the move done, but it is Fox Whiteley from Goff, Very, Smith. Oh, and we've got one off here. It's a 99 of Zach Turner.
Oh, we've got
2 off. We've got 2 drivers off here.
Ambulance, please, to the start line. Ambulance, please, to the start line. Urgent, thank you.
We will try and keep abreast of the ongoing incident that's happened on the start line, and we will bring you news as and when we have it.
As that race was still ongoing further down the field, we've had 2 carts go over the start-finish line together, side by side. Both drivers are okay. It's not one of the drivers that we are dealing with down here. One of the carts has managed to drive off. The other one's down here and may require recovery, although there doesn't actually seem to be anything wrong with the cart. We could potentially get that pushed back. But Tom, obviously, yourself and I, we did a track walk around this Teesside Autodrome National Circuit, which lasts around about 7 or 8 minutes.
We'll try and bring you that,
which we normally put out during the lunch break, but we might as well just bring that feature forward if at all possible, and we'll be able to just show you the intricacy, the technical elements, and the overtaking opportunities of this Teesside National Circuit.
Welcome to the start line of the world famous Teesside Autodrome. This is going to be our track walk for as part of the Alpha live stream. I'm joined by my wonderful esteemed commentary partner David Sullivan.
Thank you, sir.
And you will see two cameras left and my right. This is our brand new commentary box for this season. This is where we do our commentating from, where we bring you all the action. And as you can see, we get a perfect view over the start line. So as the drivers start the lap, what they're going to do is, for the start of the races, for most of them, they're going to go straight on where those barriers are. They're not going to be there for the start of the race. They go straight on and into the national loop. Now, some of the classes, they actually take what is known as the D chicane. Now, what you will see, if we can get low to the track, is on the inside of this right-hand curb, the track actually dips down and it gives you positive camber. So you actually gain speed as you go into this corner. The grip level massively increases and then it takes you through the right-hander. Now, as you can also see, the track is sloped then for the apex of the left-hander downhill. And it's deceiving because what happens is the grip level is massive as you get to this point here. But then as you come over this little crest, or come onto this crest, just as the track surface changes here, this is pretty much the crest of the hill. And so what happens is you lose all of that grip that you've gained, 10, 15 meters before. It all disappears. So the back end starts to come around with a pendulum effect, and you've really got to be brave to tuck it into the second part of this apex here before again it dips down off the edge of the D chicane, fires you down the hill, and again you get positive camber into the national loop. David, what are your thoughts on this corner? Because it's one of my, if not my favourite bit of the track, especially during things like the British 24-hour, where you're going out and then you're turning left. But for this circuit, it really is one of my favourite bits.
Yeah, it's a really difficult corner to get right, though, because when, as you say, you come round here, and if you look at the white line down here, it almost straightens up. It's like it's a double apex when you want to try and get that second part and effectively fire yourself out, because there's a dip there on exit. You want to get the inside right wheel into that dip, into the groove on the right-hand side on the white line, between the curb and the white line, and then effectively allow that to pull you all the way around the national loop, then into the chicanes.
Absolutely, and what you will see is the faster classes will be braking as where that bit of extra grip is on the inside. That's where they'll do their braking, and they'll ease off and almost miss this first apex here, to be sure to hit that second apex, because it's so important to get that run. Because even in the senior Rotax, I believe even in senior Rotax, it is flat out all the way around this national loop here. So it's a 180-degree corner, or if not a little bit more actually, looking at it, 180-degree corner flat out, and then straight into the wiggles, which is where you'll join us next. So we've made our way across now to the wiggle section, and what you've just seen is that the camera is deceiving on our live stream compared to what you can actually see from this point of view. There is no straight line through this chicane. And as many people have found out as well, if you try to go too wide, as in two karts side by side, it very quickly pinches on you, and these curbs are enormous and they will launch you up in the air. Now, all that says to me is you've got to either be brave and stick it before you get to one of these curbs, or you're going to have to take to the grass.
Yeah, we've seen it a number of times, haven't we, on the inside, particularly on this final one, drivers going straight up and over. They end up then facing the wrong way in the middle part and here, heading towards hairpin 1, which is the next corner we're going to focus on. What I will say about hairpin 1, Tom, for me, it's the biggest overtaking part on this Teesside National Circuit. You come through them wiggles, it's single file, and then people dive down the inside hard on the brakes into hairpin 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we said, with the wiggles, with that single line that essentially you've got to take, it is a left, right through there, or even a right, left. That's because I'm looking at it the wrong way. But the right, left, through there, single file, into the heaviest braking point on the circuit. There is no ifs or buts or coconuts about it. This is the prime overtaking spot, where you will see the quicker karts will be here and will have the back end of the kart stepped out with them fully locked up, trying to get to the apex. Now, this is a particularly tricky apex because there's a concrete bit of curb here. So it's off the tarmac. This is concrete where I'm stood now. You can also see there's quite a dip. off the end of it where various karts, and as David is pointing out, mud. So in the wet, obviously this is extremely treacherous, you don't want to be down here. Also, because there's now such a drop off, it used to be a case a few years ago where this wasn't quite as worn and you could use this little dip here to kind of rail you round the inside of the corner. That's not the case anymore, but there is still huge amounts of grip on this concrete. But how far over do you take it? Take it too far and it's going to punish you. You want to be tight in here, but you compromise the exit of hairpin 1 massively. The usual line, out, in, out, doesn't apply for this because immediately after hairpin 1, you've got another hairpin. This one's a left-hander, your second one's a right-hander. So you compromise the exit of this one. David, take us through hairpin 2.
Well, what you can see here for hairpin 2 is a really, really helpful change in tarmac colour. Your drivers, when they're coming out of hairpin 1, you don't want to be over here, where I am, on this bit of tarmac. You want to use this bit in the middle, no further out, get out there for hairpin 2. The reason that hairpin 2 is so important to get right and not compromise is that once you've run round hairpin 2, you've then, certainly look at cadets, senior pro kart as well, they're on full throttle from between 12 and 15 seconds all the way down the back straight, round South Bank, to the entry of hairpin 3, which is where you will find us next.
Okay, so we're now at the entry to hairpin 3. So what the drivers will do will be come round South Bank, which in most classes is absolutely flat out, rail it round the inside, 180-degree corner. But the problem is, it's not. That corner itself is 180 degrees, but it forms part of hairpin 3, which you can see over here. So essentially it becomes a 360-degree corner, and it's an ever tightening radius as well, right the way to the apex of hairpin 3. Now, what we have noticed is, and although the sun has just gone behind a cloud, when it does come out, this is very, very sticky. There's a lot of drifting goes on around this circuit, and it catches a lot of drivers out, particularly in the wet, because normally on a kart track, you would go right round the outside of a circuit or the racing line in the wet, because that rubber doesn't build up on the edge of the circuit. It doesn't.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to cut Tom off there on the track walk, although I'm sure that'll come out again later on after the paddock walk during the lunch break, where we caught up with loads of drivers yesterday, and we caught up with loads of mums and friends that took part in the ladies race yesterday afternoon. I'm joined by a driver at the moment in the commentary box who's not only their mum but also their sister, and a number of friends took part in that ladies race yesterday. That's the camera. Is that that's the camera we need to look at. So if Lizzie, you turn yourself around, you can introduce yourself there. I'm joined by the driver of the number 50 Junior Rotax, Lizzie Mentier. Lizzie, let's start with yesterday. You can turn back to me now. We'll turn that camera off, but there we are with you speaking. It's me at the moment, but that race yesterday, your mum took part, your sister took part. Who was better, your mum or your sister?
Definitely my sister. She came fourth, and I think my mum came 18th.
Has she asked for a go in your kart yet?
No, I think she's terrified.
Wonderful. Well, seniors are going out. You stick with me. I'll run through the grid, and then we'll come back for a little chat as they do their two laps rolling up. So it's time for Senior Rotax Heat number 2. Pole position then for this random grid formatted heat will go to Emma Brown, with Kieran Savage, who isn't with us. He should be on the front row. Arthur Lothian and Andy Ambrose on the second row. Paul Swan and Martin Fisher on row number 3. Andy Collinson and Chris Stowe row 4. Ashley Savage and Sophie Stevenson on row 5. Lizzie, these are going to come round for a rolling start in a few moments. What's the tactic on a rolling start? We saw you leading the field round for your heat around about half an hour ago. What's the tactic when you're going out? Do you set a plan early doors to get you to carry a certain speed round throughout that rolling up lap?
I've seen people do different types of starts, but I've noticed one off Finley Watson. He slows right down, and then until the person has to slow down, he goes, and then it jeopardises the other person, so he gets a great start.
So in the ladies' race last night, it was a standing start for everybody, and we were all the way back there. You say your sister was the better driver. She's not going to have a go in your kart, though, mainly because you think she might be scared, or the fact that you're not going to let her. Either way, it was a great event. We saw all the kids were up on the bank watching as well. It was just a lot of fun, wasn't it?
Definitely all the kids were screaming because Keely Smith came third.
She did, having been spun around at the first lap and falling all the way to the back of the field. Senior Rotax are coming through. Lizzie, I'm going to ask you to hand that headset back to Mr. Butterworth, and I'll run you through as they come through with Emma Brown leading the way with Andy Ambrose alongside, and Ambrose is going to sweep all the way around the outside of Emma Brown and into the lead round the National Loop corner. Ambrose leading then from Brown with Martin Fisher in third, Collinson already up into fourth place, Paul Swan, Arthur Lothian and Christopher Stoves, and there's a gap back to Ashley Savage and Sophie Stevenson.
I've just been having a catch up with the clerk of the course who was actually involved in that incident, and pleased to report that he is not only safe but well and up walking and fit to continue for the rest of the day, which is great to hear.
Absolutely fantastic. I know we've had a bit of housekeeping down here and mended a tyre wall or two as well, which is good to know. I think all the drivers, there was 3 involved in the incident, Tom, they're all okay as well, which is good to know. There was a little bit of shock maybe going on, but I think that the emphasis was down there on the clerk. Now, Collinson down the inside of Brown for second place. However, Andy Ambrose has already gained a lead of 1.4 seconds.
Yep, and moving away at the front from Emma Brown in that 177 class, but Collinson now taking second place. Paul Swan there in third, or was, until Martin Fisher had other ideas and has swept through into third in the class and fourth on the road.
Yeah, good move there by Fisher. Brown in third place in the 177 class has Stoves and Stevenson to battle
Whoa,
with. Oh,
there we go. That
yeah,
was
down the inside by Swan, overcooks it into hairpin number 1, and Ashley Savage, I think, had to take evasive action and went into a spin of his own, although now that kart is going very, very slowly.
I wonder whether he's clipped the tyres there and bent a track rod.
Possibly so. I didn't really see where Ashley Savage got too involved in that one, because it was Swan, wasn't it, down the inside of Fisher. And he sort of had the move half done and then backed out and then decided to have another go at it, and by that time the door was closed and Swan was facing in the wrong direction.
Potentially even a steering column as well. We'll have a look as he comes over the line. He's coming over very slowly, is Ashley Savage, so expecting that to go into retirement, but speaking of the voice of experience of clipping a tyre with the front end in a Rotax, and possibly bent track rods here.
It's coming in very slowly nonetheless, isn't it, Tom?
Yeah.
Down there.
Wiggling the steering, so yeah, it's most likely that would be the diagnosis of Ashley Savage's retirement.
Wasn't the driver that was mainly involved in that, of course. He was the driver that joined the party afterwards. And
yes, took avoiding action.
Yeah, and had nowhere to go, really.
Yeah, and a shame there as well. So it is Martin Fisher is now overtaken Emma Brown, but of course different classes here, although Emma Brown has other ideas and is trying to make a move back on Martin Fisher and gets it done around the outside of hairpin 2. Great move from Emma Brown, and is moving away from Chris Stoves, who is second in class by quite some distance now, probably around about 3 seconds. Yeah. Emma Brown is now leading this class.
Absolutely wonderful move there from Brown, a driver that's moved and has for the last few years been in the senior Rotax class, having started here at Teesside in senior Pro Kart, of course, Tom, and leading the way at the moment in Rotax 177 with Fisher behind, and then a fairly decent gap back to the next driver. That's Chris Stoves, who we saw going through down the inside. So Brown doesn't really need to defend this too much, but having that cushion of a driver in between is very, very helpful.
It's quick that kart she's in as well, because to say it's carrying an extra 15 kilos, Martin Fisher didn't have an easy job of out dragging it down the back straight.
No, and obviously there's more power, but even so, kilos slow you down. I mean, we proved that last week when I did some higher karting at indoor and there was a hill, and all the light drivers, you spend a lap catching them up, and then you get to a hill and they just disappear.
Oh, did you have one of these up and over bridge things that they've got at certain indoor tracks now?
Yeah, it had more levels than Mario, mate.
Yeah, they can definitely catch out the heavier drivers. But yes, it is Andy Ambrose now 4 seconds clear, best part of clear of Andy Collinson. Martin Fisher still holding 3rd place. Emma Brown leading your 177 class, we can see on screen here. In 4th place on the road, Chris Stoves was a good sort of 2.5 seconds back, but I think with that overtake from Martin Fisher, has brought that gap down now from Chris Stoves to Emma Brown. Arthur Lothian in 6th place, 4th in class, is only a second back of Chris Stoves now, with Paul Swan recovering in 7th place, and Sophie Stevenson in 8th.
2.5 laps remaining. Out at the front, Andy Ambrose has been dominant in this one. When Collinson moved through into 2nd place, the gap was 1.5 seconds. Ambrose has eked that out lap on lap. So now 5.5 seconds. It may well be that Collinson is just taking it easy on the tyres. We know that there's a lifespan on the tyres, particularly when they're being heavily used. But
and he's not under any pressure from behind.
No,
is
exactly.
He?
So he may well just be taking it steady on them. In fact, when I'm looking at some of his corners, he is like a full kart width almost away from the apex. So he's not particularly pushing this one, because the 2nd place, all being well mechanically, isn't in doubt as Ambrose slides down the inside of Sophie Stevenson.
It even looks like Collinson might even be doing a bit of lift and coast here. But certainly when he went through hairpin 3, it looked that way. Anyway, final lap board is out.
He's doing like running in engine sort of pace, isn't he? Just sort
yeah,
of, you know,
taking it very, very easy. Martin Fisher's actually closing in behind, and I mean, yeah, he's not even pushing, remotely pushing, is he?
No, I mean, we've just watched him run hairpin 2 there, go half a kart width away from the curb on the inside.
About 2.5 seconds off the pace of what he would normally be doing. So
Ambrose leads us round though, hairpin 4 towards the checkered flag, and adds another W next to his name here at Teesside Autodrome this weekend, winning comfortably from Andy Collinson. Stevenson comes over the line to take the checkered flag in 8th place. Collinson crossing the line 2.5 seconds slower on that lap than Ambrose to go out to 9.5, with Fisher in 3rd. Brown taking victory in 177 from Christopher Stoves, Arthur Lothian and Paul Swan.
We need to remember that moment, I think, with Andy Collinson for the final later on today.
If his tyres come good.
If his tyres come good and Andy Ambrose is going to suffer, we need to remember that moment and that particular reason why. But there is your race winner, Andy Ambrose, winning very comfortably. Heat number 2 here in Senior Rotax, and we will move on to our final race of the 2nd round of heats, which will be Senior Pro Kart. Massive grid here, as always, for Senior Pro Kart, and it is a random grid that we do for this particular championship. Jake Richardson will go off the very front and take pole position here, with Connor Jupp in 2nd place. Yesterday's final winner, Jess Alexander, taking 3rd, with Steve Nichols in 4th. Row 3 headed by Dan Tate and Brandon Truman-Reddish in 6th. Row 4 with David Brewis and Gareth Plackett. And row 5 will be Alec Bowd and Simon Doughty. Harry Nottage and Jonathan Allen on row 6. Row 7 headed by Lennon French, who had a bit of an issue in heat number 1 and managed to claw his way back quite well. Thomas Braid in 14th. Heat 1 winner Josh Falkus goes off P15 in the front of row 8. Caitlin Frame in 16th, with Ben Hogarth and Joe Grinsell in 18th. Callum Booth and Andrew Worley round out your top 20. Row 11 is headed by Harry Roddis and Mark Tate, taking 22nd place. Scott Tate starts 23rd, with Josh Eden 24th. Jack Morris in 25th and Thomas Hewland in 26th. Jack Hewland in 27th and Alban Dowell in 28th. Jordan Cranston and Paul Rye round out your top 30, with Henry Bowd 31st. And there is your pole sitter, Jake Richardson. Sitting there quite comfortably. We're waiting for Harry Nottage to drop into place and see if he'll do his standard Fernando Alonso lean back in the seat and put his feet up. Whether he will or not, we'll keep an eye out for that. Welcome back, David.
Cheers, mate. Just jogged it in and got told to run quicker.
Okay. You did fine. I wasn't worried.
It wasn't by you.
No, I know. I wasn't worried.
Oh, no, to be fair, I can hear you over the PA, so I know generally when the 30's almost done, so I can dictate my pace to that.
Move a bit quicker, yeah.
Yeah.
Have
Have you done any shout-outs on the YouTube recently?
On the face? No,
Facebook,
I haven't.
YouTube.
Caleb from my face.
Caleb Lawson-Donachie's been on saying, well done, Jared. Josh Rowan was saying, oh no, Mason, but great control earlier on. Mark Young's been on and he's put bar, but I don't quite understand what that means.
There was somebody yesterday in the ladies' race who had had bar on the back of their T-shirt.
Yeah, with my wife.
Oh, that's who it was. Right.
Well, I do know what it means, but I'm going to pretend I don't know what it means.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Don't worry, we're about to go racing.
Oh, good. There's a welcome distraction. Moving on, and we're away. Good start for Jake Richardson off pole position. Also a good start for, I think that's Scott Tate in 4th. And all dropping into line quite comfortably. No issues as they took the D-chicane in the national loop for the first time.
Tate is in 4th, Tom, right behind Jess Alexander, who is down the inside of Connor Jupp for 2nd place. So Richardson leads us down the back straight with Alexander and Jupp in the yellow helmet today. They're 3 and 4 wide down the back straight. It's Brandon Truman Reddish defends across in front of Steve Nichols, David Brewis, Gareth Blackett, and then Simon Dougherty sliding down the inside using the rumble strip on the inside, the concrete, to find a way past. Jess Alexander has moved past Jake Richardson to lead us over the line. The first time of asking. Alexander, we've got Yeadon off with a broken track rod down there, Tom, that wheel flapping around down there at hairpin 3. Alexander leads from Richardson, but Richardson's about to get overtaken by Jupp down the inside of hairpin number 1. So Alexander then, Alexander leads from Jupp, and now Dan Tate as Jake Richardson is on the outside. Brandon Truman Reddish, Steve Nichols, David Bruce, Gareth Blackett, Simon Dougherty, and Harry Nottage, the top 10.
Alexander had the brakes so locked up into hairpin 1 that there was actually smoke coming off the rear end. We got somebody up and over the back there. I think that was one of the, was it Grinsell? I missed who else it was. There was definitely two involved up and over the back. It looked like a Grinsell coloured car. We've got Simon Dougherty going very slowly.
Yeah, Dougherty's coming in. We've got one driver going very slowly round South Bank. I think they might be able to get that car round before and back if they've got a problem. Could be Alban Dowell, I think, in the 185. Coming round very, very slowly round the hairpin 4 complex, and is signalling to the pits that he's coming in, but no requirement of a yellow flag. Everybody else is he's not going to be through till then. So maybe it was those two that were involved in the up and over, although Dowell was further back at the time.
We got one off on the inside of hairpin 3 as well.
Yeah, Yeadon went off on the opening lap with the broken track rod.
Oh, is that where he went off?
Yeah.
My apologies, I thought it was in the national loop.
Jess Alexander at the head of the field, being closed in ever so slightly by Connor Jupp on that lap, with Dan Tate in 3rd place. Richardson, then it's Brandon Truman Reddish, with Steve Nichols in front of David Brewis.
Josh Falkus already making his way up to 8th place, with Harry Nottage 9th and Gareth Plackett in 10th. Heading down the back straight, still 6.5 laps to go here. All fairly equidistant at the moment. Not much in the way of overtaking right the way down the field, in fact.
Yeah, this one, despite the fact that it has been a random grid, has been fairly steady so far as one of the Tates gets down the inside of Jonathan Allen. Allen's not going to give that one up further back, but Scott Tate is through. That's Caitlin Frame facing the wrong way down at hairpin 4, and that car is stuck in the groove on the inside. I think she's managed to get out of the car and lift it out herself. She does there down at the South Bank hairpin 4, but she will drop all the way down to the tail of the field, with the exception of those runners that have already retired.
Fairly steady away here. Here's Josh Falkus looking at the inside of David Brewis into hairpin 3. Getting that move done with a bit of a squeeze to the edge of the track as well from Falkus, which was necessary because Brewis was going to hold that line if he could have and take that place back. But Falkus now up to 7th place, so it is Alexander, but Jupp going with Alexander at this stage of the race.
Those in front of Falkus, Tom, are all fairly sort of evenly spread, so Falkus can just do one at a time if he wants to try and pick them off as he goes. It's not like he's going to sort of like open himself up if he makes one overtake to another. You see Lennon French and Tom Braid side by side down the back straight. They came together in heat number 1.
I was going to say, it's not the first time we've seen them side by side, is it?
No, side by side again as Braid bounces it over the curbs.
Puts a little hand up of apology. I think that was more to say I clipped the inside curb, which is why we made contact, not it wasn't deliberate.
No, and then it's Callum Booth behind there in that helmet that looks like it's the Formula 1 testing livery.
Oh, with the the
that one
it
there
throws the cameras
13.
off, which is
yeah,
why the cameras
doesn't
can't focus on it properly. Yeah, I'm with you.
They seem to have sorted themselves out into a bit more of a straight line down there behind Gareth Plackett, who is holding on to 10th place.
Yeah,
Falkus, I think, has moved up, Tom, to 6th. He has. We can see it there on the screen. Steve Nichols and David Brewis behind. Falkus is actually up to 5th now, down the inside of Brandon Truman Reddish at hairpin 4.
I'm having a look at the progress of Scott Tate, who's only managed to make up to 14th place so far and doesn't seem to be making much of an inroad onto the group in front as yet, but there is still 3.5 laps to go.
There's
here.
a lot of traffic in front of him though, Tom, and Brady has got past Plackett, as we just saw there on camera, and they're going to start backing themselves into Scott Tate, as well as his natural pace, bringing himself forward onto the back of it as well. 2.5 laps remaining as the leaders are round hairpin number 4 and heading towards start finish. Alexander and Jupp, the gap's been consistent throughout at 2.026 seconds.
There's Falkus now overtaken pole sitter Jake Richardson for 4th and set the fastest lap of the race in the process as well with a 46.1. So round about 6-7 tenths off the overall lap record pace here. So not exactly lightning fast, despite seeing that in other classes. Not particularly seeing that in the Pro Kart classes today. In fact, the Junior Pro Karts have been quite a way off as well.
They have, haven't they? Nottage down the inside of David Brewis. Brewis is going to be wide, and that could well allow Tom Braid to get into the wheel track, so he has to back out of that one, and Brewis only loses 1 to Nottage. They're 2 wide in the background, with Callum Booth getting down the inside of Lennon French, and Scott Tate is right on the back now and slides through as well.
So the last lap board is out, and it is Alexander who has pulled about a tenth more to Connor Jupp, so making it 3 tenths, and I'm not sure Jupp's got much of an answer.
Falkus, Tom, I've just seen out the camera with a dive down the inside of Dan Tate for 3rd into hairpin 2.
As they head down for the final half of the last lap. It is still Alexander. She is going to take another victory here to go with her heat win and final win yesterday. It is going to be Alexander from Connor Jupp. Josh Falkus taking 3rd place with a good recovery drive from his lowly grid position. Dan Tate in 4th. Jake Richardson 5th, taking the Clubman class win. Brandon Truman Reddish in 6th, with Steve Nichols taking the over 40s class win in 7th. Harry Nottage, Thomas Braid and David Brewis rounding out the top 10.
Alec Bowd leads our novice class in this one, with getting himself up inside the top 20. That's Jessica Alexander on the outside, Falkus and Jupp, the 2 behind. So that's your top 3 all together leading round order. Alexander proving tough to beat this weekend, Tom. We mentioned earlier on as we opened the show that we were both surprised that she'd never won a final here in Pro Kart until yesterday. And it could be like buses at this rate.
Well, Falkus likewise, of course, with he had a heat win yesterday and he's got another one here today already, but recovering to P3 from his middle grid position this time.
His next one will be the interesting one with the
right
back
at the
one.
back.
The same one that Scott Tate's done this time, where you've got to sort of like get through that opening lap and then just pick them off as you go.
Yeah.
I think Tate managed to get up onto the tail end of the top, just outside the top 10 there, didn't he, on that one?
It's about being robust, but not overly so, because if you do, you're going to cost yourself time and possibly even cause yourself an incident.
Yeah, Dave Cyrus has been on his. He's supposed to be doing an assignment, but he's currently 10 words in after 4 hours, too busy watching this. Well, he's wrote more words in his comment here than what he has in his assignment that he's been doing. So thank you very much for your support there, Dave. That brings us to a close on rotation number 2 for our classes. We've now got another set of heats before we go to a short lunch break where we'll give you our paddock walk. So it's time for heat number 3 in our Bambino class.
So heat number 3 for Bambinos, headed by your heat number 2 winner, Chloe McGill, taking that over the line with a fantastic drive out of hairpin 4. Riley Murrow will start P2 with Austin O'Man in 3rd and Buddy Hugo in 4th. Jake Gibbon will start in 5th and Grayson Crawford in 6th. Sebastian McCarthy in 7th with Freddie Blackshaw 8th and James Pybus in 9th place. We are just finishing off the recovery of the number 4 senior pro car of, remind me, David?
Josh Yeadon with his front wheels both pointing inwards, and that doesn't make your cart go at all.
Warms the tyres up well, though.
Oh yeah, I'll go for 15-degree toe in, please.
Yeah. So yes, that's now been recovered, and the Bambinos will head out swiftly. And here they come onto the circuit. You can just see them at the top of your screen, making their way through. They will line up as always with their helpers on the grid to give them a little bit of comfort, a little bit of moral support, and a little tap on the helmet to say, "Go on, go get them."
I'm always
Something
interested
like
to see, it's always, whether it's a fist pump or like a bit of a hand clap or a high five with them. I don't know what.
Or a whack down of the visor.
Yeah.
I've seen a few times as well.
I don't know how much they can say to their drivers when they're on the grid, but I imagine a lot of it is.
How much do they take in at that age
Yeah,
as well?
but I imagine most of them it's along the lines of the man with the green flag there. Yeah. Keep looking at it.
Yeah, don't take your eyes off him. Yeah, they're making their way through to the grid.
Do you know,
now.
I'd be interested, and we've got like 10 or so helpers making their way down here. You can see them walking down. Is that if any of them do fancy coming to the commentary box door and telling us what they say to their driver on the grid down there, please feel free. The door is open, mainly because it's quite warm today, and the sun here comes straight through the window where I am, and I shade Tom.
Chloe McGill and Dad on the grid have actually got a little special secret handshake, which I quite like. That's their little routine.
Now, I know there's a bit of a throttle blipping and all that. That's to sort of clear the carb out and get the engine a little bit more up to temperature. But yeah, if any of them are there, they want to sort of like come in after the first lap when things have settled down and just tell us what they say or and then give us a percentage of how much they think goes in.
Yes. That would be very good, and you're more than welcome to join us in the commentary box here and tell us all of that. I think, as I was going to say, sorry, the only class that has this support on the grid, and purely the reason is, that we've mentioned many times before in commentary, but for those who are joining us for the first time, it's because of the age of the drivers. They are very young. And they do need a little bit of reassurance when they're on the grid to stop the nerves kicking in quite so much, which is why you'll see they don't sit there for very long once the grid has been cleared of these helpers. They are pretty much green flag straight away, and already, in fact, the green flag is in hand for the marshal. And we are away and going. Good start for McGill, but Riley Murrow's got an even better start. Slots into second place. Buddy Hugo starting as well as well.
So Austin Oman got away and then almost stopped and then went again.
Yeah,
it was strange because now he's dropped 5 kart lengths off the back of Buddy Hugo and at least 10 off the lead.
Well, Buddy Hugo seems to have a poor initial phase, and then all of a sudden it seems to
spool up.
Yeah, like a VTEC kicked in kind of thing. It all of a sudden then just kicks in and goes, and he gets great drive as they head into the chicane. And we've got Murrow and McGill side by side.
So he's got a bit of turbo lag.
A little bit, yeah. Austin O'Mans goes the other way. He got a great start and then dropped off. So we've got McGill leading just from Murrow. She managed to hold on to the lead, but not for long potentially, as Murrow goes for the cutback through hairpin 4. McGill went wide, opened the door, and Murrow took full advantage of that, and Buddy Hugo is still there as well in third. Austin Oman now quite a way off the back of this, similar to what we saw with Hugo in the previous heat. We'll see whether Oman can claw his way back onto the front 3. Jake Gibbon in 5th with Grayson Crawford in 6th. Freddie Blackshaw in 7th and James Pybus in 8th. Sebastian McCarthy just crossing the line in 9th now, and we've lost Ethan McClelland. We saw him retire from an earlier heat and is not showing on the live timing, so I'm assuming Ethan McClelland hasn't taken the start here in this heat.
No, I've just had a quick count. We've got,
9.
We've got 9, not 10.
Yeah.
So Ethan McClelland, who was without doubt the most consistent driver yesterday until that retirement, with fits across the board. Don't know what it is here, Tom, with Austin Oman, but he is dropping away.
Well, as I said, it's similar to what we saw with Buddy Hugo in the previous heat, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, he's dropping away at 1.3 seconds on that last lap, Tom. That is a lot for Austin Oman, a driver that we know has a lot of outright pace.
Well, he won the first heat.
Yeah, and I don't know, so, when he on the line when he went away, and he did pull away quickly and then almost sort of just stopped and then went again. I don't know whether that was throttle application or an engine issue for him, but he's certainly the leading trio are pulling away. And whilst that slipstream effect is good, it's not 1.3 seconds a lap good, as Sebastian McCarthy in the 56 rolls into pit lane. Problems for him, so we're down to 8 runners in this Bambino Heat 3.
I think if Riley Murrow doesn't know Morse code, he will do by the end of this race, because Chloe McGill is dots and dashes on his rear bumper and letting him know that she is there. There indeed is Sebastian McCarthy in the pits. Buddy Hugo now dropping off this front pair. I think that's mostly down to the pushing that is going on from McGill, but they are moving away fairly swiftly from Buddy Hugo now. Austin Oman now down by 3.8 seconds. Uncharacteristic from Oman, although I believe we saw this in one of the heats yesterday as well, if I remember rightly.
We did. I don't know whether that was, but he was with the pack, wasn't he, for that one? He was with everybody till half race distance and then proceeded to drop back at a fair rate of knots as well. Buddy Hugo's dropped away. He was 7/10 off the back of this battle for the lead between Murrow and McGill as we head towards half race distance. 4 minutes and 9 on the overhead gantry at the moment. So there's nothing between the leading duo once again.
Yeah, Chloe McGill just doing exactly what she did in the previous race and just pushing along. She did take advantage of an opportunistic move that she put in hairpin 4 last time to take the win in Heat 2, and very well deserved victory as well, because she did exactly what she's doing now. Followed Murrow right the way through the race, pushed the two of them clear, and then fought it out on the last lap. Smart thinking from such a young driver.
Well, they're going to need to, aren't they? Because in that opening heat of the day, we saw that Murrow and Oman had 2.5 seconds, and that wasn't enough for them to figure it out between the two of them. Their overtakes and back themselves into McGill and Hugo. McGill on that one, I think, came through for second place. So, and then McGill with that run to the line on Oman in the previous heat. So she's on a second and a first today, putting herself well into position to cement that lead at the head of the championship, which was 57 points going into this race weekend. It will be nice to go into the summer break, of course, because we're not back here in August. We resume racing here in September before rounds in October and November bring an end to the 2022 season. So it would be nice to take a comfortable lead, particularly, Tom, when the drop round provision comes in place, which we'll run through in a few moments' time, into that summer break.
Keeping an eye on the battle for 5th place out of the commentary box window, and we've got Jake Gibbon and Grayson Crawford who are line astern here.
Yeah, they're going round middle of South Bank at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, so they're around about 15 or 16 seconds down by the time they cross the line, probably. You've got Freddie Blackshaw in 7th and James Pybus in 8th, and there they are on screen. So we'll finally give them some screen and well-deserved screen time. The 24 of Jake Gibbon, the 22 of Grayson Crawford.
Yeah, Gibbon back to that 24, of course, having run the 111 in the early part of the season here at Teesside. They've elected to go back to number 24 for this weekend at the very least, but I think that will continue through for the rest of the season. So Gibbon leading the way then from Crawford, 1.37 seconds to go. Oh, sorry, 1 minute and 37 seconds to go in this third heat for our Bambinos as they take the straight line down towards hairpin number 2. And Gibbon has a decent gap now to Grayson Crawford, with Freddie Blackshaw and James Pybus, your 8 runners, that are still out there on track. Morrow and McGill still 1/10 of a second between them, and that is nose to tail round the National Loop corner and towards the chicane section.
There we go, side by side as they come out and through the kink, but it is still Gibbon holding on to that place, and Grayson Crawford, I've just noticed actually, now I've finally seen a close-up, got Michael Schumacher inspired helmet.
Oh, with slightly different colours. It is orange, of course, rather than as McGill actually, Tom, there takes to the grass with
I think it's a Michael Schumacher inspired helmet anyway. I might have,
they've got
seen that.
There's
wrong,
a slowing down lap on the way in. We'll find,
yeah, I'll have a good look
find out because we've just seen Chloe McGill take to the grass down the back straight as she got alongside Riley Morrow, with Morrow closing the door down towards South Bank, so that she continues to push him on towards start finish. 14 seconds remaining. Last lap board will be out next time, so 2 laps remaining then in this Bambino heat number 3. So we're going to get 10 laps of action for our Comet C50 Bambinos.
Such is the pace that they're running these days in Bambinos.
And the 2 leaders will encounter some lap traffic at some point, I think, towards the last lap of this race.
And we're flicking between coverage of the battle for the lead and also the battle for 5th as well, which is, as we mentioned before, Gibbon and Crawford. Chloe McGill still there. Last lap board will be out this time round, so she's not feeling the need to go early here. As Morrow goes semi-defensive. I think he knows what's coming, though.
Yeah, that's the line he's been taking throughout this race, though. Very wide round hairpin number 3, and McGill, whilst that probably isn't her natural line, is staying with him in order to maintain the slipstream. Lap traffic in an area that is very, very single file. They're going to have to try and sweep round the outside through the D chicane, and they do. Well navigated by all 3 parties there, actually, as they go round the National Loop and through the chicane for the final time.
And McGill still pushing Morrow along. They head through hairpin 1, hairpin 2 for the final time in heat number 3. McGill side by side down the back straight, as well as she got the drive to get this one done. It looks like she's beaten him to the white line on the inside and indeed has cleared Riley Morrow. So once again, a final lap overtake from Chloe McGill.
More lap traffic, Tom.
Yeah, lap traffic is coming up, but I'm not sure that Riley Morrow's going to have any kind of answer here for Chloe McGill. She goes on the inside of hairpin 4.
Morrow's got alongside. It's going to be a long way round the outside for him, though. Chloe McGill, and he slots in, tries to cut to the inside, but McGill takes the victory from Riley Morrow with Buddy Hugo 3 seconds further down the road in 3rd place. Then it's going to be Austin Oman in 4th. Then there's this battle still going on, Tom, between Gibbon and Crawford. Crawford gets to the inside on the final bit, but chops across and can't, I don't think, get past. Gibbon here keeps his footing all the way to the line, but Gibbon with 5th place, Crawford in 6th.
So it's as you were, but very mature drive once again from Chloe McGill, holding 2nd place and just working with Riley Morrow and then just picking him off at the end. Very, very mature drive, and the 2nd time today that we've seen that. So what's Riley Morrow got in response?
Well, he's got one more opportunity, Tom, for us to find out, and that will probably be in around 2 hours' time, because we've obviously got the lunch break to add in after this cycle of heats here at Teesside Autodrome. Next one up, though, it's time for Junior Pro Kart.
Junior Pro Kart heat number 3 will be getting underway very shortly once the track is cleared. And I've just had a look at the Michael Schumacher inspired helmet and made a decision that it isn't. So it's just an orange helmet. I mean, it's a very nice orange helmet.
It's very big of you there, Tom, to admit that you were wrong.
Well, it's unusual. These things happen, so we've got to count them when we can. Anyway, Leon Wilson heading the grid for Junior Pro Kart heat number 3. Amy Frame will go from 2nd place with Maximus Shields in 3rd, Sebastian Pereira in 4th, Christian Oblag in 5th, and Finn Collister in 6th. Harvey Still brings up row 4 with Danny Bean and Joe Arnold, Oliver Watson in 10th, Harry Brown in 11th, and Ben Arnold in 12th. Sophie Pawsey and Marty Gilfillan in bringing up the rear of the field for this one. Although we've got Sophie Pawsey on the grid, on the grid titles.
On the graphics, she's not.
But I don't think she's on the grid today. Due to an unfortunate incident yesterday.
No, this morning, Tom.
Was it this morning? Of course. Well, it feels like yesterday. It's been a long time. It's been a long day.
We've been here both days.
We have been here both days. They've both rolled into one.
Definitely this morning. I think she's injured her arm, Tom, so yeah, she's not going to be back out for the remainder of the day. It
feels like yesterday already.
It's just rolling into one, isn't it? It's not the 24, mate.
No, I know, but I mean, it's kind of what it feels like. It feels like I've had an evening off and come back and we're still racing.
Marshall making his way to the head of the field then here in Junior Pro Kart. Leon Wilson in the 68 on pole position. Shields right behind him, Frame on the outside of the front row, leaning forward to try and get as much weight off them engines as she possibly can, and gets a great start and tries to get alongside Wilson into the D chicane. Wilson holds firm and leads them round, and that's going to allow Max Shields, I think, to get to the inside of Amy Frame. Frame's going to try and keep her footing. They're side by side through there. They're all bouncing over the curbs. And Christian Oblag from 4th place will lead at least for half a corner round hairpin 1 before Frame wrestles it back.
Great move from Oblag. And it's actually going to go from 4th to 1st and back down to 3rd again in the space of a corner.
Yeah, Pereira around the outside, although I think Oblag's going to hold that one, Tom, as Pereira got a little bit of snap oversteer. And Max Shields gets down the inside. Right there, though, lurking in the background, Harvey Still to take advantage of Max Shields as Oblag forces his way through on Amy Frame down the inside into hairpin number 3. Shields, though, is back into 3rd place, although catches too much curb and then runs over the rumble strip ever so slightly. Slots back in, though, into that 3rd place that he grabbed on entry into that D chicane. So it's Oblag leading the way then from Frame. Now it's Shields, Pereira, Still, Arnold, then Finn Collister holding off Oliver Watson's number 5.
Yeah, they head down this straight. You can see Frame and Shields feeling the need to do the gopher as they pop down behind the steering wheel. Behind Seb Pereira is 4th now, and Oh, it's actually gone wide there with Harvey Still, and that's let Joe Arnold through in the 2. We've got a contact warning for Christian Oblag for that first lap thing, and another one for Max Shields as well in the number 181 as we saw him go through the D chicane right behind Amy Frame.
Yep, Shields close enough here to potentially make a move into hairpin 1, but Frame tight enough not to allow Shields to move through down the inside. Still is in the background trying to make a move down the inside of Sebastian Pereira. Pereira rides that one out round the outside and still has to slot back in as Oliver Watson has found a way past Finn Collister in the same way that Max Shields has found a way past Amy Frame down there at South Bank.
Yeah, and moving through now is Max Shields into second. We're still looking at the group behind, which is now headed by Frame with Joe Arnold, Seb Pereira, Harvey Still, Oliver Watson and Finn Collister.
As they came over the line there, Shields was obviously shown his contact warning flag and actually just nodded to the man on the start line to acknowledge that he'd seen it.
Yes. And probably it's a fair cop, Gov, one of those nods.
He's bouncing it over the curbs down there, as are a lot of them, Tom. Very, very tight into hairpin 2. I've seen a lot of drivers today bouncing it over the curb. Not the one on the outside, the inside curb, the dog-toothed one.
There goes Pereira on the inside of Joe Arnold, and moving through as well is Harvey Still. He's going to go and take the follow Sebastian Pereira's wheel tracks and fill that gap that was left by Joe Arnold. Joe Arnold shuffling down 2 places. Max Shields is now back on the tail of
I was about to say
Oblag.
the top 2 have come together here, haven't they? Under investigation, Tom. Christian Oblang in the 76, the race leader. Not sure what that's for, unless it's a progression of the either the contact warning he got, but Shields is down the inside into hairpin number 2 on Oblag. Will he run it Oblag outside? He doesn't, although there is a bit of contact as Oblag tries to turn in and puts his hand up to acknowledge that one. So nothing untoward, really. Both of them sort of just going, yeah, that was probably a little bit on both of them.
Steering towards each other.
Yeah, exactly, as they tried to get the optimum line. Whether that under investigation for Oblang is a progression from the incident that happened with Amy Frame on the opening lap, but normally with under investigation, normally means they've got a little jumpy at the green.
Yeah, a bit of a shake of the head there for Oblag as he came over the line and acknowledged that as well. So he's obviously disagreeing with whatever it is at the moment.
He might not know what it is for, that's the thing, Tom, but he's got to keep his head down because we're back to a train of 6 karts with the overtaking in there between Shields and Oblang. We've got Frame and then Pereira, Still and Arnold all split by just over a second.
Yeah, big train here that we've got going on. Only a second separating the leader from 6th place, Joe Arnold. Can Oblag respond in any way to the overtake from Shields as Shields bounces over the inside curb on the right-hand side?
Mechanical sympathies out of the window for all of the top 6. They all took the same line, didn't they?
Yeah, well out the window in this sprint race, in this one in particular.
Yeah, they were in the wheel tracks and everybody bounced over the curbs. Amy Frame tighter than Max Seb Pereira and Harvey Still into hairpin number 1.
And 2 as well. Is that going to compromise her exit speed? Probably not if she ducks down behind the steering wheel like that all the time. We've got another warning going out for the 23 of Danny Bean, currently showing in 10th place.
Very, very close to Ben Arnold and Harry Brown.
I was just going to say exactly that, David. Yes, somewhat in the sandwich in that 3.
The bit of field spread now at the front, Tom, as they go down to 3 laps to go. Shields has got 3/10 as Oblag on Frame. Subsequently the same to Pereira, but he's got Harvey Still right behind him for company. Now right alongside him and right in front of him now for company as he moves through at hairpin number 1.
2.5 laps to go here. It is still Shields from Oblag from Frame, but now with that overtake that's still put on Pereira, a slight gap opening up to the front 3. Whether Harvey Still has got any kind of response in terms of pace, or Pereira is going to send one back up the inside in a few moments' time,
Frame
potentially in hairpin 1.
Yeah, Frame tried to go down the inside of Oblag. That's cost her a few kart lengths, but probably worth a nibble down the inside to see whether Oblag was going to relent. 2 laps remaining now then. Shields opens it up to 0.4 of a second with Frame and Still third and fourth. Pereira right on the back of Harvey Still since he got overtaken. They have spread out. You look at them down the back straight here, Tom. There's 2 kart lengths between each of them as they go down the back straight. The aero effect there that Amy Frame is trying to employ does gain her a kart length or so on Christian Oblag.
Last lap board will be out this time. Matt Shields is going to take it first.
Same move there from Frame where she goes halfway down the inside of Oblag.
And that's brought Still right into play as well now. He's closer to Frame than Frame is to Oblag.
Fastest lap of the race, 46.144 by Harvey Still. Oh, Seb Pereira, Tom, is rolling into pit lane. He was up there in that battle for the top 6. He's gone half race distance, so he will pick up points, and with it being the 3rd heat, the finishing position doesn't quite matter as much because you're not going to be able to start where you finish, but the head on the steering wheel for Sebastian Pereira as he heads towards retirement. Max Shields, though, heading towards victory around hairpin number 4, followed by Christian Oblag and Amy Frame, who's managed to withstand the pressure from Harvey Still. Shields takes victory in Heat 3, Oblang second with Frame in 3rd, Still 4th, and then Joe Arnold leading Oliver Watson with the best finish for him of the weekend in 6th. Finn Collister continues to improve on his first appearance here at Teesside after the trip over from the Isle of Man with a 7th. Ben Arnold, Harry Brown and Danny Bean complete your top 10 in front of what will be Marty Gilfillan and Leon Watson because Seb Pereira will be classified as a lap down.
And a fist pump there between Shields and Oblag, showing that coming together on the back straight was purely accidental. No malice intended at all, which is great to see. And what I would like to point out is, David, 3 heats, 3 different winners in Junior Pro Kart so far.
Yes, it's been. I think Shields has probably been the more consistent of the 3. I think that by virtue of that should put him on pole position for the final, but we'll find out shortly.
And while I take a quick moment's pause, we will move on to Cadet Pro.
Cadet Pro then led round and onto pole position by Heat 2 winner Amy Peacock. Alongside her, Larry Price. Row number 2, Jack Collinson and Joshua Sullivan with Thomas Potter and Holly Swan on row number 3. Ben Robinson starts 7th with Sam Hayes for company. William Howard and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson complete the top 10 with Harris Alley and JJ Plowman on row 6. Stanley Clark and Edward Rye completing our Honda Cadet Pro grid. They're coming out there in the background like a little train of ants making their way out of the dummy grid holding area at the top of the track near the National Loop. They will make their way round. They'll be held at a certain point through the dog leg section by the marshal that is in that area of track, and they'll be sent forward what we like to call Noah's Ark style, 2 by 2 towards the grid. We'll grid them up fairly quickly with them being 14 in this pro class. And then we'll get this race underway here at Teesside Autodrome. Thank you for everybody that's got in touch via the live chat comments. Please keep them ones coming in. We really, really do appreciate it. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're watching for as well, and we'll give you a shout out. We also really like it when you're in the paddock and you're watching the races as well whilst you're maybe tinkering with a kart. So give us a quick shout as well, and we can find out exactly who it is you are tuning in for here at Teesside Autodrome. Alan Stanley's been on saying, let's go Jack Collinson. Good luck. Well, he's had a pole position and he's had a Heat 1 win as well. He goes 3rd off this one, having dropped behind Amy Peacock, who we see there in the 17, and Larry Price in Heat number 2. Final heat then for our Honda Cadet class. The points will then be amalgamated together to sort out the grid positions for the final. JJ Plowman, Stanley Clark, Edward Rye have all rolled into position, so the marshal will make his way towards the front of the grid. as the marshal making his way down. Green is up, green is down, we're away in racing, and Price immediately comes across to slot in. There's a big bit on, they're almost single file down to 6th or 7th place there at the start. There's no concertina effect like there normally is in Honda Cadet Pro, but Larry Price is right on the back, and Thomas Potter is down the inside and forces his way not only past Sullivan but Collinson as well. They're going to be 3 wide into hairpin number 2 as Collinson's forced up and onto the curb, and from 3rd place he's going to drop down to what could be 7th or 8th. Sam Hayes though, Tom, with a superb start down the inside of Ben Robinson into there, but then goes slightly wide. He's been up into 5th place. Robinson forces his way back through, and Collinson recovering to get back past Holly Swan.
Yeah, so we've got a big
Swan into the back of Collinson and spins him round at hairpin number 4. Sorry, Tom, to cut across you. Collinson's arm is up, is there. The door got closed, and Swan into the back of Collinson, and Collinson facing the wrong way.
Yeah, shocker of a first lap for Jack Collinson there, and a real shame for him. Dropping down the order, but Holly Swan as well is now scored in 14th place as they came over the line. So there was a big group of them together, with the front few breaking away. It is Amy Peacock from Price, Potter, Sullivan, Robinson, Hayes, Howard, Alley, Plowman and Stansmore Wilson now rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, loads of people managing to take advantage on that opening lap. Harris Alley moving up from outside the top 10 into 8th place. Plowman as well coming through, I think, from what would have been a 12th place start for him to cross the line in a few moments' time in what will be 9th place. And I think he has managed to move through. Let's find out. There is a bit of more field spread this time, Tom, in this Honda Cadet Pro class.
Yeah, Collinson seems to be recovering well now, and he's in that train with Plowman, that's headed by Plowman and goes all the way back to Holly Swan in 14th. We're looking at the Peacock and Price battle at the front, and Thomas Potter is starting to come to play at last today. He is making his way towards the front of the grid. Not been the best of opening heats for Thomas Potter, with that win streak finally coming to an end for him. But it is Peacock from Price, Potter and Sullivan still holding well in 4th place.
Yeah, the top 4, I think, really managed to take advantage of that opening lap where Potter and then Collinson, Sullivan as well, were 3 wide into hairpin number 2. There was a lot of field spread after that bounce over the curbs, and then even more so with the incidents further down the field at hairpin number 4 towards the end of that one.
Swan is recovering well as well, has just got past Edward Rye, so is now up to 13th place.
Yeah, Price all over the back of Amy Peacock, but then goes slightly wide round hairpin 2, and that's going to allow Potter to close up and benefit hugely from the slipstream down that back straight, although Price's car is a lot closer to the inside white line, so it's not a move that Potter can put down the inside. Price then still has to remain in 2nd place, not losing, but then now it's Potter down the inside of Larry Price, and Potter's going to run him out wide, and can Sullivan try and take advantage? Price not at all happy with that though, arm up off the wheel, because I think Potter's running wide onto the rumble strip there, and he doesn't think that that one's a fair cop, but through comes Thomas Potter into 2nd place. Sullivan with the advantageous move as well, up into 3rd, Price down into 4th place. And Ben Robinson not too far back either. This will be music to his ears that they're trying to play with each other. Similarly to Amy Peacock, who now has a half-second gap back to the pack.
I was just about to say exactly that. Amy Peacock will be rubbing her hands together with glee, metaphorically, because she won't be taking them off the wheel. But Amy Peacock will be very happy if these 3 start fighting, because she will start to move away even further at the front. If they start to work together, she could be in real trouble here, although Sullivan seems to have other ideas of that, as he had a look up the inside of hairpin 4.
Potter with a reminder, though, that there's plenty of this race to go with the helmet tap. Obviously, Thomas Potter, experienced championship leader, wants to push on to the Amy Peacock, but will be very prevalent in his mind that Peacock yesterday had the pace to at least match, even potentially pull away. She just couldn't get past him as Sullivan tries a bump and run on Thomas Potter into hairpin number 1.
I think what happened was Potter went defensive on the inside into hairpin 1, and it kind of caught Sullivan out a little bit. He was already trying to fill up that position and ended up sort of pushing Potter on a little bit, but nothing malicious there. Price is still there as well to take advantage if these two do start squabbling, and in fact he's right there on the rear bumper of Sullivan now.
Another reminder there from Potter. I think everybody else behind follows suit as well. Through they come, over start finish, 3 minutes remaining. Ben Robinson though, Tom, the quickest driver on track in what has been a lonely P5, but he's going to be in this battle for second place in 2 laps time. I absolutely guarantee it.
Yes, indeed, I think he will be. Holly Swan, meanwhile, has moved up to 12th with Jack Collinson up to 11th. That JJ Plowman is still at the front of that second train. There's a few sort of scattered in between though the two groups, but yeah, JJ Plowman still at the front of that. And I'll keep an eye on what's happening with that one.
Well, Potter with a huge amount of curb, Tom, at hairpin 3. You saw the car bounce and skip over the curbs down there. They're dog-tooth curbs on the inside. They're not at all comfortable, and they don't half rattle your teeth as they come through. Over the line, though, they are battling a little bit from third in down to fourth, Tom, but they're not losing a huge amount of time to Peacock. In fact, they've closed it up ever so slightly in the last 2 laps. What is happening is Robinson is closing in as Sullivan goes down the inside of Potter. Potter's not going to give that one up. Sullivan's going to have to be wide and try and get the cutback, but then Potter puts the brakes on mid-corner and balks it, and they're going to be swarming left and right down that back straight. Price is going to try and take advantage and get in the gap that's been left, and will do. And Sullivan
so
get back in before Robinson. No, and Sullivan's going to lose 2 places as Robinson then tries a late move down the inside of Larry Price. Sullivan's coming back down the inside of Robinson. Robinson will get the cutback, and they'll be side by side out of hairpin 4.
The big winner of that, of course, Amy Peacock, pulling the gap out by half a second that lap, so it's almost out to a second with 1.5 minutes plus a lap to go.
Great battle going on further back from this as well, Tom. It's come together between Sam Hayes, William Howard, Harris Alley, and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, who's broke away from the chasing pack. And they are having a really, really good battle. Stansmore-Wilson is going to try and get past Harris Alley, try and get the cutback. This is the lead battle, but it's pretty much speaking for itself at the moment on the screen. But Harris Alley and Stansmore-Wilson side by side down the back straight towards South Bank.
We're looking at Price and Potter here as they head into hairpin 4. Over a minute to go still, so we'll get another few laps here. This is the group we were talking about. And that is still JJ Plowman at the front of that, with Holly Swan has now re-overtaken
Potter, Tom. Potter's gone, and I don't know why. He's coming over start finish. I was looking for green and saw Larry Price come through with Joshua Sullivan right on his rear bumper, and then later further back, Thomas Potter punching the steering wheel in frustration. Now him and Price were together, then Sullivan and Robinson were a little further back, so I don't know whether there's been a coming together at all between the two of them, but Thomas Potter did not look at all happy.
Well, he's back up to speed now and homing in on the back of the Swan and Collinson battle.
Last lap board is going to come out this time. Doesn't look like there's any sign of a warning flag though, although this late in the race, Tom, it's unlikely that anybody's going to see it as they're going to be in a train and battling for position. Over the start finish they come then. Peacock leading by now 2 seconds from Price, Sullivan and Robinson. Sam Hayes progressing. Another one of them drivers, Tom, that takes a while to warm up. We said this yesterday, qualifying outside the top 10, now running up there in 5th place.
Yeah, Ben Robinson as well has coped very well with this race and has held on to the Larry Price, Josh Sullivan and what was Thomas Potter in that gap as well.
Yeah, look, they're chopping, changing there down the back straight with Sullivan and Price arguing over which line they're going to take into the South Bank corner. Out of hairpin 4 already, though, is going to be Amy Peacock to make it 2 race victories for the 17. She takes the win. Larry Price, Joshua Sullivan and Ben Robinson completing the top 4. Sam Hayes, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson gets past both Harris Alley and William Howard on the final lap, with JJ Plowman and I believe Holly Swan completing the top 10 in front of Thomas Potter and Jack Collinson.
And there is your heat number 3 winner, Amy Peacock. Bring it round nice and slowly and steadily to the pit lane. Congratulations to Amy, a good solid drive, just clear at the front and let everybody else fight it out behind her.
Yep, she will come through then towards the towards the weighbridge down there in the pit lane.
Really seems to have come of age this weekend, Amy Peacock here. I know she's, it's not the first race she'd ever won yesterday, but it's certainly the first time we've seen her as far up consistently as she has been this weekend.
Yeah, she's been running now. I mean, she took both herself and I was just watching William Howard there with his hands off the steering wheel. That didn't look like he was impressed with something, not quite sure what. Honda Cadet Club, though, we'll come back to speaking about Amy in a few moments' time as Honda Cadet Club make their way out onto track. Yeah, what we're saying, Tom, is that round one, it was both Amy Peacock and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson who took the fight to Thomas Potter. Round two, it was Ben Robinson, and they were a little bit further down, but she's really come back this weekend, as she did in round number 3 as well, to take the fight right at the front and is in prime berth come the final.
Must be them new stickers.
Oh, absolutely. You think?
Always worth 2/10.
No, of
new
course.
sticker kit.
Alfie McBain, though, in Honda Cadet Club, will lead us onto pole position after 2 heat wins with Sebastian Benson alongside. Joey Swan and Samuel Eden on the second row. Charlie Eibel and Cameron Tipping on row 3. Ollie Carter starts 7th with Mason Dinsdale alongside. The top 10 then completed by Drew Davidson and Josh Hushka. Jacob Cartledge, who had a very impressive heat number 2. He starts 11th alongside Riley Buckton-Young, with Summer Wood and Freddie Housego on row 7. Morgan Cooney starts 15th alongside Reese Cranston, with Toby Turner and Mason Webster, who recovered from being all the way at the back, in 18th, with James Winstanley and Max Housego completing your top 20. Henry Colburn and Riley Sims-Ezard start on row 11, with Jamie Boulding and Alfie Watson on row 12. Layla Berryman, who retired from heat number 2, is 25th, with Thomas Harper, who also didn't make the start down there, and that is Cameron Tipping.
Yeah, problem for Cameron Tipping.
Yeah.
And already looks like he could well be out of this heat.
Going to try and find out what's happened there with Cameron Tipping. What we will also need to do is, with Tipping being moved out the way, I believe Mason Dinsdale, I could be wrong, but has rolled forward into the berth that Cameron Tipping was in, and will need rolling backwards into the berth that he should be in. Because I'm sure that it was Tipping and Eibel at the last race were going at it over 5th and 6th place. So, don't know whether we're able to get that sorted, but then either way, whether Tipping takes the start or not, the 24 can't be there because it's not his spot.
Well, we'll just wait to see how this one shakes out. Cameron Tipping is getting some assistance down on the start line. Yeah,
they've obviously spotted something down there. We'll find out what it is. We're obviously not going to be in a position to get going right now. We're going to have a... Kaney Kins has been on, saying, Charlie, we want you to win now. So I imagine that's Charlie Arbel, Erin Gordon back on as well. Frankie Bourne's been on, saying, when is Junior Rotax? Well, it's after this race.
And looks like that's it for Cameron Tipping. Yeah, Cameron Tipping having to unfortunately retire before the start of this heat. And that is Cam Tipping out of that.
Yeah, Tom, like I say, I'll reiterate and say I think the 24 needs to be back a slot, though, because I think the 87 was there, and now the 24 has moved forward a start slot. So I think we're just going to get that confirmed by race control. It might not be the case, and I may well be wrong, but I'm fairly sure in the previous heat it was Eibel and Tipping that were battling out over 5th place. And I think because that kart was obviously rolling off already, I think Dinsdale's just accidentally rolled into the position that was there. He is now being rolled back into his correct starting berth. I'd hate for him to be penalised by starting too far forward when it's something that we can pick up.
Due to an innocent mistake.
Well, yeah, because obviously we're live on the stream, but we're also covered over the PA as well. So at least that's Dinsdale back there, and the innocent mistake means that he's not going to be penalised later on in the race.
So McBain with 5 wins here already this weekend goes off pole position, and it is another good start. Benson with a good start as well. They will drop in 1, 2, 3, although Joey Swan is going to get pushed out wide and loses 4th place.
Yeah, Eyeball with a great start. Cameron Tippin's kart's going to be pushed back in. That'll be safely in by the time everybody comes round and the rest of the field make their way then down towards hairpin number 1 and 2 complex for the first time. Good run down the back straight there from Drew Davidson. He's going to try and get alongside Ollie Carter, but Carter has too much at the end of the straight and the door is closed by the 33 as Dinsdale goes incredibly wide. That's going to open the door up, and Yeadon Tom has come through on Sebastian Benson at some point during that. There's Dinsdale now with a good move. Oh, and Dinsdale has spun, and Ollie Carter, there's contact between the two of them. Dinsdale was down the inside, and he's going to beat his steering wheel until the entire field comes through.
It's still hitting it.
Oh, there's a bit of contact as well there between Reece Cranston, and Cranston is up and over the top of Mason Webster.
We've got
4 or 5 karts off down there. He was up and over the top. That incident started on the start line, was 2 and 3 round, and that kart is up and over the top of Webster. The kart is safely moved out of the way, but unsurprisingly, we're going to bring this one to a halt.
So we will stop the drive. Oh, in fact, I don't even think we've got a start line marshal at the moment.
No, I think he's gone, Tom, to assist in that incident up there.
So we could well roll this in.
No, we're going to be brought round because we've got another marshal's coming over to do the job. We're going to line them up there. It will be
fantastic marshalling again, as always at Teesside.
Yeah, as always.
Awareness to bring that to a stop as where they have done. So they will line them up there, and we will restart this race at some point once we've made sure that everybody is okay and safe and well.
Well, we'll take it back, but with it being the first couple of laps, Tom, then this may well be a complete restart, of course, with us only being 1 minute and 16 seconds into this race.
It may also be a single file restart.
Yeah, it'll be one
we've seen throughout the day.
It'll be one of the two. It depends on whether we've gone far enough into this race for us to. The medical team is coming over, but there was definitely an up and over there, down in the down at the D chicane.
I'm just going to have a look at some comments coming in on the live chat, if there are any.
There's Webster in the kart, Tom. He's down there with... seemed to be okay, actually. I think we're just going to leave him in the seat, though, until the medical team are there. And as Tom has a quick look at some live chat comments.
Lots of support coming in for Charlie Eyeball in this race. We've got Erin Gordon saying, come on, Charlie, we're all watching you. Kane has said, Charlie, we want you to win. And Teresa Which has said, come on, Charlie Eyeball, Nana and Grandad are watching you. So big support coming in for Charlie Eyeball on the comments in the live stream. Please keep them coming in and like and subscribe our stream and our Alpha Live channel. We will just have a brief pause here while we figure out what's going to happen in terms of restarting this race.
So it looks like we're going to just get confirmation on whether we're going to get a full restart or not on this one, but medical team down there looks, you know, that there's plenty of support going on. They're all down there. There was a nasty incident. We have seen it, but obviously it wasn't caught on the stream, and for obvious reasons we're not going to be showing a replay of it on the screen, but we are aware it was caught on camera down here in the comm box. But it was an incident that started with 3 or 4 karts going 4 wide over start finish, and it just sort of concertinaed together. And whilst it does normally sort itself out before that point in the track, there was still a number of karts. I know the 156 of Thomas Harper was in the middle of a sandwich as well, which I think at the time Reece Cranston was on the outside. Don't know the driver on the inside. It wasn't Mason Webster. He was further in front of that incident, but then looks like there's been a coming together later on in that corner. There is the Honda Cadet Club grid, all line astern. Webster on the left there, out of the kart, which is wonderful to see. seems to be walking well as well. I think it's just going to be a precautionary check as the kart is moved away. Hopefully Webster's okay though, and we will see him for the final. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people down there as well. If that kart needs some attention, that they will get that sorted, and we can get him back out for the final.
So it looks like we might get going again in a few moments' time, and great to see that Mason Webster is fine up and out of the kart. We've just had confirmation from the start line marshal, who's given us a bit of a thumbs up and said, yep, he's okay. So thank you for that as well, and allowing us to keep everybody informed on the stream. So it looks like we're going to get going here. It is going to be, is it going to be gridded up, or is it going to be a single file restart? Full restart, I've just been told. Full restart, so we're going to restart this race from the very beginning. So Alfie McBain will take pole position with Sebastian Benson in second place.
Well, we only had 1 minute and 16 seconds in, didn't we, Tom? So I think that's probably going to be the best thing. It's not like we can't really count it back a lap, because that'll be the lap they all came over the line at the start, wasn't it? So we will do this one again.
Joey Swan rolling up into third place.
Then it's going to be Samuel Yeadon. I wonder if Cameron Tipping can get back out.
I think he's done, isn't he, for this one?
Well, it was well, I don't know. Can he get back out for the restart if that car is? I don't know what was wrong with it down here. It looked like it wasn't engine related. Yeah, it was engine related, but you know,
or drivetrain related,
yes.
Definitely. Just got a brief pause here while they bring some drivers forward who were a bit further back.
They might be looking for someone that's not there, because
yes,
that's the thing, that we've had 1 or 2 retirements. Oh no, we do. Ollie Carter is being pointed in one direction. We know Mason Dinsdale is going to head through at some point in this one, because he's going to be on the outside where the marshal is down there around about well, it says 13 on the floor, but it's actually going to be P8 on the outside.
So we've got some missing grid slots. So rather than roll everybody forward, we're going to have some holes in the grid where we had drivers before. Just a couple of minutes while we sort this one out.
I think what we have, Tom, is an issue with the 33 of Ollie Carter that could potentially be a puncture to his left rear tyre, because I'm looking at the rear bumper and it looks like it's at a bit of an angle. It might be an illusion, but I think it could be a left rear puncture. Josh Hushker as well, his kart pushed off to one side, so not sure. Either way, I don't think we're going to... Either way, Tom, if it is a puncture or anything, I don't think we're going to let somebody out on the track to change the tyre on the track. So,
no, definitely not.
You know, that's what pit lanes are for, so... Now, whether here for Carter, whether they're going to let him at all, Tom, get past this grid and down to the pit lane before the start, and then have an opportunity to maybe change the tyre very quickly and go out right at the back, I've no idea. But... it could well be that he has to sit there and then the kart will drive in after the green flag has gone.
Had an update on the live chat as well. A couple of things. Harry Nottage has said that he will give us the Fernando Alonso reclining position on the grid for the next heat. So looking forward to that one, Harry. Thank you very much. Caleb Lawson-Donachie has said regarding Sophie Porsey that she is okay, badly bruised, but is okay. So
wonderful.
Thank you for the update on that. And Teresa White, I think I said that right this time, is still putting in support for Charlie Eyeball. And we've got Donna Cowell as well saying, let's go Alfie McBain. Well, Alfie is starting on pole once again here for this full restart. Almost there now, it looks like.
Yeah, we are just going to have to... With a full restart, obviously, they're not coming round in the same order that they left the dummy grid earlier, are they? So they are coming round in a bit of a mixed-up order. That's why they're stationary, and they're just trying to find them all out. 5 or 6 karts left to come in there. One of them, Tom, is Mason Dinsdale, who started in that berth that was in front of Yoshushka. So maybe when they were looking for him earlier, they couldn't find him. But we'll see in a few moments' time where he is gridded up for this third heat of the day.
So we've still got the issue of not particularly using the cut through as well, of course, from where they stopped when the red flag was issued. But we have got essentially a 3-kart missing grid slot in the middle of the pack. But David seems to think that we've found one of those now.
Well, I know where he should be. It's whether he's allowed to be there or not. So,
have we had any kind of penalties or anything like that applied in the previous heats? Should we have a quick check?
I forgot about those. Tom, let me have a browse.
Well, we've got a minute or so here.
Bambinos, as you'd expect, generally fairly clean and clear. They've been good. Oh, Christian Oblag with a jump start. We knew he was under investigation, but
yes,
we didn't know if it was an escalation of the penalty earlier on that he got the warning for on Amy Frame. Mason Dinsdale, they've found a place for him on the grid. It's in front of Yoshushka where he started the first start. He might need some help with a bit of a lift of a rear bumper to straighten that one up. Marshall is feeling strong. Elected not to bend his knees though, Tom, there. Controversial from the Marshal.
Oh, the doctor will not be happy with you. Right, it looks like we're about ready to go. All the karts are in position with the exception of
just
one.
Just a quick one. We've just picked. We're going to wait a second. Because that barrier should be over there.
And we've also still got one off at the back.
That's Ollie Carter. I think.
Is that Ollie Carter?
Yeah.
I didn't know whether we'd named.
He was off. I think he should be gridded up in the place that's in between Charlie Eibel and Drew Davidson on the pole position side in what would be 7th place. But he's got a puncture down there. And unfair, I think he has, because I saw somebody up on the bank with a tyre and optimism of getting that changed. But like I say, we're not going to let anybody down onto the track to change tyres while we're down there. Everything in position, though, Tom, to go racing for a second time in Honda Cadet Club.
So here we go. After a brief hiatus, the green flag is up and down, and we are go again. And another good start from Sebastian Benson, but cannot get in front this time. And a lightning star right round the outside from, I believe, 4th on the grid. It's the 118 of Samuel Yeadon taking the lead.
Yeah, Carter's rolling in there, Tom, with a left rear puncture in front of the combox.
Yes, a lightning start from 4th on the grid for Yeadon. McBain already dragging back down the back straight and on the inside of Yeadon and retaking the lead there. Fantastic pace from McBain to get that drive off of hairpin 2 and pull alongside and through into the lead. They come across the line for
Berryman.
Wow, that is
has the engine gone bang there, Tom,
wow,
or is that the rear bumper into the rear tyre?
I have never seen smoke like that come off the back of a go-kart before.
Yeah, I think that engine has gone.
Wow. Never, ever seen that before here. We'll see if we can get a replay of that potentially as well. So it is still McBain from Yeadon. Benson now holding 3rd place with Swan in 4th. Here we go. Here's the replay for the engine that is about to expire coming through the back of the shot. There it goes.
Yeah.
Wow. I've never seen one go like that before.
Well, when we see smoke, Tom, it's either engine, but more often than not, it's a metal rear bumper that's gone into the back of a tyre, hasn't it? And is continually running on it. But I think Berryman's car...
I've just clocked that it's Layla Berryman, and not only that, but she retired earlier on as well with, I think, a mechanical
Yeah,
issue.
she did, didn't she?
So potentially it was an issue that was ongoing and has finally given up the ghost.
McBain is back in the lead, though, Tom, with Benson in second place. Yeadon has been dropped down into third place, but it's Joey Swan then in fourth. There he is in the background with the orange helmet. Charlie Eibel, Drew Davidson, Mason Dinsdale, and Jacob Cartledge continuing to improve as he heads towards the top 10. Dinsdale wide again, Tom, round South Bank, struggling to keep that car on the white line.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of cold tyres coming into play as well here, because they were sat for a very, very long time on the grid and were given no rolling up laps. So, yeah, cold tyres definitely having an effect on some of the drivers and affecting some more than others. But it is still McBain from Benson, Yeadon, Swan, Eibel, Davidson, Dinsdale, Cartledge, Hushka and Buckton Young, your top 10. Oh, and we've got the
Eibel.
10 of Eibel pulling off to the left as well. He's not sure what's gone on. Looks down to the right-hand side of the car. Very unusual to be looking down that side for an issue, unless it's a puncture.
Either that or the brake stuck on, Tom, for some reason. If the brake stuck on, it stopped very, very quickly, didn't it? Still in it. Marshall's having a quick chat with him, but you can only be there for so long before you need to get yourself out of that one into safety.
Normally these bulletproof Honda Cadets, we're having some issues with, certainly in the clubman class today.
Yep, yellow flags out though, Tom, still down in that area, so no overtaking into hairpin number 1 or 2 into that complex of corners for our drivers, because the yellows are out, whilst the thing in that yellow will stay out for the entirety of the field coming through. Fairness being the aim of the game there. And then we'll come in once that cart is and the driver is safely out of the way. Yellow is in then, and the overtaking opportunities resume. But now it's a 4-cart train rather than a 5, because Charlie Eibel dropped out of 5th place.
Yeah, Swan is starting to move forwards towards the front here. Alfie McBain still from Benson, from Yeadon, from Swan. Mason Dinsdale putting in the fastest lap of the race with a 48.6. in 6th place.
Yeah, superb time for Dinsdale. He's starting to come good when he needs it to, Tom. I think oh, we've got a yellow out again, have we, Tom, down there at hairpin number 1. I'm not quite sure why. I'm going to find out. Oh, I think I do know, and I'll let you know in a minute. But I think there's something on the track that is loose. That's why the yellow remains to be out. The Marshall down there has collected it, as all of the carts managed to stay to the inside of it, single file obviously. That's why we didn't want any overtaking down there into that corner, because if you get pushed wide into what would be a big piece of metal. Not quite sure what it is though, Tom. We'll try and find out what, but it's just been...
It could well be the bit that was needed for Charlie Eibel to keep going.
Oh, I can assure you it was needed.
Needed by somebody. But anyway, it is still McBain from Benson, from Yeadon, from Swan, your front 4, as you were. And they are not exactly working together, but they're certainly not working against each other at the moment. There's no overtaking attempts being made, no blocking and holding up of positions. They are just holding the positions they were in. Fairly quiet here at the moment at the front of the race. I'm going to have a look for some battles a little bit further down the order.
Riley Buckton Young's in a decent one off the back of Josh Hushka. They'll come through in 8th place with Summer Wood. We'll catch them around about as they come through. If we stick with it, would have been about now as they would appear. Yeadon, though, with the fastest lap in 3rd place on this lead battle. Around the hairpin 1-2 complex, Alfie McBain, who's been, despite with the exception of the fact that he started the day in 2nd from qualifying, has won both of the heats so far today.
Yeah, through they head into 3 and 4. And I've got to say, I think Drew Davidson is starting to march towards this front 4 as well, so potentially coming into a 5-cart train.
Yeah, showing some good paces, Davidson. Closes the gap fractionally.
He's closed the gap fractionally to Alfie McBain, but I think he's closed up for a fair bit on Joey Swan, who's now dropping back from this front three. And you can see just how dark the clouds are becoming as well over our heads and above the circuit. And whether there is rain incoming is a whole another concept we're going to have to deal with, I think, throughout the afternoon. We're expecting something potentially around 3 o'clock, so that's about 40 minutes away from now. And it definitely is darkening over to our commentary box right-hand side.
McBain's opened a little bit of a gap up, Tom. I think Yeadon's had a nibble at Benson, and that's going to have allowed McBain to move away ever so slightly. Swan's dropped off the back of this one. Davidson is similar distance back as well. They head down towards hairpin 1. Dinsdale's had good pace, but not enough that he's been able to close in on the back of Drew Davidson. And it's a similar for Jacob Cartledge, who is on his own as well. Then it's Hushka, Riley Buckton-Young, Summer Wood, and then it looks like it could be Freddie Housego, who at one point today, Tom, was down in 25th place after qualifying.
Yes.
And is starting to move his way, certainly throughout the weekend, because obviously we had a race day yesterday, towards the top 10. Harper with a good showing as well, up into 12th with Cranston 13. Harper's come through from the back in this one, having failed to make the start in heat number 2 as well.
Yeah, very good showing from Housego in this one. We've been waiting for this one to kick off, and the red rag has now gone out with the last lap board. Has anybody got any kind of answer for Alfie McBain's pace? They are still right there, Benson and Yeadon. Checker flag being readied in front of the commentary box. Yeadon had a look at the inside of Benson through South Bank for second place, but could not get it done. And Alfie McBain taking a very wide entry, left the door wide open, but carries the speed out of hairpin 4, and it is going to be another win here for Alfie McBain, taking all 3 heats here today so far, along with his 2 wins in the heats yesterday and the final as well. So that's 6 wins for the weekend for Alfie McBain so far, totting them up. And has anybody got an answer for him in the final? So it is McBain from Benson, Yeadon, Swan and Davidson. Your top 5, and there is McBain coming down the straight on his cool down lap. So we will get this cleared as fast as possible and get straight on into a junior Rotax heat number 3 coming up next. Four heats to go here before our lunch break, but our next one will be Junior Rotax heat number 3. We invite you to stay with us during our lunch break, as we have a couple of features that we will play out. Finley Watson taking pole position, with Alfie Wallbank in 2nd, Monroe Renard in 3rd and Melissa Adrian in 4th. Catherine Potter will go off P5 with Lizzie Mentier, who joined us in the commentary box earlier, in P6. And Nathan Jensen in 7th.
Going back to that Honda Club final, Tom, Alfie McBain is going to be very difficult to beat this weekend. We've got recovery quad going out, of course, for Layla Berryman's stricken cart down there at hairpin number 4.
And we hope that she can get out for the final.
Yeah, of course we do, Tom, and that will be, hopefully we do, and hopefully if they've not got one, then hopefully somebody down there does, and they can get her back out
yes,
for
this is
the final.
One of the great things about the Teesside Paddock is everybody is here to help you out no matter what, and I'm sure that if Layla Berryman is struggling for an engine, that one will be sourced for her somehow, and we hope to see her in the final. The quad is there in position, and the car is on the back of the trailer now, so it shouldn't be too long until we get Junior Rotax hitting the track. Quite a few delays here today, so we're a little bit behind schedule due to various incidents and recoveries and things like that, but we will have a brief lunch break and get back to the finals as quick as we can. And the recovery quad is now moving back towards pit lane. Shouldn't be too long until we get going here.
I was doing the journalistic duty again and
go on.
finding out Cameron Tippin, stone in the chain was the problem, and then wasn't able to come back out for the restart.
Well, that's another first. But
there
that'll be why it ground to a very quick halt.
There was drive there apparently, but there was a tight spot in the chain, and stoning it, but all sorted, and he'll be back out for the final as well.
Good.
Layla Berryman rolling in on the with some assistance.
Have we had Charlie Eyeball recovered as well? I think.
Normally when we have an issue at hairpin 1 or 2, we
just get pushed.
We move the tyres and push them through, don't we?
I didn't see it come back though. That was the only thing. Hopefully we'll get Charlie Eyeball out as well. So dropping like flies in the Honda Cadet class, which, as I said, is a most unusual situation. Junior Rotax heading out now. I can hear the Swarm of Bees style hum of two-stroke engines as they head out for their two rolling up laps.
Yeah, Finley Watson here, Tom, off pole position, is going to be a difficult driver to beat.
And I'm looking at these clouds coming over, and I'm not liking the look of them, David. They are getting darker and darker as they come towards us.
Oh yeah, they are a lot angrier than they were 20 minutes ago.
Yes, and the wind is blowing as we look out the commentary box. Right to our right to left.
There's a bit of customer service to everybody down in the paddocks. We are, of course, on the PA. Now would be a good time to get the wets out the bag and get them on the spindles on the trolley. Just in case.
Yeah, just in case, yeah, because the rain, I think, is inbound. It's certainly going to make an interesting, potentially senior pro kart heat number 3. But definitely a final if it does come down. I'm just checking the weather report. It's now saying 4 o'clock for rain.
Oh, we'll still be racing then, though, won't we? So that's about when the finals will be starting. Finley Watson, though, will lead round for the third heat in Junior Rotax. Then we'll have Minis, Senior Rotax and Senior Pro Kart before we head to a short break for luncheon. Watson, once again, slow on the roll-up, as is his prerogative. And he was very the same on the earlier on as well with the single fire. He was slow round there, but he is the pole man, and that is his choice. You've seen this flicking the wheel, just keeping some heat in them front tyres. So he makes their way round. Normally we have to marshal to tell them to slow down up there. We could do them to hurry up a little bit.
Yeah, we're already behind.
We want to get this going. There's cake chat to be had.
Exactly. Here we go. Green flag is down and we are away here, and it is a good start from Finley Watson, who bolts away from pole position. And I think that is Wallbank slipping into second.
Yep, Renard and Adrian are side by side. There's contact between the two of them, and Mentia has to take to the grass in evasive action and will drop down into 6th place. So Melissa Adrian and Monroe Renard not wishing to relent there. Bouncing over the grass. Mentia's actually dropped all the way down to 7th, but will get back up to 6th, I think, by the time they get down on entry to South Bank. Although Nathan Jensen's not giving this one up either. And he's going to try and run it all the way around the outside of Mentia. Do you know what? He's going to do it, Tom.
Yeah.
Into hairpin 4. Nathan Jensen hangs on round the South Bank corner and slots back into 6th place.
Yeah, great move from Nathan Jensen there to hold on to that 6th place right the way round the outside of that ever-tightening right-hander that is South Bank into hairpin 3. Good job there, and there goes Mentia on the inside, and you saw a bounce over that left-hand curb again. That's normally a sign that somebody's going to send it on the inside, and indeed she did. Potter having a look on the inside of Monroe Renard as well, and gets through into South Bank corner. Meanwhile, Finley Watson has checked out at the front of this race. It was nearly a second as they came over the line for the first lap, and it is now 1.4 seconds as near as damn it from Alfie Wallbank. Melissa Adrian in third, another 1.3 seconds back, with Catherine Potter now in 4th. Mentia already past Renard and into 5th place. as Renard and Jensen are now going to duke it out for 6th. Heading down the back straight for the 2nd time.
Jensen got a good run now into hairpin number 2
time.
and closed right up. Third time.
Yep.
Doing some quick maths involving fingers counting.
Yeah.
Jensen thought he was in a straight line again there, Tom, down into hairpin 4, but elects to run out a little bit wider on Renard. Potter's closed right up on Melissa Adrian for 3rd place. They come over the line with less than 1/10 of a second between them. And there they are on the screen then as Potter, is she close enough to make a move into hairpin 1? She is not. The longest she's behind here, and if they start duking it out, Mentia, who is coming into shot, who was 9/10 back, is right there, but now Potter is through. Down into the South Bank corner. Decent showing, Tom, from Melissa Adrian in her first weekend in the junior ranks, having stepped up from mini.
Yes, indeed.
I think the only things to really look at there is that the lines sort of differ ever so slightly to mini with that additional power. You don't necessarily have to sweep as wide into 4 maybe, and you saw that where she was wider than some of the others as Mentia goes down the inside, and she's a little bit wider as well on entry into South Bank, and pretty much trying to use the mini line, trying to keep the speed up round there. You'll see on entry here, she's later on entry into South Bank than what Mentia is, and that allows Mentia to pull a kart length or 2 by the time they enter hairpin number 3, and then will she sweep wider as well on entry into 4? Not so much so on that lap, but they're the 2 observations I've had throughout this weekend.
Yeah, and obviously a big step up from the cadets that we're used to seeing Melissa Adrian in as well, so over the last few years. So strength and conditioning playing a part in hustling these Rotax karts around.
Yeah, there's a huge weight increase when you start going from cadets to minis, then to juniors.
And grip level as well.
Oh, yes.
So
half race distance though, Tom, and as we head through, Watson leading Warbank by a comfortable 2.5, half a second back now. It's Catherine Potter, who appears to be closing in on Alfie Warbank. Once again, that kart appearing to be set up towards the end of this race.
I was going to say the weight, with the weight increasing as well. Of course, there's no power steering in these karts, so as the weight limit goes up and the grip level increases, it's not the weight essentially is magnified by the grip level. So as every time you have to turn the steering wheel, you're essentially lifting a weight or pulling a weight down, depending on which way your driving style is. Some drivers, they push up on the steering wheel, some drivers pull down on the steering wheel depending on which way they're going around a corner. There goes Catherine Potter moving through on Alfie Warbank to take 2nd place. But yeah, the strength and conditioning really needs to increase as you move up these classes and the speed and grip increases.
Potter then through into 2nd place. Warbank then Mentia sets the fastest personal best with a 41.906. Watson already 3 seconds down the road, so this battle for 2nd place is where the action is at here in this junior Rotax 3rd heat. And Potter has opened up a bit of a gap since moving through. Mentia closing in on Alfie Warbank.
Wondering whether Finley Watson's going to start doing an Andy Ambrose and saving his tyres for the final
so.
here, 'cause he's 3.2 seconds clear, and I think it's going to be more than that. Mentia has now taken 3rd place, or has she? No, she hasn't got the move done yet. Now she has. Moving through robustly through the right hand over the start-finish line on Alfie Warbank.
Last lap board will greet them as they come round this time then, Tom. With Mentia through, has she got enough to try and reel in Catherine Potter? The gap was 6/10 over the line. There they are on the screen. That's the gap that she's got to try and reel in here. Don't know whether she's going to have enough in the locker. The speed may be there to close up right at the end, but it's not going to give her an opportunity, I don't think, in the final few corners to close in. The gap was around about 5/10. It's now down to 4. So Mentia Warbank sets a personal best.
Mentia's going to be in the slipstream though, isn't she? So there is opportunity right up towards the end of the lap, and we'll keep an eye on it as we watch them go through hairpin 1 and hairpin 2. Heading down the back straight for the final time in heat number 3. Finley Watson is already coming into hairpin 4 and will come across the line. There he comes into shot now and will come across the line to take victory in heat number 3. A fairly sedate event for Finley Watson in that one. Catherine Potter taking second, with Lizzie Mentier in third, Alfie Warbank fourth, Melissa Adrian fifth, Monroe Renard sixth, and Nathan Jensen in 7th place. So second heat win of the day for Finley Watson, to go along with 2 heat wins and a final yesterday. It's a good point scoring for Finley Watson. And there he is, your race winner, all the way, as David said earlier on, from Dover.
Yeah, they make a great effort to get up here at Teesside every meeting, and the decision vindicated with another win and a strengthening of his championship lead here.
It's going to be a 6-7 hour drive from Dover.
Especially on a Friday, normally on a Friday as well, isn't it? It's a bit of
about
a
7
trek.
hours, surely. That is commitment, really, isn't it? To come all the way up here for that. So we appreciate that, and I'm sure everybody else around us does as well. Well, Google's wrong. Voice in my ears. Thanks very much for that.
Google says 5.5 hours. Google don't see traffic.
Google must be doing about 100 miles an hour. Moving on, we will bring you heat number 3 of Minimax. Heat number 3 for Minimax will be headed by Jared Fox-Whiteley, with Lewis Goff in second, Charlie Vary in third place, and Addison Smith in fourth. Joseph Yao and Benjamin Lee rounding out your top 6. Then it's Ben Adrian and James Philip Byrne. Frankie Smedley will go off row 5, the front of row 5 in P9, with Zach Turner in 10th. Finley Fishburne and Ollie Poole in 12th. Then it will be Sam Robson in 13th.
Robson, of course, Tom, who had to retire from heat number 2 because his bumper was dragging on the floor. And these bumpers, Tom, it's not they're not bolted in, are they? There is a bolt, but it goes into a rubber stopper, and the bolt goes in a lot like a roll plug, for example. You know, and it goes in, it expands the rubber bumper. It's like a stopper, and if you pull it too much, it will come out. So if you go bouncing over the curbs, or if you clip a tyre wall on the inside, it will pull that rear bumper out. Now, most of them here at Teesside, we see it's on the right-hand side, so we don't have any tyre walls on the right-hand side that are close enough. It's not like the inside of hairpin 1 and 4, which have got tyres. So I think mainly it's the entrance into the either into the D chicane or the curb on the way out of it, where they're clipping that and pulling it out.
It could well as well be South Bank, if they're railing it around the inside of there and they accidentally dip a wheel off.
Yeah, there is that
on the
as well,
inside
yes.
of South Bank. That could well do it.
You know, it's not going to take much, is it, at that sort of speed to pull that.
Likewise, the curb at the exit at the D.
Yeah, where it dips down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's people take the curb there sometimes as well. We see it a lot in senior Pro Kart, where they will bounce over that second right-hander as the entry into National Loop.
We'll see it loads next weekend for the British 24 as well, because that corner is completely different, because you open it up and then run effectively a car at an angle,
yes.
One on the curb and one on the tarmac.
It's much more sweeping through the exit of there, and you dip down and almost straight line it then to the left-hander. Looks like we're about ready to get underway here for Heat 3 of Minimax. It is headed by Fox-Whiteley, who gets a good start, but not quite as good as Lewis Goff. Unfortunately, he's going to get hung out to dry here around the outside, I think, unless he can slot into second place, and does.
He can.
Very well done there from Lewis Goff, but it is Fox-Whiteley heading into hairpin 1 in the lead for the first time. Charlie Vary in third and Addison Smith in fourth.
I was really impressed with Addison Smith's confidence there, because he was on the outside in 4 and slotted straight across. I don't know whether he was hoping for a gap or knew there was a gap, but he slotted straight in to be on the inside as they headed towards the National Loop for the first time. Fox-Whiteley then leading from Goff. Goff there now leading from Fox Whiteley as he dives down the inside into hairpin number 4. And Lewis Goff will lead them over the line for the first time with Fox Whiteley in second place. Very, then Smith, Yao, Lee, Adrian, Smedley, Byrne, Fishburne and Robson, your 11 runners.
Got very out of shape coming through the kink section over the start-finish line. Massive snap oversteer. And the back end very, very nearly overtook the front, but managed to collect it and hold on to third place. We've got side by side. That is Lee and Joseph Yao. They slot back into line, and Ben Adrian is right there now with them as well, as we've got a front 4 breaking away ever so slightly, and then we've got another group of 3. So it is Goff from Fox Whiteley, Very, Smith, Yao, Lee, Adrian, Smedley, Philip Byrne, Robson and Fishburne. Your running order in Minimax.
Yeah, I was just having a quick look, Tom, as to whether we had any penalties come in from some classes, so I'll report back on that in a few moments' time.
Okay, it is still Goff holding position at the front of this race. Fox Whiteley still second, and Charlie Very looking racy in third place. Seems to have gathered up the mishandling cart that was going on for the first couple of laps. It looks like the tyres are starting to kick in now, and he's starting to march towards the front 2 as well.
Yep, reports in from Honda Cadet Club with Thomas Harper and James Winstanley both picking up front fairing penalties. Junior Rotax though was clear, as was Honda Cadet Pro and our Bambinos.
Okay, so it's as you were for the front 6. Ben Adrian has now dropped slightly from the rear of Benjamin Lee, and Byrne and Smedley are around about 2.5, 3 seconds off the back now of Ben Adrian as well. So we head through with 5 minutes to go. Waiting for this one to kick off a little bit here.
Some personal bests coming in though, further down the field, Tom.
Yep, Finley Fishburne with a 45.4 and James Philip Byrne as well.
Very with a good run out of hairpin 2. Fox Whiteley not with the quickest and loses a few kart lengths to Lewis Goff, but Very electing not to try and slide through on the 22 of Fox Whiteley. And Fox Whiteley hard on the brakes, gets a bit crossed up into 3, but then that gives him enough chance to get sorted for 4, which is the main corner. It's all about coming out quick. And now he's right up on the back of Lewis Goff once again, less than a tenth between them. Half a second, splitting the top 4.
Very little, as we've seen throughout the weekend here in the 2 rounds that we've had as part of this double header that, to separate this front 4.
Very has added an extra dynamic into this battle as Goff takes a much wider line on Fox Whiteley, and then Fox Whiteley gets pushed a little wider by Charlie Very, and Addison Smith closes right up on the back once again in this 4-kart train.
They are still nose to tail. We've got a battle behind now that's starting to heat up as well between Yao and Lee, with Lee just taking the advantage there, moving into 5th place.
Yeah, what I was meaning with Very in this one is obviously Goff, Fox Whiteley and Smith all know each other very, very well. Yao back down the inside of Benjamin Lee. Lee's going to try and run this round the outside and maybe get the cut back down the back straight, but looks like Yao's got that one completed. Yeah, Very, they don't know anything about him. Having said that, now Benjamin Lee's ruining my my points by trying to overtake, because I'm trying to complete a sentence on the battle in front. I think they're going to sort themselves out, and now they're going to give me enough time. Yet Charlie Very, none of these drivers know a huge amount about him, his driving styles, where he's strong, where he's open for attack, where he's likely to attack you, that sort of thing in terms of overtakes. So it's adding a real extra spicy dynamic at the front of this Mini-Max Heat 3, and I'm sure it's going to continue all the way through to the final as well. Goff, though, continuing to lead the way from Fox Whiteley, with Very in 3rd place. Smith has dropped away again ever so slightly, Tom, half a second now off the back of this 3-kart train.
Yeah, not far, but is certainly far enough at the moment to not be within striking distance of Charlie Very, and in fact has instantly closed that back up. As Goff leads over the line. 2 minutes to go here in Minimax heat number 3. It is Goff from Fox Whiteley, from Very, Smith, Yao, Lee, Adrian, Byrne, Smedley, Robson and Fishburne still in 11th place. Yao and Lee are still duking it out here for 5th place, and that is doing them no favours in terms of closing in on the back of Addison Smith. Meanwhile, Addison Smith was only 3/10 behind Very over the line, but has now dropped back another couple of kart lengths, although closes it up through hairpin 4. Charlie Very as well doesn't look like he's got any kind of response in terms of pace for Fox Whiteley and Lewis Goff, and in fact that might be why, because Fox Whiteley has just put in the fastest lap of the race in 2nd place. Yeah, can't have been much slower, much quicker than Lewis Goff though, because that gap seems fairly static.
Give me a second, I will find out for you. Half a tenth.
Half a tenth between them. Okay. Well, Fox Whiteley was the quicker of the pair though. Charlie Very did look like he was a few kart lengths behind. Can't quite seem to hold the pace through hairpin 3. It closes up through the rest of the lap. And is right there again, but not within striking distance just yet. 1 minute to go here, plus a lap. Very with the fastest lap of the race now. Using that slipstream of the front 2 to pull him closer. Smith looking like it's game over for him in terms of a podium place in this heat. Dropping back slightly, over a second behind now for Lewis Goff. Or from Lewis Goff.
Yeah, will they get round, Tom, before the last lap board comes out? I think they might do. They've got 20 seconds or so. It's going to be tight. I'm sure Goff would prefer the last lap board to come out. But we have gone to, I think we've gone to 12 or 13 laps in minis in most of this races so far today. I think they will cross the line with 7 seconds remaining. So there's going to be 2 more laps, and we will once again go to 13 laps here in this mini max final.
Heat 3.
Heat 3, sorry. Getting ahead of myself again.
Don't worry. It's been a long day. Last lap board is being ready this time though. And it is still Goff from Fox Whiteley from Very. Has Fox Whiteley got any kind of answer to the pace of Lewis Goff in this heat, who hasn't really looked back since, oh, there we go, there's the answer. So, hadn't looked back at all until that moment.
Was that more of a move from Fox Whiteley or a door open from Goff?
Very with another fastest lap of the race, a 42.810. Only a tenth and a half now off the lap record here.
Yeah, I think that might have given Goff enough though, Tom, that move from Fox Whiteley down the inside, unless Fox Whiteley can find a way of closing in that gap that's 2 or 3 kart lengths in the remaining half a lap here. He had that move down the inside. It was half and half between Goff leaving the door open and Fox Whiteley being adamant that he wanted to come through it, but that was his opportunity to steal the win off Lewis Goff. Out of hairpin 4 then, and Lewis Goff will come through to take the checkered flag and victory in heat number 3, with Fox Whiteley and Very completing the top 3. Smith in 4th, Yao gets 5th, getting past Benjamin Lee on the final lap, with Ben Adrian and Sam Robson then coming through for 8th, having started right at the back, having retired from heat 2. James Philip Byrne will be 9th. Finley Fishburne and Frankie Smedley complete the runners in our mini class. There is your race winner, the 4 of Lewis Goff.
So rolling through on the cool down lap, Lewis Goff, your heat 3 winner, and we will move on to senior Rotax heat number 3.
Not the only one getting ahead of myself there. Tom the Stinger said senior pro kart, but this is definitely Senior Rotax. Ashley Savage will lead us round with Andy Ambrose alongside Chris Stoves and Arthur Lothian on the second row. Andy Collinson and Kieran Savage on row 3, although Savage won't be there. Martin Fisher and Emma Brown are on row 4. Paul Swan and Sophie Stevenson will be on row 5. They're making their way out onto track already. They will, of course, get 2 laps of warm-up. Dog watch is going to continue there as we get sight of another fluffy friend on the camera. And it's Ashley Savage will be leading us round and down the back straight. He'll be on the inside, dictating the pace, of course, in this third heat.
So Andy Ambrose, going off P2 on the grid, has already taken 2 heat wins here today. Has Ashley Savage or Andy Collinson got anything in response? We shall find out when they head through for the 10 laps here of heat number 3 in Senior Rotax. They are on their final rolling up lap, so they will start to form up around the back straight.
Yeah, well, with Savage, of course, on the inside. Ambrose on the outside, who's picked up 2 wins so far today from a lot further back than where he is now. So he's going to be just got to get round the first couple of corners, really. Can he get a good enough start to go round the outside of Ashley Savage? Let's find out as they make their way around hairpin 3 and 4.
So here we go, another slow rolling up lap, but that's Ashley Savage's right. Essentially becomes a pace kart everybody has to stick with. And here we go, heat number 3 gets underway, and Ashley Savage does get a good launch, but not as good as Andy Ambrose, who is going to have to go right round the outside, and does.
Great start then from Ambrose. Lothian drops down, but slots back into 4th place behind Christopher Stoves, and it's Andy Collinson then in 5th place, so that he's going to try and move down the inside of Lothian into hairpin number 2, and does so. Lothian forced wide and goes onto the rumble strips. And pops the radiator flap up as well in front of Martin Fisher. And it's Emma Brown and Paul Swan, although Swan's going to try and get down the inside of Emma Brown. Tries to get that 95 stopped, and on this occasion does. Brown will come back down the inside as Fisher does exactly the same to Lothian in hairpin 4.
And yes, indeed, it is Andy Ambrose from Savage. Chris Stoves leading the 177 class in 3rd overall. Andy Collinson in 4th, but about to be 3rd on the road as he sends it up in the inside into hairpin 1 and does complete the move. So that's a change in position for Stoves and Collinson. Then it's Martin Fisher, Arthur Lothian, Paul Swan, Emma Brown and Sophie Stevenson.
Good start then from Ambrose all the way around the outside, but hasn't been able to shake off Savage. This is the battle for 3rd that we're seeing, which is going all the way down really to Emma Brown in 8th place as Paul Swan makes up another place, getting past Arthur Lothian. Collinson up to 3rd as well. We saw that move down the inside into hairpin 1 earlier on in the lap on Chris Stoves, although those 2 in separate classes. Stoves in 177 racing against Emma Brown and Sophie Stevenson.
Yeah, Andy Ambrose 7/10 clear of Ashley Savage. Not quite the pace that we saw so far in heat number 2, but as we've said, could well be taking it easy here. It was yeah, it was actually Andy Collinson actually taking it easy in heat 2, wasn't it? Or was it?
No, Andy Ambrose has won them both. Collinson was taking it very easy, wasn't he, in second place?
So Collinson was the one taking it easy on the tyres in heat 2. So we'll see whether he's got any kind of response in terms of pace, particularly in the final.
Interesting to see that, Tom, because whilst he is leading the championship points-wise, and came into this weekend with a 69-point lead over Paul Swan. I think that will have extended out as well. So doesn't really need to tax himself too much in the heats when the big points are won in the finals, as both look like Fisher and Swan got past Chris Stokes down there into hairpin 3 and 4.
Yeah, could be a case of keeping his powder dry in terms of looking after those tyres, and also it could be a case of applying enough pressure to Savage and Ambrose that they're going to need to take life out of their tyres while he's keeping his in a good place.
Exactly. The top 3 are evenly spread. The big battle going on down here in 4th place.
I was going to say, it does make it a bit unexciting for us, though.
Yeah, when they spread themselves out. And to be fair, Swan is in a battle with Fisher. And Swan, a driver that will be back here next weekend, of course, as part of that, the British 24-hour. In the A66 Pro Kart, racing in the clubman class. Currently in 5th place behind Martin Fisher.
Just keeping an eye on Andy Collinson's lines, and
he's a lot tighter around hairpin 2.
Yeah, there was a bit of a squeak as he went into hairpin 1 as well, as he pushed the tyres on a little bit, particularly at the rear. So may well be pushing on still. Paul Swan has just overtaken Martin Fisher for 4th on the road. As we look at the battle here, there he is in fact, Paul Swan swapping places with Martin Fisher through hairpin 3. And we've got Chris Stoves, Arthur Lothian, and Emma Brown now in 8th, and we're looking at that battle on screen.
Yeah, Collinson a full second behind Ashley Savage. That'll be easy for us to check when they come back round next time. Stoves, Lothian and Brown. So Lothian sandwiched between the two of them. Lothian with a much wider line as well in there. Now slides, tries to get down the inside of Stoves. Will this do anything to allow Brown to get alongside as Lothian then goes out onto the rumble strip on the outside?
Lothian, of course, in that 162 class, while Stoves and Brown are in the 177 kilo class.
2.5 laps remaining as Emma Brown goes down the inside of Arthur Lothian into hairpin number 1. Moves up into 7th overall, still 2nd in class, but now she is right behind Chris Stoves in terms of track position in their battle, as the Stoves is right up on a very, very slow Martin Fisher round there. Tom in the 59, looks like that kart might have some problems. Martin Fisher from 5th place, slowing in front of Christopher Stoves.
Yeah, is he going to come into retirement? No, carries on.
No, carries on. Not sure what the issue is there, but that kart not giving anywhere near the power that he was experiencing moments ago.
Indeed, and we've got Stoves and Brown now fighting over this 177 class lead.
Yeah, they're really concertining up, trying to get past the slowing Martin Fisher. Lap and a half remaining for these. Leader is already over start finish with a 41.862, the fastest lap of the race, as Brown tries to move down the inside of Stoves. Stoves manages to run round the outside, and Brown has to slot back in 2nd in class.
Collinson is pushing on here now on this final lap in 3rd place. Has started to reel back in Ashley Savage. I'm not sure he's going to have enough time to make a move through, but has certainly closed in the gap. It was well over a second at one point. It was 0.7 over a line, but I don't think it's going to be that this time round. It just seems to have been pushed on a little bit by Andy Collinson on the final lap of the race and has closed back in.
Ambrose, though, will come through to take the checkered flag and victory in Senior Rotax Heat 3. Ashley Savage and Andy Collinson completing the top 3, with Collinson closing in at the end on Ashley Savage, but Andy Ambrose still pulling away from both of them at the front, extending the gap to 3.5 seconds on Ashley Savage. Paul Swan takes 4th with Christopher Stoves winning Rotax 177 from Emma Brown, Arthur Lothian, Martin Fisher and Sophie Stevenson completing your runners.
Unlike yesterday's 3 different heat winners and Paul Swan taking the pole position for the final on consistency, today we've got Andy Ambrose winning all 3 heats.
What that does mean for
Stinking
Ambrose,
up the place.
Well, what it does mean
As
for
they say.
Ambrose, Tom, including yesterday where he had 2 retirements, is that if he's finished, he's seeing the checkered flag first.
Yes.
Because he retired from 2, won the heat he was in, won the final,
Yes.
and he's won all 3 heats here today. So
Yes.
if he's finished, he's seeing the checker.
Very true. Very, very true. So there they roll off the grid now, or off the track, and I can already hear the distant rumble of 30-odd 4-stroke engines heading out for Senior Pro Kart heat number 3. Senior Pro Kart heat number 3, heading round to the grid. Pole position this time goes to Jack Morris, then it's Jonathan Allen, Josh Eden and Harry Nottage, Scott Tate and Simon Doughty. Then it's Mark Tate, Alec Bowd, Harry Roddis, Gareth Plackett, Andrew Worley and David Brewis. Callum Booth, Brandon Truman Reddish, Joe Grinsell, Dan Tate, Ben Hogarth and Steve Nichols. Caitlin Frame, Jess Alexander and Josh Falkus, Connor Jupp, Thomas Braid and Jake Richardson. Lennon French, Thomas Hewland, Jack Hewland, Alvin Dowell, Jordan Cranston and Paul Rye. And Henry Bowd taking the final grid position. And there's Harry Nottage giving us the obligatory foot wave.
He's got both of them this
We've
time,
now
though,
become
hasn't he?
accustomed to. He's going to be cutting off the blood flow to his legs there. He's going to have knackered calves in about 5 minutes.
Sam, I mine feel having been stood up for 2 days.
That's
you
why.
you prefer
that's why
to
I have
sit.
a seat.
I can't sit. I need to see out the window.
I stand up for the excitement, and then I sit down if there's not happening.
I need to see everything all out of the window. I need to see the bank. I need to see the track.
Got the last few runners already making their way forward. Looks like we've got about 6 or 8 more karts to put into position.
Not messing about, are they, on this one, Tom? Getting them all in.
Good, and shouldn't take long either to get us underway.
Mark Tate's just been rolled back and repositioned, I think. There we are, all sorted. And the final runner is into position, so we are good to go here in Senior Pro Kart. Barriers being closed at the back, green flag is in hand. Morris on the inside, Allen on the outside, Yeadon and Nottage completing the top 4. Scott Tate, the one to watch for me here, Tom, going off heat number 5 and straight into 4th place. Morris leads them through then with Allen slotting into
3 off.
2nd place. We've got a couple off. Oh, Brandon Truman Reddish.
Oh, somebody trying to rejoin in the middle of the
That's
national loop.
Oh, Callum Booth there rejoining in the middle of a pack of karts. And the
Actually,
other
it
one
was
right
a lot less carnage than I thought it was going to be coming through there.
Yeah,
with
David
that
Brewis
rejoin.
once again, and the driver off, not for the first time on the opening lap, unfortunately for Brewis. Brandon Truman Reddish at 151, the other kart.
Heading through the into hairpin 3 for the first time. It is headed by Jack Morris. So we've got a few overtakes coming through. We've got Callum Booth with a warning.
Do you know in F1 where they call it an unsafe release?
Yes, I think that's what that's for. Yeah, I think it's for an unsafe rejoin. So yeah, David Bruce, Brandon Truman Reddish dropping down the order. It is Morris from Allen, Tate, Yeadon, Nottage, Doughty, Bowd, Tate, Plackett and Roddis. Scott Tate, I think that is with a hand up there.
Yeah, oh, yellow out, Tom. We've got Bren Hogarth off at hairpin 1. He's rejoined, though, having gone all the way off back to the tyre wall there. So he's obviously gone off at a fair rate of knots. Nottage, I think, has made a move earlier on. Scott Tate with a contact warning.
So I think he knows that's going to be incoming.
Oh, Yeadon there with a bit of a run into the back of Harry Nottage, but then Nottage able to withstand that.
I've noticed Ben Hogarth making an appearance here this weekend as well, and one of our junior pro karters previously.
Yeah, he's raced a few rounds in seniors this year, so he's moved up, I think, some age. As Jessica Alexander picks up a contact warning, this being obviously her back of the grid start. Oh, and Harry Roddice has gone off, and Andrew Worley's into the side of him. Unfortunately, Thomas Braid has to spin in sympathy and pretty much out of any decent position, as Callum Booth has gone off at hairpin 2 as well.
Yep, we've got a warning out for the 20 of Jess Alexander. That's it, and we've got a 79. He's going to get the black and white meatball flag, and that's for Andrew Worley, because he has got a very bent side pod from that incident at hairpin 1. So, your running order: Jack Morris from Scott Tate, Jonathan Allen, Simon Doughty, Harry Nottage, Alec Bowd, Mark Tate, Dan Tate, Josh Yeadon and Joe Grinsell, your top 10.
And Andrew Worley does indeed come straight into the pit lane up on sight of the meatball flag. Contact warning for Jessica Alexander, not sure if it's the same one or another one. So she is on a mission from the back of the grid, you see, Tom, in this one, with it being her mixed up, her back of the grid start.
Indeed, they are already about to crack the top 10. It's Falkus, I think, is heading that trio at the minute of Falkus, Jupp and Alexander as they make their way through. And in fact it is, and they are now 11th, 12th and 13th, demoting Josh Yeadon down the order. But we look at the front here as Jack Morris is leading Scott Tate.
Jonathan Allen, Tom, in third place, doing a grand effort to hold back Simon Doughty and hold on to that third place. Then they've got a bit of a gap back to Nottage.
Morris doing everything he can to get some extra speed down the straight, and Scott Tate says, well, while you're not looking, I'm just going to slip up the inside.
Yep, Tate through into the lead as we head towards half race distance. We will, of course, have our lunch break here at Teesside after that, where I'm reliably informed that Sunday dinner buns are available in the cafe, so I might have to tackle one of those before I dip into the cakes.
Yes. They are heading through now. Simon Doughty has taken Jonathan Allen for third place on the road as well, so Simon Doughty showing well here in this heat. Falkus has cracked the top 10 now with Connor Jupp 11th. Jess Alexander losing a spot to Gareth Blackett and is now in 13th.
Tate and Morris, the two leading the way then. Doughty, Allen and Nottage.
Although I can see down the back straight, Alexander has retaken 12th place.
Tate's gone down. Well, Tate was down the inside of Grinsell, so I don't know whether Grinsell have tried to get through, but then Grinsell's going to try and do the same back to Tate. There he is on screen, but then has to get hard on the brakes of Dan Tate, sweeps around the outside. Mark Tate now, the next one, to try and take advantage of Joe Grinsell in front.
Connor Jupp with the fastest lap of the race as he moves into 10th position, a 46.581. Oh, and we've got the 171. That is the that's that Anderson one, isn't it? Who's in that?
Thomas Hewland.
Jack Hewland.
Oh, Jack Hewland, sorry.
Yeah, Jack Hewland pedalling fairly slowly around there that we just caught.
Jonathan Allen and Harry Nottage now battling it out in the club class in 4th and 5th respectively. Allen still leading the way in that one, but Dan Tate's going to come down the inside of Harry Nottage, and Jack Grinsell's going to take advantage as well as Nottage bounces over the rumble strips, and Nottage slots back in front of Grinsell, so comes over the line in 6th place. Alexander appears inside the top 10 for the first time.
So we've got Falkus and Alexander now 8th, 9th and 10th from their mid-20s start positions.
Ooh, bit of a bump and run down the inside there. It's like a busy car park down into hairpin 1 and 2. They're 3 wide.
Jess Alexander's two for one there.
Yeah. Grinsell comes across on Nottage there and will lead still at the front of this one. Nottage is back down the inside.
Falkus has retaken Jupp and Alexander down the straight, as well as at least one other.
Yeah. Now it's going to be straight line in there. It's Alec Bowd, I think, in the 90 on the novice plate in 12th place.
Yeah, showing well. So Joe Grinsell now heading this train in 6th place. So this is Grinsell, Falkus, Alexander, Nottage and Jupp. And then behind them, I'm just going to wait for the score to tick round. It's Mark Tate.
Oh, there's a spin in the background as well. That is Jake Richardson, who carried too much speed in, and there was a bit of contact, but he's tipped himself into a spin at hairpin 1.
From 15th, and that on the inside is Jess Alexander on Josh Falkus into South Bank, who robustly squeezes and tightens the line.
Jump and Nottage with the move down the inside. Great move from Harry Nottage to come back and take 2 places. Mark Tate runs around the outside of Alec Bowd. Gareth Plackett, the driver with the white helmet and the black suit behind him, then in French as well, up into 14th place.
Last lap board already out for Scott Tate, who is almost a second clear now of Jack Morris, and they in turn are 1.4 seconds clear of Simon Doughty in a comfortable 3rd place. Dan Tate, here we go now into hairpin 1 with this big group fighting over 6th place.
Grinsel's got a bit of a gap, hasn't he, with Falkus as well, so it's really Nottage there in 8th. This is Jupp leading the way in 9th, being pushed along by Mark Tate and Jess Alexander as well. Out of the final corner though, Tom, Scott Tate already coming through to take checkered flag and victory in Heat 3. Morris, Dougherty and Tate with Jonathan Allen, a superb 5th in the club class. Grinsell then Falkus with the fastest lap. Nottage, Jupp and Mark Tate completing the top 10. Jess Alexander 11th, Alec Bowd leading novice in 12th. Steve Nichols wins 40s in that heat in 15th place.
So first win in a Heat 4 of the weekend for Scott Tate. We've had Dan Tate win 1 and won 1 yesterday. So Jess Alexander, Scott Tate and Josh Falkus, your 3 Heat winners today. Of course, Scott Tate taking Heat 3, just to make it more confusing. Here he is, rolling in on the cool-down lap. Congratulations to Scott Tate. So we will take a short break now, and we'll come back with the finals for today and our final lot of races for the weekend.
Welcome to the Paddock Walk for round 5. We're filming this on Saturday evening. Behind us, still a plethora of people because this is the charity race that's going on. They're just having some pictures taken, and then we're going to try and get 1 or 2 words with a number of our drivers. Everybody's waving up there, so we've got loads of the Teesside Karting mums, family and friends. So they're just having some pictures taken, and then Tom and I are just going to jump straight in. Tom, anybody that you want to interview first? You're picking anybody out?
I think we've got to go with the Mentiers first, haven't we?
Well, I'll let you go up there first. I think they're having some pictures done, so I don't want to ruin them by jumping straight in. Who
else are we going to have a try and have a chat with? First time on track.
We'll find out in a few. In fact, we'll bring Lee in. We'll bring Lee in first. Lee, use Tom's microphone. But
yeah,
your wife and daughter are about to go out on track.
Yep.
How are you feeling about that?
Looking forward to it?
Yeah, fine. A couple of beers, have a laugh. Yeah, see what happens.
You mean you're having a couple of beers? They've not already had a couple of beers?
No, they've been strictly no alcohol all day, which is unusual. They normally start about 7, 8 o'clock in the morning.
Good to see. And there's a few going on behind you as well, or behind the cameraman here. Got a few beers going on here as well, which is good to see. All taking in all of the action and good bits of fun here. So Lee, looking forward to this one. Who's your money on?
Keely Smith.
Keely Smith for you. Okay, we'll keep an eye on it as well, and we'll update people tomorrow for the stream as well with what the actual results were.
We'll give at least the top 3 out. There's no subclasses, is there, anything like that? So it's just going to be. I want to speak
to somebody who's it's their debut, first time ever on track, and I want to see what the nerves are going to be like as well. So we'll shove a microphone in somebody's face. And
we've already had one rejection from somebody on the track. So Tom, pick somebody, get straight in.
Right, whose is it their first time on track ever? Right, here we go. Here we go. Right, come on, talk to us. We'll try and not get your slogan in the back.
Oh, thanks. No.
Yeah, in fact, definitely not get the slogan in. Right, so what's your name?
Amy.
Amy, what brings you here? Who are you following? Who are you supporting during the sprint series normally?
Lizzie Mentier.
Right, Lizzie Mentier. Okay, and obviously she had a good day today. Finished a second.
Yeah, she always does. Yeah.
And this is your first ever time on track.
It is. Yeah.
Okay, and how are you feeling? Are the nerves kicking in?
I'm all right. I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm all right.
Okay,
yeah.
And is it the nerves not just kicking in, but feeling confident? Where do you think you're going to finish up?
Hopefully near the front, yeah, I'm pretty competitive, so hopefully near the front, yeah.
Okay, has Lizzie been giving you some tips, some driving lines?
I've had a couple, yeah, so...
Been watching some onboards?
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I can only do my best, yeah.
Okay, well done. Thank you for talking to us, Amy. Hope you go well.
My direction next, Tom. I'm going to speak to my good lady. You've never been in a kart before?
Nope, never.
Looking forward to it?
Nope, not at all.
It's a strong look as well, Ashley, and it's a very strong look for you today.
Think you can win?
Nope.
But you do. We know you've got good speed, though. You've definitely got good speed because you clocked 83 and went through a gantry just outside junction 42 earlier in the season and clocked that up on the way home. So you've definitely got good straight line pace.
Yes.
Wonderful.
So practice, wasn't it, David? Well, practice for today.
Let's pick somebody else out. Let's just go straight through
on the way up.
Next person that doesn't have a helmet on. No, next person that doesn't have a helmet on. There we go. There we go. Now, I know who your driver is normally on a weekend, but tell everybody out there who your driver is.
My driver is Austin O'Man, number 7, in the Bambinos.
Have you had any tips and techniques from him, or is he going to leave you to do this one yourself?
I've had tips and techniques from Austin, from Tristram, and from Billy. So, all of them. They've all told me exactly what I should do. Whether I do is another thing.
Any previous race experience?
Nope.
I think you're lying. Gordon, Gordon, what do you know about the race experience of Mrs. O'Man? What do you know?
Well, being married to a European Rotax champion and 3rd in the world, she's second.
Oh, don't even have a place.
She has racing pedigree.
So there's definitely some pedigree.
Right,
Tom's got somebody else now.
I'm going to throw over here because I've got a funny feeling that there's a name on the side of your helmet here, and that isn't your actual name.
No.
So you're not Ben Douthwaite, are you? Who are you, and who are you supporting here normally in the sprints?
Okay, so my son is Buddy Hugo in Bambinos, and I've never been in a car in my life, and I'm absolutely petrified.
So it's another debut here on track for the very first time here. So what relation are you to Ben Douthwaite then, and how have you wangled the helmet?
He's my boyfriend.
There we go, right. So I got one off the boyfriend, there we go, okay. So, yeah, it's the first time on track, absolutely petrified you've said, but I think you'll be all right, won't you? You sure? Have you been watching some onboards and things like that?
I've had lots of tips from Buddy and from Ben. And if I get around the track, I think I'll be doing great.
And just remind us how old Buddy is.
He's 7.
Right, so tips from the 7-year-old of how to drive the circuit. So, yeah, good to know, and good luck, and hope it all goes well for you. Come back safe and sound, won't you?
Thank you. I'll try my very best.
And we're going to throw it back over to David, who's over here.
I'm over here with familiar helmets but unfamiliar drivers. Don't run away because I will chase you and I've got decent speed for a tubby lad. And Rachel, Hannah, Faith, familiar helmets but not yours for normal. You borrowed yours off Jess, you borrowed yours off Jack. Previous race experience?
I've done like one team sport race and I've been in Jess's Cup once at Rowell.
Previous race experience, Faith?
None.
None at all. Jack, very brave, lending the helmet with no race experience. But the main thing is just to go out there, have fun, and raise money for charity.
And I've got comms, so I can talk to her.
I would like to say as well, really big shout out to my old team here. This is the Northampton Maidens. If you turn around for us, Rachel, on the back, look, we've got the Northampton Maiden logo. That was our team for the EK. Obviously, I wasn't in the Maidens. I was in the Dark Knights, but we had the Maidens, the Knights, and the Dark Knights. Great to see the livery back on show once again. I'm very proud of that.
Wonderful. I've got one more person I want to speak to here before we head off up there, and it's somebody that's played a big part in arranging this race. Amy Gibbon, first of all, congratulations for putting this all together. Really, it was your idea to start it off. We've got so many people taking part out there in this event. You must be thrilled with how much traction it got to start with.
I can't believe it. I honestly didn't think it'd take off like this. It's mental.
It's great, isn't it? I think we've got well over 30 people signed on, maybe even touching 40. I think we might even be having to do 2 races at this rate with how many people, because I don't think we've got enough hire carts out there.
Do we have an idea how much roughly we've raised for the charity already?
I think it was, what was it, 340, 350, something like that. But I know there's a lot more to come.
Yeah, there definitely is, and we'll put a link on the stream tomorrow as well as part of this show, so we can hopefully try and raise a bit more for it as well, because it is a very, very worthy cause. So thank you as well for organising this. I think it's going to be a great event.
Brilliant.
Should we have a little wander?
Yeah, let's head into the paddock. We'll come back to watch this race.
Leave these ladies and their nervous bladders to it.
Yeah, there's plenty of nerves going on. There has been for most of the weekend, in fact. So what we'll do, Tom, is most of this top paddock is actually going to be empty, because most of people, what we'll do is we'll start heading down the paddock and see if we can catch anybody on the way down there. See if we can catch some drivers, have a little bit of a chat with a few people in the remaining 10 minutes
here
or
at the
so.
moment.
Let's see if we can catch somebody. This is Sebastian Benson. Sebastian, great race day for you, obviously on the podium in Honda Cadet Club this weekend. Really in fact, we'll just move you out of the way so we don't get you skittled by a car. Wonderful. So you've had a great race day, and I was speaking to you yesterday and said the only thing that you were really lacking this year was consistency. Today you've really hooked it up and really, took it out there right at the front to battle in Honda Cadet Club.
Yeah, I just tried being defensive and braking earlier going into the corners so that I didn't spin it, and that was what gave me the consistency today.
Brilliant. Seb, thank you very much. All the very best for tomorrow, which will be today when this goes out on the paddock wall. We'll keep going because they're getting the higher carts ready for the ladies' race in a few moments' time.
So there's a bit of a rumble. We did the bottom paddock last time, didn't we?
I think we'll head straight up here, Tom, and head a left, because yesterday on the paddock walk that you'll have already seen on yesterday's, I started all the way up there and worked my way round. So we'll head down there. I'm just going to head over and just have a quick chat here with Ashley Savage, and it's really going to be a quick one. Is that Kieran? How is he?
He's not too bad. He's hurt his leg. We had to come in together. It's just a racing incident, really. He hit the front of my wheel and he just volleyed him upside down. He's okay. We're going to go take him to hospital just to check up his knee, but yeah, it's a bit of a shame, really, because we were doing well today. But
great that he's okay and in good spirits.
Yeah, he's in good. Well, I don't know about good spirits, but he's
in the grand scheme of things,
in the grand scheme of things, yeah, he's okay, and that's the main thing. Not bothered about carts, and as long as he's okay, that's fine.
Ashley, thank you very much. I'll let you get that all zipped up and get yourself off. Thank you very much. As we make our way then down towards the bottom end of the paddock. Now, Tom, during the stream, I've seen the 171 cart of Thomas Hewland. It's the one with the retro Nauseo panel. Yep. They're right down the bottom. I'm hoping we can get down there before they've packed up and gone home for the day.
What I was going to say was, just before we come on to them, is we've been doing a bit of a 24-hour preview throughout the course of the day. Of course, this is the exit of the 24-hour pit lane that we're walking down now. So where we see them exiting the dummy grid normally, that's their exit of the normal pit lane. They won't, of course, use that in the 24-hour. They will come all the way down here, and flying out behind our cameraman here, there's the pit exit, and they're going to go straight into Rib Bend, absolutely top speed.
Well, we'll let Darren turn around and walk forwards, because we don't want him to fall over, nor do you really want to spend too much time looking at me and Tom. We'll have a quick wander down. We'll see whether there's anybody down here. I know we've interviewed Layla Berryman in the 166 earlier on in the year. We covered her at a previous round. We did a standalone interview with her. If we can head down here and see whether the Hewlands are still down here. There's a couple of carts on the left as well. So if anybody's in there, we will stop off and have a quick chat. And no drivers though. There's a driver. He's hiding round the back. Apparently he's not a driver. Only when he's put his helmet on. Hello. Introduce yourself, young man.
I'm Jacob Cartledge. It's my first time here, and from Aberystwyth.
How are you finding the track then for a first time? Obviously, you're going to get another go at it tomorrow as well.
It's quite good actually. I like the track, and it feels quite smooth.
Wonderful. Which is your favourite part?
Definitely the bank corner.
Everybody says the bank corner. I'm more of a de-chicane man. I think it's a really technical part, but I'm yet to interview somebody I think that's not said the South Bank, the big bank corner. So you're going to join a big group.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Tom, there's a few people in there. I'll let you plough straight in.
There is. We've covered a couple of these already in the past, but yeah, let's give a shout out then. Right. So what's your name? Where'd you come from?
Tim.
Tim, and Tim, who are you supporting here this weekend?
Supporting. I'm not so sure whether it's supporting.
Is it moral support?
I make him worse.
Okay, who are you causing havoc to then?
Well, Ross has been running in this weekend, so his times have dropped, and that's Cam. For the telly. Yeah, of course we saw Cam tipping as well. We covered him in the previous Paddock show. Ross, could you come around here, because we haven't actually spoken to you for quite a while, have we, Ross? How are you, buddy?
I'm good, thank you, Tom. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. It's been a while since we've had a chat. So, how's things been going for you this year?
Not too bad.
You're like the busiest man in karting, pretty much, aren't you?
I seem to be these days. It's new people coming every week, so. Yeah, let's keep pushing. Good. Going.
And are you here next weekend?
Yes, 24 next weekend.
Of course you are.
Biggest weekend of the year. You know that.
Yeah. And what are you doing? Are you racing? Are you mechanicking? Are you doing all of the above?
I will be racing. I'll be mechanicking. I'll be here from Wednesday. So.
Okay. And what number are you in, so we can keep an eye on you?
I'll be in the 213 car next week.
Great stuff. Teammates?
We've got James Worship and his 2 lads as well. So it's just a team of 4 this year. So big ask, but let's get it. Let's fire up.
Great stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Ross. Really good to see you as always.
I've got
one of the busiest man in kartings. Oh, here we
Samuel
go.
Yeadon.
Young Yeadon.
Yeah. Samuel, great day for you today out there. Got yourself up into the top 3 and we're battling right at the sharp end towards the day. You must be incredibly happy with that.
Yeah, I am. And as well, last weekend, getting a first place, and yeah.
So really carrying quite a lot of form into this race weekend. Think we can repeat it again tomorrow? 2 podiums in 2 days?
Hopefully.
Brilliant. I know this is the first time we've actually spoke to you, so I'm going to give you a little opportunity. I know that obviously you race, your brother races as well. Anybody else that you want to just give a quick shout out to?
My dad, my mum, and my grandma, and my granddad.
Wonderful. Samuel, thank you very much. Tom's disappeared. He is miles away around that corner. I'm going to try and not to get skittled by this van here, because I want to head over there to speak to that man in green.
I'm right down
oh,
the
no,
other end of the
apparently he says he's going, but I'll have a quick see whether we can get in. No, I think they're loaded up to go, so we might miss out on them, which means we'll just go to the next awning further down, and then we'll finish in that awning there with yourself, Tom.
Yes, I was going to say, you can actually see how far the...
Here we come, live paddock walk, so we're going to stick us straight in. That's Ollie's kart. He's overall the season he's going all right, but the quali didn't quite go to plan. He's had to work his way up towards the top 10 throughout the day.
He has. He's suffered a little bit this morning. I don't know what. We need to have some different strategy for tomorrow.
But throughout the day, from where he qualified to where he finished, he has progressed through the field. He's really come on throughout the day. It's just pretty much today a case really of what could have been if the quali was a bit further up and he could have then pushed on towards the top 5.
Definitely he could have. But yeah, he struggled a little bit. He hasn't been in it for a month or so. So yeah, I think we need to hopefully get a better qualifying for tomorrow.
Sleep it off and come back stronger tomorrow?
Definitely. That's what we're going to do. Early night.
Wonderful, thank you very much. So that's a back stronger message from the team of Ollie Carter. We'll head over to the right hand side, because I think the awning that was to the left is not occupied anymore.
No, it is. We've got people in there, absolutely, yeah. So we're going to see if we can have a quick word in here.
Well, you get yourself in there, Tom, and I'll let you bring this one to a close.
Here we go, right. So as you can see, just right the way down there, the paddock goes on for pretty much a mile. It's all the way round up to the banking and the mountain section of the national circuit. So tell us, what's your name, where do you come from, and how have you gone today?
Ollie Pull, and I come from Scotland.
Whereabouts in Scotland have you come from?
Well, not right on the border.
Okay, so welcome to Teesside. How many times have you run here before?
Hundreds, I think.
About 100 times before?
I've been here a lot.
Okay, great stuff. And how's it been going for you today?
It's gone all right. It's not gone the best.
No, well, that's the same for a lot of people, I think, today. They've not had the best of days, but the really good thing is we can go tomorrow, can't we?
Yeah.
Great stuff. And what class are you running in, Ollie?
Mini-Max.
In Mini-Max, okay, Ollie. And this is your car, is it number 94?
Yep.
Great stuff, so we can keep an eye out for all the fans at home. You can see Ollie's kart running tomorrow on our live stream. Thank you very much for talking to us. Hope everything has gone well and goes well for you tomorrow. David, have we got anybody else that we need to speak to very quickly?
My friend, because he's new as well.
No, he's straight through. He's not as talkative.
He's gone straight through crew, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's not as talkative. But we'd have loved to have chatted to him, but he's straight through on his very flashy scooter. But that's around about 20 minutes for us, Tom, which means that we can head back for the finals here at round number 5. Hello and welcome back to Teesside Autodrome for the finals here at round 5 of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series. Bambino's making their way round. They will start the first of 8 finals here today at Teesside Autodrome, and it will be double race winner Chloe McGill on pole position with Austin Oman alongside. Same number of points as Riley Morrow, but his pole position at the start of the day puts him on the front row alongside McGill. Morrow and Hugo on row 2 with Gibbon and McCarthy on row number 3. Then it's Freddie Blackshaw, James Pybus and Grayson Crawford completing the 9 runners here in the final. Ethan McClelland, engine trouble earlier on means he takes no further part in the race day here at Teesside.
That's a shame for Ethan McClelland because he was having such a good weekend as well. But yes, about ready to go. We were just having a little rave up here in the commentary box while that music was playing, the intro music. Enjoying that one.
Yeah, I don't know whether the intro music goes out over the PA, Tom, or whether it's just us, so people might just think we're crazy.
Let's just say I'm glad it wasn't filmed because our dad dancing was a thing of beauty, and there would be knees weakening across the land.
Helpers making their way off then, and the first final of the day is about to go green.
Green is up, green is down, and we are away and racing for the final. Great start from Riley Morrow as he takes second place. Austin Oman slotting into third. Buddy Hugo once again with that second stage of acceleration, really pulling him up, not only onto the back of Austin Oman, but pushing him along as well, as Austin Oman has that initial getaway phase very well down, and then he drops away. So Buddy Hugo and Austin Oman working well together to get the best start for both of them, and away they go in third and fourth place. Round the hairpin 2 for the first time, Buddy Hugo pulls alongside Austin Oman as they head down there. Oman giving him the squeeze, but Buddy Hugo is going to come through.
Though, isn't he? Yes, he is. And Chloe McGill migrated straight towards the inside, didn't run all the way out onto the outside of hairpin 2 like the others did, and she'll run a wider line round 3 as well. But yeah, Hugo with a good start on Austin Oman, and Oman knows he's going to get the cut back now, but will be on the outside, and Buddy Hugo will slot back comfortably into third place. So McGill leading us over the line then with Morrow, Hugo and Oman, then Gibbon, and now a comfortable 5th. McCarthy, Blackshaw, Crawford and Pybus, your 9 runners.
Yeah, and we've seen the positions reversed here from what we've seen through the heats today, or certainly the final 2 heats of the day. And in fact, there goes McGill, went wide and let Riley Morrow through. So it's as you were for the first 2 heats. The difference this time round is Chloe McGill has got Buddy Hugo in close company for pretty much the first time today that Buddy Hugo's managing to stay with them for this length of the race. The first heat was a bit mixed up compared to what we had for heat 2 and 3. Austin Oman taking heat number 1 today. He is there in 4th place, the number 7 car with the blue helmet and orange on it.
Yeah, had a nice interview with him earlier on. That will come out during the week on the Teesside Owner Drivers page. We put an interview on there every Wednesday between race meetings.
And McGill and Morrow starting to work together again as they did in heat 2 and 3, and drive away now from Hugo and Oman.
Yeah, it has appeared to split, hasn't it? McGill not quite as close as she was earlier on to Riley Morrow, although I'm sure that will close up as they go down the back straight and she drops into the slipstream behind the kart 38 at the front. There they are in a straight line. She is right now on the back of Riley Morrow once again.
And Austin Oman doing exactly what he needs to do to close up with the front 2 as well, pushing Buddy Hugo along and working with Buddy Hugo to try and close up on the front 2 of Morrow and McGill. But Morrow and McGill, this is exactly what we saw in heat 2 and 3, with McGill pushing Morrow along to try and break free, and then McGill last lap taking it from Morrow and causing Morrow some heartache.
Yeah, did what they needed to do by breaking away and then leaving it down to that last lap. It was a last corner move, whereas in heat number 1, you'll remember, Oman and Morrow did the same, but then did a lot more battling later on and ended up being in a position where they backed themselves into Chloe McGill and Buddy Hugo, and McGill was able to jump from 4th up into 2nd in that one as they down the back straight they go with Austin O'Man now trying to run all the way around the outside of Buddy Hugo, but will end up having to slot back in, I'm sure, as they make their way around South Bank and does, but then elects to take a wider line. Will he use that to get a cutback? Oh no.
Big oversteer. Is that, have we got
because
rain
it's rain,
coming
Tom.
down?
Yeah, heavy
a
as
lot
well.
Of rain.
Yeah, it's coming down. We've got the slippy surface flag coming out here, but the rain coming down. And the first we knew of that was when Austin O'Man just understeered wide.
McGill's taking the lead in that as well.
So the rain
coming down.
down.
We've got 2
here.
off at the back here as well. That is the 22 Grayson Crawford. I missed who the other one
Seb
was.
McCarthy in the 56 was the other one.
It is teeming down here briefly, or it was. It already looks to be easing up a little bit compared to what it was.
Yeah, light rain is the weather forecast, but
that's Snoop Dogg rain, isn't it?
Yeah, it's heavy though at the minute because
drizzle.
There's big water spots coming down on the barrier. The speed has slowed a lot here. The leaders are still as they were, but O'Man has dropped off the back of Buddy Hugo, and Chloe McGill continues to lead Riley Murrow, although the gap has opened up ever so slightly. You can't expect them to do the same that they have been. You know, they're keeping nose to tail. Because
whoa, there goes Murrow with a big slide, and he's going to get out of it. And Buddy Hugo had a slide in sympathy, lost momentum as well, and couldn't quite get past Riley Murrow.
He can, he's
can
through.
Now.
Heavy rain now, Tom. Really heavy rain here at Teesside Autodrome in this Bambino final. Lap times will go right down. They are on treaded tyres, of course, Bambino. They run an all-weather LeConte tyre, but obviously you try and run them as slick as you possibly can.
It's coming a little bit early as well. We expected it around about 4:15. It's coming at 5 to 4 instead, so the timing was a little bit off, but it's going to certainly mix things up here. The good news is if it does stop raining quickly, that it's warm enough here to dry out before we get many more finals. But I am a little bit concerned for Junior Pro Kart at the very least.
Yeah, they are allowed wets in Junior Pro though, but there's rain now coming down, and Buddy Hugo continuing to hold on to second place from Riley Murrow. Murrow's going to try a wider line right on the outside down there at the South Bank corner.
It is still coming down pretty heavily here as well, and Buddy Hugo now moving away from Riley Murrow. Chloe McGill, well used to these conditions, being from Scotland.
Absolutely. You're there too, so you're allowed to say that.
Exactly. I know. It's not any kind of bias or anything like that. It's a fact. It rains every single day where I live.
Lines have changed as well, Tom, and this is important to point out, is that our drivers no longer, at least most of them, as tight as they are into the corners. Look at Austin O'Man in the background, all the way round the outside of the corners, because that's where the rubber isn't. The rubber on the inside is very, very slippy. Round the outside, where there's not so much rubber, you're able to carry much more speed because there is more grip there, albeit considerably less than when it's dry.
And that's why we've seen them sliding wide, because especially when it first started raining, it was starting to catch everybody out that they were running on that rubber.
McGill has opened a gap up then of 1.6 seconds. There's a spin of James Pybus on the outside, which allows the rest of the field to come through.
What I would say as well, though, is that Austin O'Man has got plenty of experience of this track in the wet, as has Buddy Hugo as well. They will know what to do in these conditions in terms of finding the grip.
Yeah, I think it's still coming down, but nowhere near as heavy as it was, Tom. So be very interesting when it comes to Pro Kart in 5 minutes' time or so, what the decision is there, as Murrow and O'Man go either side of Freddie Blackshaw. It's definitely slippy, Tom, but there's no standing water or anything like that.
No.
Difficult decisions to be made down there. As there's a spin. I think that's Seb McCarthy as the leaders come through to put a lap on.
If it does stop raining now, I can see at least some of the cadet drivers gambling on slicks.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you're in the back 2 or 3 in Junior Pro Kart as well, what have you got to lose?
Throw the dice, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know, give it a few laps and toot around and then see what happens. It's more so the other way, isn't it? You know, where the rain's expected. So one person bolts on a set of wets and then just takes it really steady for 2 laps, doesn't kill them, waits for the deluge, and then just drives through everybody.
I think we've been wishing it away a bit too early because it's just intensified again.
Yeah.
Got another downpour coming. So Austin Oman now hounding Riley Morrow, who goes wide through the D chicane. Austin Oman can't cut back to the inside as Morrow gathers it back up. But Buddy Hugo is now closing in quite quickly on the back of Chloe McGill.
Yes, Tom, you are quite right. The gap at one point in this one was 1.6 seconds. It's down to 6/10 over the line, although Hugo did slide wide at hairpin number 2 a few moments ago. But the final step on the podium still massively up for grabs here between Riley Morrow and Austin Oman. Down the back straight, a few kart lengths between them. And the rain, Tom, seems to be coming and going,
yeah,
and then coming and
miss,
going.
Isn't it?
I think that's where Hugo closes up. You know, when it stops raining a little bit, and I think he's the first to push.
Well, as you said, he knows where to find the grip on these
Oman
tricky conditions.
through, sorry, Tom, on Riley Morrow. Morrow then back on Oman, and Oman's going to try and get the chop back, but can't. So Oman's tactic of going slightly wider down there at hairpin 4 didn't pay off, having come through.
Not much of a change in gap in terms of Hugo and McGill, although McGill just went wide coming out of the chicane and into the national loop, and that's brought Hugo even closer. So slight mistake from McGill, not a massive one, but she was a good 3 meters or so from where wider than she needed to be on the entry into the loop, and both of them go very wide coming out of hairpin 2.
Don't know how much it's still raining, Tom. I know every time we say it stopped, it starts again, but now Oman and Morrow down the back straight. Morrow on the inside. There's certainly potential for this track to dry very, very quickly, Tom. If people do go out on slicks, they're just going to have to be very, very careful on the opening 2 laps, especially down there at hairpin 3. That corner is always the last to dry.
Yeah. If it does stop raining, or if it has stopped raining, I can definitely see a few people gambling at the very latest Pro Cadet.
Yeah.
There is one race in between, which is Junior Pro Kart.
And there's enough of them as well, isn't there, on slicks to dry that track out. On to the final lap then, and Chloe McGill has opened up a bit more of a cushion on Buddy Hugo out at the front of this race. Onto the back straight they go then.
For the final time.
Yeah, there was some 6 or 7 seconds off, Tom, the usual race pace on the last lap. So it is still very, very slippy out there.
Oh, undoubtedly so.
But I think most of that is South Bank and hairpin 3, as there's a yellow flag out down there as they head down towards the final complex of corners for the final time. Chloe McGill just has to negotiate her way round the final corner. Hugo tries to close in by getting a good run, but Chloe McGill will come through to add the final to 2 heat victories here at Teesside. Hugo will join her on the podium, and they will also be joined by the 38 of Riley Morrow, with Austin Oman in 4th place. Then we await Jake Gibbon, his arrival. He's heading down the back straight towards the South Bank corner as the rain, Tom, once again appears here at Teesside. It needs to make its mind up.
Yeah, it really has got a lot heavier in the last 30 seconds or so. We will endeavour to keep you up to date with it because, of course, we've got people in the paddock who are listening and watching to the stream. So they're having to make their decisions based on what we can see of the track conditions.
Yep, Gibbon is about to come through here for 5th place. And he slows down and comes straight into the pit lane. Seb McCarthy will be classified in 7th. Grayson Crawford, the only remaining driver out there on track that hasn't taken the checkered flag yet, although will do, albeit behind McGill and Hugo. So, and then he's going to come straight into the pits as well, does Grayson Crawford. He was right in front, actually, of Chloe McGill when the checkered flag came out, so could well have thought that the checkered flag was for him as well, but it was definitely for McGill, who was just behind him.
What I would say is there is no spray coming off the Bambino tyres as yet, so there's definitely no standing water on the track. It's just a covering of fluid, if you like. We've got a kart stopped over the back of the circuit as well. And try and pick up who that is, as the junior pro karters have actually been released fairly early here. And we've got a Bambino still to recover. They're going to try and get that engine fired up again.
Yeah, I think that's because the Bambino is well hidden behind the tyre wall over there,
yeah,
Tom. They are rather
difficult.
small, aren't they? Great spot from yourself, by the way, on that. I don't know whether the marshal was already alerted to it. But the pro cars, of course, are a standing start, so they're going to have plenty of time. I'm sure we'll hold them until that car. I think it's the 56 of Sebastian McCarthy over there. So I think he's going to be the one that's going to be, we'll have to wait for that kart to be brought in.
And we'll wait until they get onto the grid and see if we can see everybody on wets as Leon Wilson goes round, does a 360 and then does a 180.
And another 180.
And another 180 to get him back going again.
Yeah, gracious.
And there he goes again, another 360.
He is having a lot of fun.
I'm not sure he is, but we are.
Christian Oblang's had the same amount of fun.
Yeah.
Down there at hairpin.
So it looks like hairpin 1 is very, very tricky.
So I wonder if we can get Seb out of that cart and just pick it. The carts themselves, they don't weigh a huge amount, can't we? If one of the marshals is feeling strong, just lob it on the shoulder and just bring it in.
Let's have a look as they grid them up then. The rain is still dropping, but the intensity changes dramatically minute to minute.
What we may do here is Sebastian McCarthy might get the best view in the house for this junior pro kart final by watching it from the infield section of hairpin number 1 from his kart there. Going to send everybody forward. Maximus Shields then on pole position, I believe, but we'll just do the bumper for the start and then we'll go straight into the grids here for the final in Junior Pro Kart.
I've just stuck my hand out of the commentary box and it is light rain, so barbecue weather if you live in Scotland. That's the usual.
Seb's getting collected, so we can run through the grid. It's Maximus Shields and Harvey Still on the front row with Amy Frame and Christian Oblag on row 2. Joe Arnold and Sebastian Pereira share row number 3. Oliver Watson and Ben Arnold on row 4. Finn Collister and Harry Brown are on row number 5 on the same amount of points, but Collister qualified quicker, so did his fastest lap time throughout the day, so he will start 9th with Brown in 10th. Bean 11th, Gilpin in 12th place with Leon Wilson in 13th. Sophie Pawsey not taking any part, but back at the track, Tom, showing support, arm in the sling, but in no lasting injury there for Sophie Pawsey, and we'll look forward to welcoming her back here for round number 6 in September. Sebastian McCarthy is being recovered. The ride back on the recovery quad, free of charge, as always, here at Teesside Autodrome.
So we will start gridding up the Junior Pro Karts very shortly, and the rain is easing off ever further by the looks of things.
This is the sort of weather...
I wouldn't have gone with slicks just yet.
No, but this is the weather that that parents don't like, you know, because when they've stuck a new set of wets on and then it starts drying up, and that new set of wets lasts 10 laps, and then they're basically they're for the bin.
Yeah.
Not sure why we're waiting for them forward, but we are good to go now as Maximus Shields rolls the 181 into position.
I think everybody is going to be on wets if they have them available to them.
Wets all round. On the front row at the very least. I know Frame's on wets. What I was thinking
whether
there,
Leon Wilson is on wets.
I'm not sure what's going on there, but
oh, that's Max Shields praying for rain. That's the rain dance.
What I was sort of hoping was that Oblag was on wets because he was coming in so hot at the marshals that if he was on slicks, there was a big worry.
Left.
So I was hoping. What I am looking out there at, Tom, is I'm trying to gauge how much tread is on them each wet tyres, because you can run a brand new set with loads of tread. You can run a set of what we call inters. You know, you can
well-used wet tyres have become intermediates.
You know, pretty much. You can run like incredibly scrubbed.
That's
Finn Collister coming round. He's going to be into.
I just saw the white on the car.
Yeah, it is. It is, and the space where he is will be in between Oliver Watson, who is where Oliver Watson is. That's him fourth back on the left side, and then there's a big gap back to Danny Bean. That will be Finn Collister's position when he rolls himself into position. He's going to go right round the outside and just tell the marshal down there, that should be for me up there. And I think they're going to grid the other two up maybe first and then put Collister in that gap, which has him alongside Harry Brown on row number 5 in P9. I think those two, they scored the same amount of points, hadn't they? We covered that on the run through, that they had the same amount of points, but Collister has a faster lap, hence why he will be in 9th place.
And the longer they take to grid up, the drier the track is getting. I'm going to have another hand out the commentary box window and see what the conditions are like in a moment.
If we had the same commentary box that we had at the end of the season last year, where the roof had been ripped off it, then we wouldn't, you know, then it wouldn't be a problem. So Sebastian Pereira looks comfy. He's got his feet up on his nose. We're just waiting confirmation whether Collister, who was very late out of the dummy grid holding area, is going to be able to take his spot up in the position, or whether he's going to have to go off the back.
What I would say is breaking news, twofold. One, it stopped raining. 2, Leon Wilson's on slicks.
Why not?
Roll the dice.
Why not? Finn Collister will go off the back here, and I think what happens there, Tom, is that they're given 5 minutes to change the tyres and get them out.
Yeah.
If they send them out and you're not out in the 5 minutes, then you go to the back.
He's on wets anyway.
That's only what I can imagine. He's on wets anyway. Leon Wilson with the orange helmet on. He's the one on the slicks. If this one dries up, this could be a massive trump card for Wilson.
Well, before the start of this, I said I would not be going on slicks just now. Now that they've had this hold.
See, I was the other way. I was like, well, if you're down there, what have you got to lose?
It was too wet while they were sitting there waiting on the grid. Now we've spent this long gridding up. You could well be quicker on slicks, certainly towards the end of this race. We've got the start marshal with the green flag in hand. We're just waiting for a final OK to get Junior Pro Kart final underway. We've had a heat win today for Sebastian Pereira, a heat win for Harvey Still, and a heat win for Max Shields as well. 3 different winners. Who's going to come out on top?
I think we're just waiting for confirmation here, Tom, that we can go. There's discussion going on. I can only imagine it's to do with the position of the 16 of Collister, but that is a massive assumption.
I've got the marshal moved over towards him now, so trying to read some body language here.
It's a nervous time, isn't it, Tom, on the grid there, when you're waiting and you don't quite know, and you're at the front, you've been gridded up for a few minutes.
And all the time the tyres are going colder and colder and colder.
Yeah, absolutely. Green is up, though, and green is down very, very quickly. Harvey Still with a good start. He's going to try and slot into second place, and does. Finn Collister goes straight through and into the pit lane. Not quite sure whether, because he was so late out, Tom, that he's going to be able to take any part in this race at all. We'll try and get confirmation as to why. There's a good move down the inside by Arnold on Amy Frame.
Well, the slicks definitely aren't paying off for Leon Wilson at the moment. A spin already in the national loop.
Yeah, he's just got to find his feet on these few laps, tootle around and see whether this track comes to him, as the rest of them on wet sort of dry and rubber this track back in. Collister's back out, Tom. So I don't know whether what the reason was as to why he couldn't take the start traditionally, but he went straight down and into pit lane.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get to the bottom of that one.
I think he's... Yeah, I think...
Meanwhile...
do you know what we were saying before about him maybe not being allowed out at a certain point of time because of the cut-off? I think it could have been that anyway. So we've got... so he is back out. He came into the pit lane. Pretty much, yes. There's Wilson. South Bank still very, very wet, as is hairpin number 3 down there, Tom. Keep an eye on lap times regarding where everybody is in comparison to the normal times when they come round this time, as Oblag gets down the inside of the 2 of Joe Arnold. 9 Ben Arnold, he picks up a contact warning. Lap times for Pro Karts, Tom, we know is normally in that sort of region of 46 seconds.
You can already see what looks like a dry line appearing, but I'm not sure it is just yet. There's Oblag up the inside of Joe Arnold for, I think that's 5th place. Yes, it is. 5th place for Oblag, so it's Shields from Still, Frame and Pereira, Oblag, Joe Arnold, Ben Arnold, Danny Bean, Oliver Watson, Harry Brown, Marty Gilfillan, then Finn Collister and Leon Wilson.
Lap times are around about 5 seconds off normal pace. Now, how much of that is down to the fact that they've got less rubber on the ground, and how much of that is down to the fact that it's still quite slippy out there?
It's about, the wet tyres are about 2 seconds, I think, off the pace, aren't they? So they'd be around about 3 seconds off a dry running pace at the moment. Not quite slick territory yet, but as I said, by the end of this one, someone at the back of the Cadet Pro grid is going to take a gamble and it's going to pay off for them. Likewise, people with very worn inters are probably throwing them on as well right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
We saw that with Thomas Potter, was it last year, wasn't it?
The thing is, the issue you've got is if you're near the front and one person does something, everybody follows suit because they have to, because they don't want to be the one left out.
But then if you're at the back, you do the opposite.
Yeah, absolutely. The further back you are, the easier it is to make the call.
Yes. You do the exact opposite of what everybody in front is doing and buck the trend, because in theory you have nothing to lose. Just go for it. Max Shields fighting the kart through hairpin 3, and Harvey still with that black helmet on for the final with the clear visor, has now just on pure grip and drive coming out of hairpin 4, driven straight past Max Shields and taken the lead. Amy Frame, Seb Pereira and Ben Arnold have lost places to Joe Arnold and Oliver Watson, so maybe they've had a coming together somewhere off screen, and in fact they're all
side by side now coming through the chicanes, and that's going to be uncomfortable for Amy Frame as she bounces over the curbs.
So the front two have moved away. Oblag is now in 3rd place, so has moved to the head of that group. That chasing group, with Joe Arnold still there in 4th. Oliver Watson in 5th with Frame Pereira, Ben Arnold, Danny Bean and Harry Brown, your top 10. Leon Wilson, unfortunately, 41 seconds off the, or 43 seconds now, off the lead
What
here.
I have been looking at with Wilson, Tom,
well, the time's coming down.
As long as it doesn't start to rain again, is that I just had a quick look back at what his lap times were on in the preceding heat, and he was pretty much bang on 50 seconds a lap. He was running at 55s. He's just gone sub 54, so the times are coming down. It's definitely drying.
Yes.
So the closer he gets towards that 50-second mark that he was, if he gets down into like the high 51s, it's slick territory for me there, Tom. You know, there's too much of a risk putting the wets on and them just absolutely shredding with, you know, there's some patches of water. For me, this is the corner that's the issue, hairpin 3. Certainly on slicks, it's just very, very rubbered in with all the action that goes on around that 3 and 4 area with the drifting and everything else. There's just no real non-racing line because of the different categories that are used here. Frame has gone very slow and is dropping down the order no end. Danny Bean and Harry Brown in a good battle with her inside the top 10 from 8th down to 10th place.
Oh, Leon Wilson going very wide there through hairpin 1, and round he goes.
He's going to have to wait now, isn't he, for the rest of the field to come through. Rain is coming down again, Tom.
He's all right when he's not on power, Leon Wilson. He's absolutely fine. It's as soon as he touches the throttle that it comes round on him, and he hasn't got any control over that anymore. If he could just be a little bit more gentle on the throttle.
Lap times have gone out again, Tom, because there's been another little downpour of rain. I really can't see anybody in Cadet Pro going out on slicks with this inclement weather. The rain shower starting to come down again. Heavy. Look at that on the screen, Tom. It's coming down.
It's coming down so heavy that we've already started to see spray coming up off the back of these junior pro karts. Only a little bit at the moment, but it is coming down very heavily now.
Yeah, Harvey still leading the way with.
You can see it's almost like fog looking through the camera here.
With 2.4 seconds. Shields in second. Arnold then up into third place now. Oliver Watson has just lost the place to Christian Oblag, but Joe Arnold
was in third earlier on, and I think Oliver Watson is showing very well here in these conditions.
Yeah, Oblag got through though on that earlier on in the lap, so he's back up into fourth, close enough maybe to get third.
Good control there, nice four-wheel drift from Oliver Watson. Enjoyed that one.
He's doing well, isn't he?
There he goes again. Look at that beautiful kart control.
Has lost a bit of time though. Yellow flag out, Tom, down at the D chicane. Leon Wilson on the grass. That's why I couldn't see it through the stanchion part of the commentary box.
There he is,
hidden behind it, waiting now. So the dice rolled for Wilson, and to be fair to him, the times were coming down towards the end of this race, Tom. You know, when it was dried up, the times were coming down by around about a second a lap, and it was starting to get into dry weather territory. Now, however, definitely wet.
Yes, full wet all round. But again, if it dries or if it stops raining, it will dry up very, very quickly here on track, as we've already seen. They were only 3 seconds a lap off, or relatively speaking, 3 seconds a lap off full dry pace, with an adjustment for wet tyres over slicks, of course.
2.1 seconds was the gap when they came over the line between Harvey Still and Maximus Shields, with 3 laps remaining. Shields is going to have to take some chunks out of Harvey Still in this one. As once again, Tom, the rain has stopped. As soon as it starts, it stops, but it's enough to keep this a wet track.
Yeah, I've just watched Seb Pereira overtake Oliver Watson for 5th place at hairpin 1 with a lovely clean move. Got it through there, and
battle for third, Tom, is quite interesting. Joe Arnold and Christian Oblag are
and there they are.
Very tight.
Oh, there they were. We'll just wait for them to come through the shot there. And who is it that's going to be leading out of there? It's Joe Arnold.
2 laps remaining. Here then in Junior Pro Kart, Harvey Still and Maximus Shields, the top 2. Shields closing in actually, Tom, down to 1.5. Not sure that 6/10 a lap's going to be enough.
And Leon Wilson, I think, has called it a day. As
well worth the gamble, though, wasn't it? As Arnold and Oblag argue. Oblag doesn't know, but Arnold just had it stopped on the apex there, didn't he? Oblag down the inside, then towards South Bank. Can he find a way through into third place? He can't. Joe Arnold sweeping then all the way round the outside. This is the closest battle on track at the moment, although Shields does appear to be closing in on Harvey Still, or at least certainly did on the previous lap. The gap was down to 1.5. He crossed the line now, it's 1.1. Shields closing in, but the lap's diminishing as the last lap boards come out. Joe Arnold in third place needs to hold off Christian Oblag to have a maiden trip to the podium. Does Joe Arnold. The lead battle, though, still sees Shields and Still close together as Christian Oblag tries to go round the outside of Joe Arnold, and Joe Arnold's just going to park this car right in the middle of the corner. Oblag's going to try and squeeze him. Arnold runs him all the way to the outside of the track and will do so again down the back straight again. Oblag with the hand off the wheel. They're turning into each other down the back straight, the two of them, side by side between Oblag and Arnold. Arnold's on the inside, Oblag on the outside. Pereira could snatch this, Tom, from 5th place as he shoots into shot as well. Out of the final corner, though, comes Harvey Still to come through. Shields has closed in, but not enough. Pereira's going to come through for 4th. I think Still takes the victory from Shields. Joe Arnold, Seb Pereira, Christian Oblag, all side by side. Arnold takes it on the line from Oblag and Christian Sebastian Pereira. Oliver Watson, a superb 6th with Amy Frame in 7th place. Harry Brown will come through to finish in 8th place. Great result there for Brown in front of Danny Bean and Ben Arnold, completing the top 10.
We will hold on a moment for Finn Collister and Marty Gilfillan coming through. There is Collister In 11th place, despite a drive-through penalty, still not a bad showing. And we have got Marty Gilfillan there as well, just coming across the line. So Harvey Still, there is your Junior Pro Kart winner of the final. Took a heat win earlier on today and has now taken the final. And just to give you an idea of how wet it got towards the end of that race, they were running around 5 seconds a lap.
If you could hear any noise at all there on the stream, picked up between my microphone and the camera, that was Harvey Still's mum getting just a bit giddy about his victory there in Junior Pro Kart.
Yeah, they were running about 5 seconds a lap slower than what their best was, and in fact Finn Collister set the fastest lap of the race with that 11th place finish with a 49.8. There were only 2 that managed to go sub 50 seconds, Oliver Watson being the other one. So in those mixed conditions, Watson and Collister were certainly right up there pace-wise and leading the pack.
To be fair, there wasn't many low 50s position either.
No, they weren't. So they were absolutely flying. And that's why Oliver Watson managed to end up as up in 4th place at one point. And then as soon as it started raining again, those wet tyres on the other runners came into their own. And they started to move back through. So that brings to a close Junior Pro Kart.
2 down and 6 to go then here at Teesside Autodrome. Next up, it's Honda Cadet Pro.
So your grid for the Cadet Pro final is taken pole position by Amy Peacock. That's courtesy of her 2 wins in the heats today as well. Larry Price takes 2nd place, Joshua Sullivan 3rd, and Ben Robinson in 4th. Jack Collinson with 1 heat win as well takes 5th on the grid, with Holly Swan in 6th. Thomas Potter in 7th and Sam Hayes in 8th. William Howard in 9th and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson P10. Harris Ali and JJ Plowman finish off the top 12. And it is the ever-fast starting Stanley Clark in 13th with Edward Rye in 14th.
It is, Tom, but I can't see Stanley Clark out there, so I'm not sure he's joining us for the final. We might just have the 13 runners in this Honda.
I can see blue sky as well. I think the rain is done for the day.
Maybe. Not enough that this is going to be... I can't see
anything but wet.
Yeah, anything but wet for this one. But
Clubman,
this is, for me,
this is the next race.
This is one of them conditions where if this was a practice day, send them out on slicks and let them learn something. But there's too much at stake.
With it being a final.
With it being a final for you to do something like that.
Looking fairly new on Larry Price's car as he rolls in front of us.
Yeah, they've got box fresh written all over them basically, haven't they? See what everybody else is doing. There isn't anybody. I can't see anybody going out
on.
Robinson's look.
Yeah, it's Ben Robinson. They look fairly well thumbed.
Yeah,
if they were a magazine, it would be fairly well thumbed.
Robinson's look like that these might be their last day out.
But yeah, and rightly so.
Which is what you need for this one. Edward Rye then rolls into position at the back of this Honda Cadet Pro final. Marshall makes his way to the front.
I've got to be honest, there doesn't look a lot of tread on Thomas Potter's ones.
No, but we know he can go well in the wet. Tom, we saw that last year, didn't he? On
this exact same conditions.
Same conditions when he went 13th to 1st in that final in what was a great day, although we will see how it goes for him this time out. Green flag in the hand of the start line. Marshall, it's up. It's down, we're away and racing. Price makes a good start and he's going to get to slot all the way across in front of Sullivan as they head towards the national loop for the first time. The top 7 or 8 all into single file. Hayes goes round the outside and Holly Swan has a spin in the middle of the corner. So the top 7 have now got a little bit of respite as they head towards hairpin 1 for the first time. And this is where you find out how confident you are in slippy conditions at the first time. Sam Hayes has had a great start. Down the back straight, he's gone from 7th on entry into hairpin 1 into 5th place by the time he's out of hairpin 2.
Yeah, good drive out of there for Sam Hayes in particular, and is already onto the back of Ben Robinson, who is side by side with Larry Price. And there goes Sam Hayes making a move for, I think that's 4th place.
Oh, there's contact between Price and Hayes, and there's more contact between Price and Hayes. Robinson comes back through into 3rd place. Larry Price drops down into 6th. Hayes, although he's dropped some space off the actual pack, is in 4th place still. He's got Thomas Potter right behind him. Not quite sure what instigated that, as we were looking a little bit out the window. The 9 of Price is going to get a contact warning, so I think that answers that question.
I'll tell you what, Sam Hayes has got some serious pace here.
He has,
We've got a warning going out for the 9 of Larry Price.
Yeah.
That warning is going out for. But I'd be interested to see what tyres Sam Hayes is running, because he's seriously quick.
Sticky ones. Change for the lead, though, Tom, down there at the South Bank corner. Sullivan has managed to find a way past Amy Peacock. And Ben Robinson is going to try and get down the inside as well on Peacock, and does. They're side by side as they come through and over start finish.
Is Ben Robinson on slicks?
No, they're not. They're definitely treaded. He was in 4th place standing on the grid, and I could see them out the window.
They did look well worn, though, didn't they?
His was about the first tyre that I could see out the window that wasn't side on. Sullivan defensive down the inside, and he stacked them all up. Sam Hayes has come through on Ben Robinson for 3rd place. Robinson's going to have to live to fight another corner. 3 wide down the back straight, and Potter's out on the rumble strip.
Yeah, fantastic action here in Cadet Pro. It is still headed by Sullivan, who is feeling the need to go incredibly defensive from the get-go. As soon as he's hit the front, Sam Hayes with a really good showing here in this final. Thomas Potter up the inside of him, though, in hairpin 4, and they come together.
Yeah, a little bit of contact there. Potter puts his hand up in acknowledgement that there was some contact there from Potter, and it has dropped Hayes down into 5th place.
Larry Price is dropping back off this group as well. He's down in 7th now. JJ Plowman moving into the top 10, overtaking Isabella Stansmore-Wilson.
Well, Sam Hayes was a bit wide there, but whether that's the wide line that's giving him all of the grip. Now Potter and Peacock are side by side, and Potter's going to get the cut back from 7th place, Tom. Thomas Potter, we know he can drive in these slippy conditions. He is through, and just a little bit of slipstream between himself and Peacock has closed up the 2 kart lengths on Sullivan that basically had him in the lead comfortably. Down the inside goes Ben Robinson for 3rd place as well. So Peacock helping out Potter. There might have hampered her. They're coming out side by side into corner. Potter's got a good run on Sullivan, and he is through and into the lead as they come over start finish.
Yeah, pure drive off the corner there for Thomas Potter. Got that move done. Straight round the outside of Sullivan and takes the lead.
Yeah, I think what Thomas Potter's using is the concrete rumble strip on the outside. Concrete dries and generally has more grip when it's wet than tarmac.
It is very, very bumpy, though.
Yes, so it's a bit of a compromise.
So Sullivan now struggling to hold on to 2nd place from Ben Robinson, who's about to move through on the entry into South Bank. Yeah, Thomas Potter's not even in the same shot anymore.
No, it's the track's drying, though, isn't it now, Tom? And it may well be that Sullivan had that kart set a little bit more for the wet weather conditions, and as the track continues to dry, I honestly can't see anybody in Honda, well, at least half the grid. Honda Cadet Club's going to be really, really interesting, Tom, because there's got to be someone out there sticking slicks on.
Yeah, I would be in these conditions, 100%. I would be on slicks now. The lap times, David, I'm going to have a quick look at those. As we look at Robinson, Sullivan, and Amy Peacock here. Sam Hayes has now dropped off.
51s, Tom, of the lap time. That's still 3 seconds off the pace. It's 48 dead, roughly, in high 47s. So we're still 3 seconds off the pace, but how much of that is because, like I say, because they're running a treaded tyre rather than a slick?
Well, when the track was definitely a lot wetter and slippier, Sam Hayes was right up there and looked on, almost destined for a win.
Hairpin 3 is the only corner for me, Tom, that's going to cause anybody any problems if they put slicks on.
Thomas Potter was a second and a half in front. He's now 2.6. He's a full second faster than Ben Robinson in second in these conditions. So somewhat to be expected, it's got to be said, with the form that Potter has in these conditions.
He's come through from 7th to be
miles
what will be, at the end of this race, Tom, I'm sure, well over a 5-second cushion if he keeps this sort of pace up.
Larry Price and JJ Plowman have swapped places with Holly Swan and Edward Rye. So Swan and Rye up to 8th and 9th.
Yeah, one thing that I'm noting here, Tom, as well, is Harris Alley's got past William Howard as well for 6th place.
Yeah.
And then what has been there, but I think William Howard's actually reeled that one in recently, so we'll keep an eye on that one. I think, if I'm being honest with you, Peacock and Sullivan, and they go side by side through that D chicane, have given up the battle for 2nd place, and the battle here is for the final step on the podium, because no matter how hard they work together, Robinson is too far down the road. Hayes, though, is right in the mix as well, and will try and go down the inside of Amy Peacock, who is finding it very, very difficult to get past a very defensive Joshua Sullivan in the middle part of this race. 3.5 minutes remaining.
Well, Joshua Sullivan's been very defensive from the moment he hit the front of this particular race. It might have been a little bit too early, but I think with the pace that Robinson and Potter have had, I'm not sure he would have been able to hold them off for long anyway. Peacock there still struggling to find a way through, and Sam Hayes looks to be getting impatient behind as well.
Yeah, the battle behind, though, Tom, is actually seeing William Robinson just pushing Harris Alley. Okay. And I think they're just working together to close in this gap in the battle for 3rd place between Sullivan, Peacock and Hayes. Certainly down the straight, Harris Alley is giving it a massive come-on to William Howard in order to try and get him pushed. But then in the background, you'll see William Howard deciding that he's had enough of looking at the back of the 76 and will have a go at trying to get past.
I'm sure he might be telling Harris Alley not to defend quite so hard, because it'll move the other three away from him.
He cut very, very tightly, Tom, out of hairpin number 2 towards the inside. Potter with the fastest lap, 50 dead. Yeah, 2 seconds off the pace stat. This is slick. This is a slick track now, isn't it?
It is, and he's going quicker and quicker and quicker every single lap, and he's still moving away by a second a lap from
we said Ben
Robinson's
Robinson's slicks were, wets were almost slicks, as Peacock has found a way past Joshua Sullivan for 3rd place. I think that was round the National Loop section. She is through into 3rd. Sullivan down to 4, so Hayes, though, still in hot pursuit. In the background, though, in a minute you'll see them cutting in. This is Harris Alley. This is the one that I was going to look for in the background. He goes to the inside, a more defensive line on William Howard. Behind them, though, Holly Swan and Edward Rye, who, Edward Rye, Tom, we saw him at Wilton Mill, having only been in a cadet for about 20 minutes in the wet, and that lad in the wet can drive.
Yes, indeed he can. And also, what you've got to remember as well is Holly Swan was facing the wrong way coming through the National Loop on lap 1.
Yes, she was, and to come all the way back to 8th place is sensational for Holly Swan, who's had a real breakout weekend here at Teesside with a pole position yesterday and running towards the front. So now
she's only 3 seconds off Amy Peacock in 3rd. So she had a spin and is now only 3 seconds off the podium.
Yeah, that it's a case
That's
really for
brilliant drive.
What could have been.
Absolutely, that is a brilliant drive for Holly Swan.
Now, Harris Alley there giving it the straight forward, but those behind him aren't quite close enough. They've got 3 or 4 kart lengths actually to close up. Peacock's pulled away from Sullivan in 3rd place. Hayes is still right there. You'll catch them just in front as Swan tries to make a move down the inside of William Howard. 23 seconds remaining in this Honda Cadet Pro final, which means we're going to go to 2 more laps of this Teesside Autodrome National Circuit. Potter with a gap of 7.8 seconds from Robinson, and then Peacock, who's managed to break away from Sullivan and Hayes in 4th and 5th respectively.
It could well be a gap of 10 seconds that Thomas Potter wins this race by.
Yeah, so the streak has gone, but this is a masterclass in intermediate weather racing from Thomas Potter. Not the first time he's put it on, as William Howard goes down the inside of Harris Alley The final lap board is out. Edward Rye has managed to find the way past Holly Swan as well. And will do exactly the same to Harris Alley into the bottom hairpin at 4, and Swan follows through as well. Last lap board is out. Potter leads us round then. He's already at hairpin 2. Robinson in second place. Peacock in third. They're all evenly spread. As long as nothing happens mechanical, that is your podium, and it will be in that order. Fourth place is where the next battle's at between Sullivan and Hayes. The battle behind, they've been closing in slowly but surely throughout this race, but the laps will beat them, I am sure of it. William Howard's got a good break, though, down the back straight, but the gap's about a second. Rye is through as well. Potter, though, already out of hairpin 4, through the dogleg. A masterclass from Thomas Potter to take the checkered flag. Robinson will then come through for second place. There's the checkered flag for him. Peacock's going to get third. Sullivan and Hayes are nose to tail out of the final corner. Your podium complete. They're all over for the checkered flag. Sullivan leads Hayes over the line with William Howard in 6th, Rye, Swan, Harris Alley, and then it's going to be J.J. Plowman in 10th place, completing the top 10 in front of Larry Price. And then Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Jack Collinson. Check them out, Tom, as they come through as to whether they're actually on 6th. I've just figured out that we've not actually spoke about either of them in this race at all. Both on wets, but a lot further back than what we'd expected. There was so much excitement in that with the field chopping and changing and moving into different positions that I'd completely missed that they'd fallen all the way off the back of the rest of the pack.
Yeah, indeed, and congratulations to Thomas Potter taking the final. It's the only race he's won here today, but done it when it counts and when the points matter the most for the championship. Putting on those, what looked to me like very, very worn slicks, and has done him a favour, exactly as it did last year as well. We'll have a look at what the clubman cadets are going to be using, or what kind of boots they're going to have on as they head out onto the grid.
I tell you what, Edward Rice just celebrated that as if he's on the podium. He is incredibly happy, breaking inside the top 10 here at Teesside in the final for the first time.
Good for him as well. So we will move on very quickly to clubman cadet. So your starting grid for Cadet Club final. We'll bring you tyre updates as and when we have them, but it is Alfie McBain on pole position with Sebastian Benson in second, Joey Swan in third with Samuel Yeadon in fourth, Mason Dinsdale in fifth and Drew Davidson sixth, Joss Hushka in seventh, Charlie Eyeball eighth, Riley Buckton Young ninth, Summer Wood in 10th, Ollie Carter and Reece Cranston in 11th and 12th. Freddie Housego taking 13th place with Jacob Cartledge in 14th, Morgan Cooney in 15th and Riley Sims Ezard in 16th, Toby Turner and Max Housego 18th. Then we have James Winstanley and Alfie Watson, Cameron Tipping and Layla Berryman, Henry Colborne and Jamie Balding. Then it's Mason Webster and Thomas Harper, 25th and 26th. Now we've got slick tyres on first and second, wet tyres on Joey Swan, slick tyres on the 118 of Yeadon.
Dinsdale's slick as well, Tom. So Hushka's on wets.
Hushka's on wets as well. So we've got a bit of a mix.
I think Summerwood's on wets as well.
I think some
Riley
people are looking at the clouds and thinking it may well come down again during this race.
Well, it could be a masterclass. Ollie,
it's a gamble, isn't it?
Yeah, Ollie Carter also on wets. You can normally tell because the front tyre is wider.
Let me put it this way. There's two choices of tyre. At the end of this race, one of them's going to be right.
Absolutely. final few in this class, Tom, have all had problems throughout the day, so they're out of position ever so slightly. Look for some of them. Big one I want to shout out, Layla Berryman. By the time they got to the bottom of the paddock, their dad said they'd had at least 20 offers of engines. John Turner's lent them one. She's back out for the final after that engine expired down there at hairpin number 3.
Brilliant.
Also, Mason Webster, who was the driver that was involved in the incident in the 3rd heat, he's dusted himself off, and they've sorted they've took the rubber off the kart, and he's back out for the final as well.
We can just see him rolling into position at the back of the shot there. But I mean, that is exactly what I said about Layla Berryman and the engine. You know, it did expire, and the amount of support that everybody gives here at Teesside is just beyond anything else anywhere in the country. It is superb. So well done to, was it Mr. Turner?
Yes, it was.
That has lent the engine to Layla Berryman, and thank you very much for that, allowing her to get back onto the grid. So here we go already for Cadet Club with mixed tyres. We've got the barriers going back into place. Green flag is up, green flag is down, and we are away for the Clubman final.
Benson with a great start. Slots behind Alfie McBain. Can he get through down the inside? Swan's come through into 3rd place. Dinsdale up into 4th with Yeadon in 5th. Then Drew Davidson slotting in front of Charlie Eibel, Josh Hushka, Ollie Carter and Riley Buckton-Young.
As they head through hairpin 1 and 2 for the very first time and out onto the back straight. It looks like everybody's made it through cleanly so far.
Don't know what it was, Tom, but I've just seen something skirt, I think, off a car onto the tarmac on the concrete on the outside of the hairpin 1. So it's well out of the way, but I don't know what it was. It looked like just slid across the tarmac onto the concrete rumble strip on the outside.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that as they head through and across the line for the very first time. It is going to be led by Alfie McBain. And then it's Benson, Swan, Yeadon, Dinsdale, Eibel, Davidson, Hushka, Carter and Buckton-Young rounding out the top 10. And it is Benson and McBain, not in that order, McBain then Benson, moving away at the front here from a wet tyre shod Joey Swan. I said moving away, but actually as they came through hairpin 1 and 2, it looked like Swan had got the grip.
Yeah, what I'm going to do, Tom, is I'm not going to watch any of this race. I'm going to watch the bank and see if anybody puts an umbrella up at any point.
Well, I'll watch the race then and commentate on it, since that's what we're paid to do. But it is still McBain as they cross the line coming through for to begin lap 3.
Well, you know why I'm saying that, Tom, because
yes.
Joey Swan in 3rd place has got the wets on. He's moving away.
Who else had wets on as well? Was it
Carter had wets on, and no, he definitely did. Not sure about Dinsdale. No, they're definitely slick. You can normally tell by the width of the front tyre. Like I say, it's about an inch wider on the wet. Josh Hushka had wets on, that was for sure as well. He was in around about 8th place.
So what we're seeing right now is that because Joey Swan is able to go with the front 2 to an extent, we're right in that crossover point.
The one thing that we
the wet tyres are holding up very well at the moment.
We saw last year, Tom, I think there was one heat, I think it was Stanley Clark and Harris Alley, and Alley was the furthest one forward of the 2, where he managed to do basically a race in the dry like this without losing any positions at all. I think he started 7th, finished 7th.
Yes, he did, and he was defending robustly, if you remember rightly. It was
but he did what he needed to.
He held his position.
It didn't affect him too much while everybody else was on slicks.
Absolutely.
So maybe Swan can hold this one off, but he has been reeled in ever so slightly by Yeadon. The gap was 8/10, so it could be 0 to 0. It could be back to hero, Tom, if we get a few spots.
It could well be, and the clouds are coming over again. We will keep an eye on what's happening in terms of whether there is any precipitation, but at the minute it is still McBain and Benson moving away from the wet tyre shod. Joey Swan in 3rd place.
Yeah, nobody else in the top 8 on wet other than Joey Swan. He's still got 6 minutes of this 10-minute final plus 1 lap to go, and Swan really has been reeled in now by Samuel Yeadon.
Ollie Carter, you said, was on wets, didn't you? And he's lost a couple of places that lap to Buckton-Young and Cartledge.
Yeah, Cartledge with a good showing here, Tom. And all being well, I know that we we normally give a driver of the day in both Bambino and in Honda Cadet Club as well. So certainly in the offering for that one. See if anybody can wrestle it away from him. Leading duo are still nose to tail, taking differing lines. Alfie McBain, Tom, looks worried because he's defending a lot.
He looked left and there was nobody there. Then he looked right and Benson was there. And by that point, he'd already gone onto a wrong line, had Alfie McBain, and had to correct very quickly where he was going.
Swan is still in third place, but the train behind him now is looking a bit impatient. Drew Davidson doesn't want to look at the back of Charlie Eyeball much longer, right on the back of that one. Benson and McBain. McBain's going to defend down into South Bank corner by just moving across a little bit to the inside. Wasn't on the white line at all, but did enough that Benson's not going to be able to go down the inside.
Yeah, holding off well at the moment is Alfie McBain. So we will see with 5 minutes to go whether that is going to stay the same. Remember, McBain has won all 3 heats so far today.
This for me, Tom, is where we have a little bit more constructive criticism in the way for our Honda Cadet Club. Is that move there, you know, down at hairpin 4 where Benson was right behind McBain. If that was in the pro class, he's straight down the inside into 4. He's not waiting for another opportunity. He's taking the first chance he gets. He's straight down the inside. I know it's racecraft, it is experience, but a lot of they'd be great watching, and they go back home, they watch their races, but they should rewind it another 10 minutes and watch the pro lot, because they go straight down the inside at the first chance of asking.
Or even senior pro kart, if you look at, you know, your Alexanders, Jups, Tates and Falkuses in senior pro kart.
Yeah, they don't look at an opportunity and think, I'll wait for a better one. As soon as something presents itself, they are in the gap, and 9 times out of 10 they're through.
Absolutely. So Swan still showing very well here in third place on those wet tyres. I mean, even if he ends up outside the top 10, it's been a brilliant drive so far for Joey Swan.
Yeah, and absolutely nothing to lose, really. Dinsdale down the inside of Samuel Yeadon and carries too much speed and goes straight into Joey Swan. And Swan will now lose that third place and will drop all the way down to the 8th. Mason Dinsdale sliding through on Samuel Yeadon and then carried all that speed into the 95 of Joey Swan.
Yeah, real shame for Joey Swan there, but that's unfortunately the way it goes sometimes when everybody else around you is quite a bit quicker. You do tend to get run over a little bit, but Joey Swan still holding on to the back of this train. Hopefully he can drag himself back up there and try and make some impression on this train of 4 now that is headed by Dinsdale with Yeadon, Davidson and Eyeball all in there as well.
Yeah, let's see really now whether Swan can actually keep up, because obviously he was the one that was dictating the pace, wasn't he, out at the front, as to whether he can stay with. 7th place would still be phenomenal for him. He's got a good gap back then to Jacob Cartledge and Riley Buckton-Young.
Layla Berryman just taking 21st place, and James Winstanley has dropped down to 23rd.
And they'll wait for that to tick back round, Tom, because we have Thomas Harper starting down in 26th, and I can't see him there, 21st down. He is currently 14th. That's a great effort for Harper. Dinsdale will get a warning flag for that to move down the inside into hairpin 1. Can't say I'm surprised by that.
And Charlie Eyeball there setting the fastest lap of the race, 2/10 quicker than Alfie McBain out front. Whoa, and up and over the curb goes Yeadon.
Yes, which caught that, the front end lifting itself up in the air for Samuel Yeadon. Luckily, all the power comes from the rear wheels on these direct drive axles. So
I was going to make a suggestion that that's not the line he needs to be taking in these conditions.
2 minutes remaining. Benson
while we're on
and
suggestions and constructive criticisms. So McBain and Benson now well clear at the front of this race. It is going to be between the pair of them, and 2.7 seconds clear now of this group that's headed by Dinsdale. Yeadon there in 4th with Davidson and Eyeball in 6th. Joey Swan now unfortunately dropping off the back of this train.
Still comfortable though in that 7th.
Yeah,
Tom.
best part of 4.5 seconds in front of Jacob Cartledge in 8th. So barring any major dramas and those tyres
the
going
leaders,
off.
Tom, may encounter some lap traffic by the time they head down towards hairpins 3 and 4, because they've got Alfie Watson in the 20 just in front of them, although that could be negotiated by the time they come over start-finish for the 20. And let's see whether either of them can use that to their advantage. They've both got through cleanly, and now it will be whether the rest of them. Yeadon Tom has come through for 3rd place.
Yes, he has.
Dinsdale's dropped down into 5th behind Drew Davidson. Charlie Eibel on the back of that. Swan is still there, comfortable in 7th, although not getting any closer to them. Cartledge Buckton Young is up into 9th place, running well inside the top 10. Then Ollie Carter's in a battle with the 55 of Josh Ushka and the 19 of Reese Cranston.
So there goes McBain out onto the back straight. About half of the straight now they are in front of Yeadon. I'm going to watch that gap though, because Yeadon looks pretty racy now. He took him a while to get through that train, but now he's hit 3rd place. Looks to have some good pace. We'll keep an eye on the gap. I think it might run out of time before going to make any serious inroads into the lead of McBain and Benson.
4 seconds remaining, then 2 laps in this Honda Cadet Club final. There's some more lap traffic potentially coming up that might come into play on the last lap. We'll find out shortly about that as to how much pace our leaders have got, as to whether they're going to close that up. Hushka's lost a place to Cranston. Just noticed that that's just outside the top 10 in 11th place. Harper's up to 11th at the expense of Toby Turner. Good showing from Thomas Harper there, Tom. He's made up half the field from 26th up into 13th place.
Yeah, great showing from Thomas Harper there.
I think there's too much in front of him to close up, as Cranston, I can see out the window, is alongside Carter down the back straight. That's going to move him inside the top 10. Last lap board is out as they make their way through. There is some lap traffic in front of them. Let's see whether they catch that and whether it plays a big part in this one as they head towards the chicane section for the final time. They are nose to tail, the lap traffic to the inside. Alfie McBain down the outside, and there is contact with the 75. And Alfie McBain manages to ride that one out, but then Benson can't get through, and round the outside the gap has opened itself up to almost a second now down the back straight between Alfie McBain and Sebastian Benson.
Yep, that's put paid to that one, unfortunately, but that is the way it goes. Alfie McBain just squeezing through there, and actually Benson closing right up at the end of this one through hairpin 3. It is going to go to Alfie McBain, your Cadet Clubman winner here at round number 5. Sebastian Benson taking 2nd place, with Samuel Yeadon in 3rd, Drew Davidson in 4th, Mason Dinsdale in 5th, Charlie Eibel 6th. Then it is Joey Swan on the first of your wet tyre runners taking 7th place, Jacob Cartledge 8th, Riley Buckton Young 9th, and Reese Cranston rounding out the top 10.
Tom, we have to make difficult decisions in this game when it comes to driver of the day. We've got one, we've got 2 this weekend for yesterday and today. I think we're going to have to, it's going to be very, very difficult.
We'll have a little conflab about it, I think, won't we?
Yeah, in Honda Cadet Club, it's going to be very difficult. We've obviously got Bambino as well for both days. So what we might do is, Tom and I, is what we might do, we might do the performance based over both days collectively. Because I think that's probably going to be the best thing, rather than do 1 per day. And I think that way we can have 2 collective for that one, because we have got 2, 1 for either day, but I think we'll sort of like do it based on consistency and performance over both days.
Bringing to a close your Honda Cadets for the day, and moving us into the 2-stroke classes with Junior Rotax final coming up next. Sorry, we were just having our little off-air conflab there.
Yeah, we thought it would take longer, but we have come to a very swift agreement, because Tom and I are good friends, and that's how we roll.
Yeah, David's told me who it's going to, so.
and you've agreed.
I've agreed, yeah. Pole position for your junior Rotax final is going to be headed by Lizzie Mentier. Then it's Finley Watson. So Mentier, by virtue of consistency and not having an incident, unlike Finley Watson in one of his heats, taking pole position. Finley Watson with 2 wins today, but goes off P2. Catherine Potter, P3. Alfie Warbank, 4th. Melissa Adrian, 5th. And Nathan Jensen, 6th. With Monroe Renard in P7. So just the 7 runners here in Junior Pro Kart, as we've got a Cadet Clubman being recovered back. Well, actually being driven back into the pits.
It's a slow-moving house to go. It's Max. They're the same colour, I just have to wait for the number.
Okay, well that is the track fully cleared now, so we will expect Junior Rotax to come out very quickly.
Just a quick one, because I know all the Bambinos, they go to the trophy presentation anyway, because they get their medals and their shout out. But I don't want to put any spoilers in there, but in Honda Cadet Club, if you're called Jacob Cartledge or Joey Swan, make sure you go to the trophy presentation at the end of the day.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah. So once again, Joey Swan and Jacob Cartledge, if you can hear this, make sure you're at the presentation. Don't go home yet. Hashtag no spoilers. So, still waiting on the appearance of our junior Rotax.
Oh, no, they're being waved. I can see a wave.
Oh, here we go. Right.
And there they go.
And we're expecting at least 99% of the 7 runners to be on slick tyres here. But again, it seems to be brightening up over to the north end of the circuit. The south end of the circuit still looking very cloudy and dark and grey. And it's easy to tell which is north and south here because we have a corner called South Bank.
I tell you what, not in here, but out there, Tom, it's windy. Very windy, because the trees are doing one.
Yeah, it's been a bit like that all day. It's been a bit breezy all day, and it is a crosswind. Of course, the track is fairly sheltered here with the high banks all around. So
well, yeah, when they made the track, they basically dug it and made it flat.
Yeah.
And then thought, we don't want to get rid of it. Should we pay to get rid of all the extra spoil? No, we'll create some banks all the way around it and put the track in a massive bowl, which is fantastic because when you're on the bank as a parent watching, you can see 100% of the track.
Yes, you can. And indeed, next weekend, using that banking will most probably be a lot of tents.
No, they don't do that anymore, do they? They have a camping area.
Well, I didn't know whether it was going to be reset for this year because they kind of took it away for 2020 and 2021, but I didn't know whether it was coming back this year.
I'll be honest with you, I hope not, because I have walked down there in the dark and fallen over a guide rope.
Yes,
and that's
you've not lived unless you have.
So I hope there's a camping area well out of the way, and that leaves the bank free for pool noodles and other items to call teams into the pit lane.
The pool noodles.
Noodle Man was a different class.
Here we go. Starting your junior Rotax final is Lizzie Mentier off pole position. Finley Watson with a good start and a good push from Catherine Potter as well. Sorry, Alfie Warbank, in fact. Moving through, and it is Potter in third now with Watson, Mentier, Potter, then it is Warbank. And it looks like, I think that's Nathan Jensen.
It is Jensen in fifth with Melissa Adrian in sixth. And then 7th place, Monroe Renard. Tom, I've had confirmation.
Yes, I've just seen it.
It's no tents and no has 5 O's.
What? A what?
No tents.
No has 5 O's?
Yeah. No tents.
Oh, sorry.
No
I thought
tents.
has 5 O's was code for something. Completely lost me there. Right, in the meantime, Finley Watson is disappearing at the front of this race already to the tune of... When it comes through...
9 tenths.
Yeah, a second. from Mentier and Potter, who it is great to see these two going at it once again. They've been a mainstay at the front of pretty much every championship they've raced in so far, and Catherine Potter's been a little bit off the pace the last couple of rounds, but is now taking the fight to Mentier in this one. And in fact, very much taking the fight to Mentier. She's up the inside into hairpin 3. Mentier fighting back through hairpin 4. Potter tried to get the cut back, but just didn't have the grip in the rear tyres, and it slipped out wide with a bit of oversteer.
Well, Mentier had her run wide, didn't she, into hairpin number 4, deviating from that normal inside line to prevent Potter from coming in. What it's done there is it's sort of backed Potter into Wallbank, Jensen, Adrian and Renard.
It's a bit slippy and greasy out there still, I would imagine, as well.
Yeah, offline now. The line, obviously, we're talking about it being grippy offline, but when it dries, you need to be online, and that stuff on the outside will stay a little bit wetter because it's not getting anybody running over it. Melissa Adrian and Nathan Jensen battle for 5th place. Sees Adrian sliding through, and that move is complete by the time they enter hairpin 4. Finley Watson, the lead extended by another half a second. If he's not careful, Tommy's going to be a dot on the horizon in a few laps' time here.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's much answer for Finley Watson here today. He, since the first heat this morning that went by way of Mentier, it's been the Finley Watson show at the front of this particular field. Although not so much on camera because he's been so far in front.
Yeah,
he's kind of not been part of the show.
Yeah, you have to take with one and give with the other. If you're going to take a massive lead, you have to give the fact that you're not going to get any camera time at all. Gap extends as well then to 2.4 seconds. Only 3/10 this time rather than half a second, but extend it does. Potter had actually closed back up on the back of Lizzie Mentier and broken away from Alfie Wallbank in 3rd and 4th place respectively. Then Melissa Adrian, whilst getting past Nathan Jensen, hasn't been able to break free either. And I think we could be missing Monroe Renard, Tom, in the 69
Well, he
kart.
crossed the line last time 4.6 behind. 4.6 behind the leader. Oh, yes, he does seem to have disappeared.
Yeah, not there at all. And
perhaps pulled off into pit lane.
Yeah, now classified Tom as laps down as he comes over the line.
So unfortunately, we've missed what's happened to Monroe Renard. Can't see him off circuit, so...
No, well, if he's come over, because he came over so close, I imagine he came over and went straight in the pits, and he's not going to, because he's crossed the start line, he's then not going to be shown as a lap down until the rest of the field come through, so I imagine he's just retired to pit lane.
Potter starting to reel back into the tail end of Lizzie Mentier. And they are moving away ever so slightly from Alfie Wallbank, although not considerably so. Still within the slipstream distance is Alfie Wallbank for now. Catherine Potter very much within Lizzie Mentier's slipstream. And we'll use that to turn the magnet on as they head down the back straight with 5.5 laps to go.
Personal best on that last lap for Lizzie Mentier with a 42.4, but still 4/10 off the fastest lap of the race by Watson, which was set very, very early on. Albeit on lap, well,
we're around about a second off lap record pace, so we're actually back onto full dry times now, aren't we? They're not even adjusted ever so slightly for a little bit of slippage out there.
Sub a second off the fastest lap time, and with the air being quite thick now after that rain, there's certainly no hope of them going towards that lap record pace. Mentier looked like she was gripping up a bit there, Tom, into hairpin 1. That kart looked like it was bunny hopping over the tarmac into hairpin 1 as she was getting that stopped.
Yeah, Wallbank is still not done and dusted here, I don't think.
Oh, Monroe Renard's back out, Tom. Oh, good to see.
Yeah, it is.
Not sure what the problem was, but if it's something like a plug, you can just whip it out and drop another one in and get back out. And with half the race to go, you might as well just go and enjoy some track time. Oh, Nathan Jensen and Melissa Adrian. Jensen coming good towards the end of this race through into 5th place. Gets a good run out hairpin 4 And alongside Melissa Adrian, over start finish and moves up into 5th place. So Watson now with a gap of 4.15 seconds.
Potter giving Mentia the old eyes front symbol, and don't worry about me coming through just yet. So not sure what that's about.
We've got to be wary of Alfie Warbank being very, very close to the back of this one, and one overtaken, one mistake, and Warbank's right back in play.
And what I would say as well is, although the gap is going out still with Finley Watson at the front, it's going out nowhere near as much as it was early on in the race.
And he just needs to bring this one home, doesn't he, with 2.5 remaining. Doesn't need to keep pushing and doing anything silly.
Yeah, but it's only a tenth or two. He's increasing that lead now.
Mentia and Potter still fairly similar distance as they have been for most of this race since Potter tried that move on the second lap on Mentia down there, although Potter has closed up a little bit there out of hairpin 4. Fastest lap of the race then for Finley Watson, just as he was easing up, Tom, he's gone sub 42.
Yeah, and instantly took another half second out of Mentia as well, so just to rub my face in it, must be listening.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday about where some 24-hour races, they have their commentary on a radio frequency, and people can sort of buy a radio and listen to it wherever they are in the local area. We should do that, driver coaching, whilst live comms.
Well, we were going to try and patch into Ian's world record attempt last year, weren't we? But unfortunately, that didn't work out in the end. We were about to get to it, and then he retired.
And I imagine after 10 hours, all you'd hear is the noise of teeth.
It would just be
teeth very, very tightly gritting together.
Every time he goes through a corner. Which, if you've never done a 24-hour race, is pretty much the noise you're making in your helmet as you go through any corners.
Just on repeat.
Certainly after a couple of stints.
Ow, my ribs.
Yeah, it's normally through hairpin 3 is the one that does it, as your head tries to roll off your shoulders. Speaking of which, Alfie Warbank is trying to make his way through as they roll through South Bank.
Yeah, Watson is already out of hairpin number 4. It's been a majestic performance from the man from Dover, and Watson takes the checkered flag for victory. Mentia's going to get second place, followed home by Catherine Potter and Alfie Warbank. 0.2 of a second between them. Nathan Jensen, a superb 5th to him, getting past Melissa Adrian with 3 to go. And Monroe Renard, despite his trip to the pit lane, takes the checkered flag here at Teesside Autodrome.
Well done, Monroe Renard, as well, for doing that there. And well done for Finley Watson, taking 2 heats and the final here today, as well as 2 heats and a final yesterday. The other heat, of course, going to Lizzie Mentia, as it did yesterday. So we've had a fairly consistent weekend here in terms of finishing positions for Junior Rotax. And as they come in fairly quickly, we will move on to Minimax.
Just having a quick look at some of the live chat, Tom, before we come to the grid. Philip Clark was saying good luck to Cam and Layla in Cadet Club. Erin Gordon saying absolutely amazing, Charlie, on your 5th place in Cadet Club as well. Well done, Alfie McBain. That's from Donna Carlton Frey. Eden saying well done, Sam, and all the cadets. It's been a great weekend's racing from them. On to our Minimax final then, and Lewis Goff will take pole position with Jared Fox-Whiteley alongside Charlie Very and Addison Smith on row 2. Joseph Yao and Benjamin Lee will share row number 3. Ben Adrian and James Philip Byrne are on row 4. Sam Robson starts 9th in front of Frankie Smedley, with Finley Fishburne and Zach Turner on row number 6. And then Ollie Poole, who does take no further part after off earlier on in the day. He will be classified and shown as 13th, but we will only have 12 runners out there for you in this Minimax final. Lewis Goff then, who was second in the final yesterday, a final won by Jared Fox-Whiteley, as that final actually came to a premature end and was counted back a lap. after an incident on the back straight on the entry into the South Bank corner. Those two, along with Addison Smith, are the front three in the championship. So Goff goes off pole with Fox Whiteley in second. Smith will go off fourth with Charlie Very, inserting himself into the battle at the front here in his first time racing the Mini-Max at Teesside Autodrome.
I'll tell you what I'm not liking at the moment, David. It's very humid.
Yes.
Very humid. You described the air earlier as thick. It's like soup in this commentary box.
The pea super.
Well, it is. It's very thick, very heavy air that they're going to be having to push through out there at the moment. The rain has certainly not cleared it up, has it?
No,
You would have thought it would have.
I will
but
100%
anything, it's made it worse.
imagine that every radiator flap will be up after on the back straight going down South Bank on the opening lap.
They're going to be warm enough, definitely.
Goff then will come through. He's on the outside of hairpin 4, which means he's in pole position on the inside for the run down towards the National Loop. Into the tram lines or they go, and they are away and racing. It's a great start from the outside, and Addison Smith pushes Jared Fox Whiteley through on the outside. Smith trying to take advantage as well by running round the outside of Charlie Very, but he can't. So at the outside, trying to take advantage by going round the inside train. Fox Whiteley then into the lead with Goff in second place. Very and then Joseph Yao forcing Addison Smith wide at hairpin number 2. Smith not happy at all, hands off the steering wheel in that one. As down the inside goes Lewis Goff into South Bank, and Charlie Very comes through for second place as well.
Yeah, Fox Whiteley losing 2 positions there as well, and a bit of contact in hairpin 3 for good measure. We will get them as they come across the line for the first time. So it is Goff from Very, from Fox Whiteley, Smith, Yao, Adrian, Frankie Smedley, Benjamin Lee, James Philip Burns, Sam Robson, Finley Fishburne and Zach Taylor are your 12 runners.
Yeah, on the live chat comments, Sam Hayes, who we've already seen earlier today in Honda Cadet Pro, wishing good luck to Addison Smith. They're good friends as well. Off track, Goff then leading the way from Very down the back straight. There is the radiator adjustment from Fox Whiteley, and Charlie Very with a great run out of hairpin 2, goes down the inside of Lewis Goff into the South Bank corner. Goff then has to slot back into second place, but the train has now closed all the way back up again. So down towards Benjamin Lee in 7th. This is the first time Ben Adrian, Tom, in 6th. It's the first time we've seen him towards the front end of this thing. He's been a fairly lonely 7th all day. The top 4 have been the top 4. Yao and Benjamin Lee have been together for most of the day as well. Ben Adrian's been lonely in 7th place, but now starting to come good at the final.
A late move from Goff on the inside of hairpin 1. Couldn't get it done. There goes the radiator lift from Very, so I think Goff's going to need to keep an eye on his water temperatures, because he seems to be the last one to lift it here, but doing him no harm at all as he sends it up the inside of Very into hairpin 3. Fox Whiteley trying to follow through as well, but Very's going to cover that off.
Addison Smith is going to try and run through and get alongside Jared Fox Whiteley. He's on the outside though and has to slot back in. Thought he was almost up to second there. He got such a good run round hairpin 4.
Yeah, Very with essentially a 4-wheel drift and just slid in front of Fox Whiteley to take and hold on to second place.
We've got a driver off, Tom. I think that's James Philip Byrne. His cart has rolled to a halt on the outside of hairpin 2 and has been moved to safety, so he continues to watch the rest of this race from the hill on the outside of hairpin 1.
But it is still Goff just from Very, from Fox Whiteley. Addison Smith still holding on to 4th place, but has Yao now keeping him very honest. Very with the fastest lap of the race of a 43.493. Come across the line with just 7 minutes left here in this final.
0.6 of a second between the top 5. Then there's a little bit of a gap back to Ben Adrian and Benjamin Lee, but it's still 1.2 between the top 7. But the top 5 are nose to tail. Charlie Very right on the back of Lewis Goff. Goff thinks about the radiator lift, but leaves it down. So they head down towards the bottom end of the circuit.
If that water temperature alarm is going off, it's very it's important not to be distracted by it and do it where you can.
And you see most of them, the only place they are going to lift it is down the back straight towards South Bank. It's the only time really that they're straight, Tom. They don't even straighten up over start finish.
Yeah, I was trying to say is
through the dog leg in towards the D chicane.
You wouldn't do it in the middle of hairpin 3, for example, because it'll cause you a lot of problems. So let's have a look at whether he does it this time around. No, so clearly no issue there in terms of temperature for Lewis Goff. Got Charlie Very in good company.
He's doing a grand job at pushing, isn't he, down that back straight, and they have opened up a gap of around about half second to Fox Whiteley and Smith.
Yeah, and it is Yao has now dropped to round about 3/10 off the back of Addison Smith as well. 4/10 in fact. Lee and Adrian have swapped places for 6th and 7th.
Ayoud there as Goff got on the brakes into the D chicane, and Very had a little tap into the back. Both of them still facing the right way though, which is the most important thing.
Of course, nose cone penalties are applied here as well, so we'll keep an eye on results of those if there are any to bring you. The front two now starting to break away slightly from Fox Whiteley. There's a half a second gap.
Now, as is often the case, Tom, no published results from the final. They normally get done on a Monday or very late Sunday. They'll get done together, so it's not like the heats where they're just done after each one. Fox Whiteley with a personal best, Adrian as well. 4.5 minutes remaining, so we are about half race distance when you add that one lap on as well. Not sure if there's one or two spots coming down as well, Tom. We'll keep an eye on that out the window because the clouds are still very, very grey up there.
The wind blowing hard as well, so yeah, there's definitely potential for more rain inbound, although the weather report said no, and that was it. But I will check it again, just if you can keep your eye on the action here, David.
Of course. Goff and Very still nose to tail as we head towards the D chicane. Very with the fastest lap of the race, a 43.191, still some half a second off lap record pace, but we expect that with how thick the air is after that earlier precipitation. Goff leading from Very, then with Fox Whiteley and Addison Smith and Joseph Yao in 5th place. Though from Yao backwards, it is starting to spread out quite a lot.
The wind is really, really picking up here now, and what I have checked on my weather report is that we've got rain inbound by on or around 6 o'clock. Now, it was about 20 minutes earlier than that last time. It said 4 o'clock, and it came at, 4:15, and it came at 5 to 4. We're now at 20 past 5 with rain inbound at 6 o'clock. So we're going to need to get through these next couple of finals quite quickly if we want to keep them dry. Meanwhile, Lewis Goff and Charlie Very are now moving away at the front from Fox Whiteley. That gap has remained fairly static between Very and Fox Whiteley, around about half a second. Addison Smith keeping Fox Whiteley very honest as well, with Joseph Yao and Benjamin Lee in 5th and 6th. Ben Adrian holding well in 7th.
Smith down the inside of Fox Whiteley into hairpin 4. Fox Whiteley will get the run out and slides back into 3rd place.
Lewis Goff with the fastest lap of the race, but only 1,000th of a second quicker than Charlie Very's lap, so it shows that those two are very evenly matched at this point in the race.
Yeah, less than a tenth between them two. Similarly with Fox Whiteley and Smith after their overtaking exploits down there at hairpin 4, with Smith going down the inside and Fox Whiteley being able to get the run out of the corner. Down the back straight, both of them go.
Costs them about half a second to the back of Charlie Very, though.
Yeah, they're continuing to push Very, isn't he, on the back of Lewis Goff, and so far hasn't really shown much interest in going through. I'm sure that interest will peak, though, in a few laps' time.
Yeah, there was a bit of a head wobble there coming through from as they came down the straight from Lewis Goff. I don't know whether he got a tap to the rear from Charlie Very or not. Very needs to, of course, be very careful with that nose panel.
Yeah, too much force applied to the front. The nose pushes in, drops down, and you pick up the penalty. Smith in the slipstream on Fox Whiteley gets his head down behind the steering wheel and just pushing the 22 kart down that back straight. They've got a bit of a comfort gap back to Joseph Yao and Benjamin Lee, who both now found a way past Ben Adrian, who has dropped down into 7th place and has dropped away from the 6 in front.
So going to have around about 3 laps to go here. It'll be a long final for Minimax. Going to be around about 14, 15 laps.
Yeah, in this, so it's still going to be roughly about 10 or 11 minutes, isn't it, given that they do 42-second laps, but plenty of opportunity to come in here as Goff goes much tighter to the inside than what he has done recently. Very tries to get alongside but can't.
Taking a wider entry through 3 for Very. I thought he was going to straighten it up and into hairpin 4, but not quite. Lot of counter steering from Very as he headed through hairpin 4. So steering in the opposite direction as the kart was sliding, essentially washing out to the outside of hairpin 4.
Personal best for Addison Smith as they come through. He's still right on the back of Jared Fox-Whiteley in the battle for the final step on the podium behind, at the moment, Lewis Goff and Charlie Very. They'll get the last lap board when they come round, and Goff does lift the radiator flat, but Very is through and down the inside, down the back straight. So anything Goff can do now. Now, what he needs to remember here is, whilst it's all about going for the win, Charlie Very isn't in his championship and doesn't need to get involved in incidents like that down at hairpin 4.
Last lap board goes out and it is taken first place by Charlie Very. Then it is Goff, Fox, Whiteley, Smith and Yao. Benjamin Lee in close company to Yao as well. So Fox, there's a battle for 3rd place on as well, as we've got a train now, 4 karts in that one.
Yao has closed right up, as has Benjamin Lee. Leaders onto the back straight. Charlie Very leading the way, and Addison Smith is losing 2 places, I think, down the back straight. I think he might have gone for 3rd, and he's going to come out at least in 5th round the South Bank corner. Fox Whiteley's tight in that battle because these leading duo are comfortable with each other out of the final complex of corners. Charlie Very comes through to cap a great weekend for the 37 with a victory. Goff gets 2nd, Fox Whiteley in 3rd from Joseph Yao, Benjamin Lee and Addison Smith, with Ben Adrian crossing the line in P7.
Charlie Very setting the fastest lap of the race on the final lap as well, and Lewis Goff setting a personal best to go with it. But Very with a race win and a heat win, a final win and a fastest lap as well. Good result for Charlie Very, but as you said, David, not particularly featuring in an overall championship fight, as our front 2 roll round together on the cool-down lap.
Yep, Goff, his challengers in this championship, Fox Whiteley there, who comes through in the background, and Addison Smith, who went into this weekend as your points leader, had a 16-point cushion back to Jared Fox Whiteley entering this double-header weekend. And we did say, Tom, it's a make-or-break weekend for some people's championships. So whilst Charlie Very will take the trophy and the points still for that winner's position, the battle between Goff, Fox Whiteley and Smith continues to heat up. There's the 21 of James Philip Byrne. I think he's been told he can drive it back, but he might have to be steady, or is the kart being pushed up and over the grass? And by the time everybody gets up and over the weighbridge, we should have him into the pit lane.
So that will bring a close to Junior Rotax and Minimax. We've got 1 more 2-stroke class to go, 2 more races here today, and our next one will be the final for Senior Rotax. Well, the bad news for James Philip Byrne was that he couldn't complete the final, unfortunately. The good news is he's driven it back.
It always helps.
So
generally means the engine,
that's usually a good sign anyway.
The expensive bit's okay. The
yes.
engine's fine.
So Senior Rotax is going to be headed by Andy Ambrose. Has Andy Collinson got anything left in the bag? We've seen him taking it easy on his tyres throughout the last 2 heats of the day. Has he kept anything in reserve for Andy Ambrose going off P2? Ashley Savage in 3rd with Martin Fisher 4th. Paul Swan in 5th and Chris Stoves heading up your 177 class in 6th. Emma Brown in 7th. Arthur Lothian in 8th and Sophie Stevenson in 9th.
I do hope, Tom, for the viewers' sake at least, that Andy Collinson does have something in his locker here in this one to take the fight to Andy Ambrose.
It could be a bit of a, what's the word? There could be a large field spread here, couldn't there?
There could. Certainly after the 3 heats with that mixed grid, obviously when it comes to the final time, it generally has sorted itself out into a reasonable order. A representative order as well. 2 rolling up laps, of course, so they're going to come straight through and over start-finish. This, of course, is the penultimate final of the day, and then it will be Senior Pro Kart after that.
And you can see the leaden skies above the track now, just how dark it has got all of a sudden once again. Sorry if we seem a little bit focused on the weather or preoccupied on the weather, but it is very important to keep you all up to date, because there will be decisions being made, although not anymore in fact in terms of tyres, but certainly in terms of strategy and setup, because everybody is out for Senior Rotax. They're the only ones who can now use wet tyres, because Senior Pro Kart start on slicks regardless.
They do. It provides plenty of entertainment, but it also keeps the costs down massively.
It does, but there are setup changes that you can make massively that will affect the handling in the wet.
The basic ones being front out, rear in.
Yep. And vice versa as he dries. So they will be monitoring the heavens throughout this Senior Rotax final as we head towards the green flag. It is up, down, and we are away.
Good start from Collinson on the outside, but he's going to have to relent and drop in behind Andy Ambrose. Ashley Savage in 3rd place, with Fisher in 4th and Swan in 5th. Stoves leading the way in 177 as Fisher tries an optimistic move down the inside of Ashley Savage for 3rd place.
Yeah, Ambrose gapping Collinson a little bit, but not as much as we've seen early in the heats. Collinson managing to go with him so far. Ashley Savage around about half a second back from those two. They come across the line for the first time. It is going to be Ambrose from Collinson, Savage. Martin Fisher there in 4th. Paul Swan in 5th. Chris Stoves leading your 177 class in 6th overall, with Emma Brown in 7th and 2nd in 177. Arthur Lothian in 8th and Sophie Stevenson in 9th. And Andy Collinson is managing to go with Andy Ambrose at the front of this.
Yep, sticking with round South Bank they go. Savage is in a fairly comfortable 3rd as it stands, as they'll head to come over the line to complete lap number 2 in this 12-lap final in Senior Rotax, and Ambrose leads from Collinson.
I'm hoping that the Andys give us a peak of excitement here.
No. If anybody fancies doing commentary next week at the British 24, an opening has just... We'll
have to liven it up somehow. There's no happening in Senior Rotax at the moment, with the exception of Fisher and Swan in close proximity to each other, and Fisher looking a little bit preoccupied with adjusting his helmet and visor as he was going down the back straight, which is not advisable. There goes Swan through on the inside of hairpin 3.
Yeah, preoccupied was the word we were looking for there, because Swan took full advantage and Fisher came through.
So it's still Ambrose from Collinson. Savage now behind Collinson by around about 2 seconds, and then a further 1.3 seconds back to Paul Swan. And it's got very, very dark here, David. No sign of rain yet.
No, it's still getting, it's as it was. It's just whether
and I can feel there's a very cool breeze all of a sudden has come through the commentary box. Very welcome cool breeze, I might add. But the temperature's dropping as well outside from the feel of it.
Well, it's 5:30, Tom. We are going slightly later into the day here than what we did yesterday. We were wrapped up by about now yesterday. Fisher's dropping
he's got
like a stone here, isn't he? Down into 8th place. Needs to get to half race distance to be classified, of course, in terms of scoring points here at Teesside Autodrome.
So Fisher with problems here. We will keep an eye on what the situation is, but he's dropping well off the back of Arthur Lothian now. Collinson has started to close in again on the back of Andy Ambrose. It was 0.6 of a second as they came across the line.
It's so windy, Tom. There's leaves now coming off the trees across the track to the right of the commentary box.
It looks like autumn. It's that breezy out here. And just as I said that, Ambrose increases his pace again, and the gap goes out to 3/4 of a second. Arthur Lothian with a problem.
Yeah,
and coming in to retire.
Looking down to the right-hand side.
So we could end up with just 7 runners here if Martin Fisher...
Oh, no, Fisher's in as well.
Fisher's in as well, so that's it. We've got 7 runners now.
At half race distance when Andy Ambrose comes through. But yeah, Arthur Lothian and Martin Fisher heading towards retirement, and we are down another runner.
What I've noticed as well is Paul Swan, as we just pick them up on camera now, Paul Swan is closing in on the back of Ashley Savage here. This could spice things up a little bit.
Yeah, closing right in actually, Tom. On the back, less than 0.4 of a second now between the two of them as they make their way through the D chicane and around the national loop. Swan is pretty much close at every single corner here on Savage for 3rd place. Savage,
yeah, Swan is right there now, isn't he?
He's going to be close enough, isn't he, to make a move on Ashley Savage.
Yeah,
I get the feeling if he can get a good run round here, straight line into 4 might happen. No, not too far back.
Well within striking distance now for Paul Swan. I think Ashley Savage has suddenly realised he's there and has started to get the hammer down and puts in the first his personal best lap of the race, as does Emma Brown now at the front of the 177 class.
Yeah, she's got a comfortable gap back to Christopher Stowes of around about 2.3 seconds. So that's comfortable. Stowes in a comfortable second as well in that class in front of Sophie Stevenson. The lead gap is 1 second. The battle, though, is for 3rd place. The final step on the podium between Ashley Savage and Paul Swan. And Swan closed in, Tom, but wasn't able to do really anything, and then Savage just flicked it up a notch.
I wonder whether it was a case of Savage thought it was a done deal for 3rd place and suddenly looked round and there was Paul Swan.
Either that or a bit of temp or tyre management maybe. We obviously spoke about how thick the air is, and that's, it doesn't go into the radiator. Whilst the radiator's quite big, it doesn't really do too much if the air is thick. I mean, that's why we see often in the British 24-hour, mainly the higher karts, because they don't get the same level of new tyres that the owners do. But they often set their fastest lap times at about 1 in the morning, where it's really, really cool, but the temp's still there from the day.
Yeah.
The track's rubbing in, but the air really helps the tyres.
Andy Collinson has closed in 0.6 of a second here on Andy Ambrose. I'm not sure whether Andy Ambrose has now cooked his tyres and Andy Collinson has kept the life in them, and that's making the difference, or whether Ambrose has made a mistake.
Thrown a line on him and reeled him in, hasn't he? Onto the back straight they go. 0.3 of a second is the gap. Ambrose has a look over the shoulder the first time. That's going to be a nervous or worried look. Having a quick look at the lap time on that last one and trying to find out whether it was down for Ambrose. He was 0.2 slower than Savage in 3rd. Half a second was the difference between Collinson and Ambrose. Ambrose this time, it was a 43.4 last time, 42.2 this time. So
2 laps to go.
Yeah.
Collinson is there.
Right on the back of Andy Ambrose with...
While we watch this on screen, I'm going to keep an eye on what's happening for the final step of the podium as well, with Paul Swan still within striking distance of Ashley Savage, and also coming along there as well, closing in on the back is Emma Brown.
She is carrying a lot of pace in the this part of the race. Now, I don't know whether there's a bit of moisture in the air or not. The lap times still seem to be fairly comfortable.
I can see some spots of rain on the glass here,
yeah,
David.
1 or 2. Ambrose and Collinson, though, still nose to tail. Don't think it's going to affect the end of this race unless we get a deluge in the final 40 seconds or so.
Yeah, last
0.2 of a second, and Collinson closes right up through the D chicane. It's taken a while to get going, this senior Rotax final, but Collinson now close enough to gain some slipstream down that back straight.
Oh, there he goes!
Dives down the inside into hairpin 4. They're side by side down the back straight. Ambrose takes to the grass a little bit. Collinson on the inside. Ambrose seems to be a little bit quicker but doesn't have track position. And Andy Collinson leads round South Bank, hard on the brakes into hairpin 3. Ambrose tries to straight line 4 but finds Collinson there. Ambrose, who's won every race he's finished so far this weekend, has to concede the final to Andy Collinson. Great victory for Collinson. Ambrose in second. Third place is going to go to Paul Swan, who's got past Ashley Savage on the final lap. Swan goes to the podium and Brown beats Savage on the line as well for fourth outright and victory in Rotax 177 from Christopher Stoves and Sophie Stevenson.
Well, if that is ever a masterclass in keeping the best of your tyres until the end of the day, you only need to look at Andy Collinson. He took it easy through Heat 2. He took it easy through Heat 3. He kept the best for last. And here he goes up the inside of hairpin 1. Andy Ambrose struggling for grip. Collinson with all the drive off the corner. Positioned his kart perfectly and through South Bank went.
He was so far back, Tom.
He was over a second behind.
Yeah, but I mean, for that move alone, he was so far back. Round hairpin 1, he was 2 kart lengths back and just knew that it was do or die. He had to do it down the inside. Ambrose tried to run round the outside and keep the power in, but couldn't. Collinson had track position and came through for the victory.
He did, and also another lesson in tyre management as well from Paul Swan and taking the final step of the podium. It took a long time for that senior Rotax final to liven up, but liven up it did right at the very end. And the track is cleared already, and we will move on to Senior Pro Kart Final, our last race of the day. So here we go with our final race of the day. We're still keeping an eye on any precipitation. The wind has really picked up, and the clouds are getting ever greyer here. We will endeavour to bring you a grid.
I'm working on it. Give me
We certainly don't have a graphic for it at the moment.
I shall see.
So we've not been sent it through here to the Alpha Live Technical Centre.
Here we go then for our grid in Senior Pro Kart. Josh Volkers will go on pole position with Connor Jupp alongside Jess Alexander. Yesterday's final winner starts third alongside Daniel Tate. Scott Tate and Jack Morris are on the third row with Joe Grinsell in seventh, Jake Richardson eighth, Mark Tate and Harry Nottage complete the top 10 with Brandon Truman Reddish in 11th. Callum Bood starts 12th with Gareth Plackett and Steve Nichols on row 7. Row 8, Jonathan Allen and Simon Dougherty. Alec Bowd, our leading novice, starts 17th alongside Lennon French. Top 20 completed by David Brewis and Caitlin Frame. Ben Hogarth starts 21st with Thomas Braid alongside Josh Eden and Jordan Cranston are on row number 12. Andrew Worley starts 25th with Jack Hewland for company alongside Henry Bowd and Harry Roddis are 27th and 28th respectively. Alban Dowell, Thomas Hewland complete our runners out there on the grid. We did have Paul Rye on the entry list at the start. If he's out there, he'll start 31st. The reason being, he hasn't done any of the heats.
It's only taken us 2.5 years, but I finally completed a spotter's guide on the helmets of the Tates.
Yeah, but they're all white and orange, and white and blue, and white
exactly,
and
and that's why I've written down exactly what colours they are, so we can differentiate between them now.
Yeah, it's not going to help, is it? Still, when they're whizzing past us at 65, 70, it's not going to help.
I think it will.
It's easier.
That's why I've done it.
It's easier if you just.
It helps me.
It's easier if you just scream Tate. Doesn't matter which one, does it?
So we're already rolling the last car into position here for our final race of the day. Thumb up at the back of the grid. The green flag is in hand for the starter. It's up, it's down, we're away for the final. And Connor Jupp moves across in front of Jess Alexander, as does, or tries to, Scott Tate.
That's Dan Tate.
Dan Tate. The sports guide's going well already, isn't it? Here we go. Into hairpin 1 for the first time as David loses his marbles, let's just call it. Folkus leading the way. as they head out onto the back straight for the first time.
Morris gets down the inside of Scott Tate. Then there's a bit of contact between the two of them as Scott Tate runs up the back, and then Joe Grinsell into the back of the 31 of Scott Tate. This race will take a lap or so to settle down, I can assure you of that, as Jake Richardson and Joe Grinsell go side by side into hairpin 4, and then Grinsell does the same, to get back down the inside of Richardson at the next opportunity. Into a straight line they come, then over start finish. Volkers, Jupp and Dan Tate the top three. Jess Alexander, Jack Morris, Scott Tate, Joe Grinsell, Jake Richardson, Mark Tate and Harry Nottage complete the top 10 then in Senior Pro Kart in this final.
Yeah, heading through already onto our second lap. Absolutely flying through here. 11 laps to go. Volkers with head down the back straight, trying to eke out every microcosm of a mile per hour to try and gap. And Scott Tate, that is Scott Tate, has now overtaken Jack Morris. That's for 5th place on the road.
Jess Alexander down the inside of Dan Tate. Looked like that was a sort of set up from hairpin 3 to then slide through at hairpin number 4. And now Alexander's probably going to need Tate to help push on onto the back of Connor Jupp. And then in turn, we've got a driver off here, Gareth Plackett, over start finish into the tyres, and then that car gets going again and he rejoins just in front of Andrew Worley, so that will have him in 27th place.
Yeah, they're going again is Gareth Plackett. So it is Volkers moving away at the front, but not massively so. Jupp is starting to go with him. There is a bit of a gap then back to Jess Alexander and Dan Tate, and Scott Tate in close proximity as well. Then it is Morris and Joe Grinsell. Jake Richardson bringing up your heading the clubman class in 8th overall, with Harry Nottage 2nd in that class, rounding out top 10.
Jess Alexander 0.2 of a second quicker than anybody else out there at the moment on track. She's moved away from Dan Tate since getting through a lap and a half ago, and is now closing in onto the back of Connor Jupp, who she was 0.4 quicker than on the previous lap.
So good early pace here from Jess Alexander when hitting clean air. Yeah, and they're up the inside already, not messing around.
No, you saw it in the bottom of the screen there.
Hairpin 3, straight through for Jess Alexander, not messing about at all. Going to need some help from Connor Jupp here to close that gap on Josh Volkers. It's gone out to 0.8 of a second now.
Yeah, loses a bit of time in that overtake.
But these two are going to need to work together if we're going to have a battle for the lead.
See Grinsell there in the background, down the inside of Jack Morris. That's for 6th place. Behind them, Jake Richardson leading the way in our club class.
Bit of a shake of the head there from Connor Jupp, really looking like he's struggling for a bit of pace down the straights. What you would say though is 0.8 of a second from Alexander to Volkers is going to be very difficult to close up without some help because of the equality that we find in these karts and across the field.
Yep, let's see, it's 0.8. Alexander, fastest lap of the race with a 46.3. A 1/10.5 quicker than Josh Volkers, so the gap comes down to 0.7 of a second. Still though, Tom, that might not be enough. She's going to need to get into the slipstream. This is Grinsell and Morris battling out over 6th place.
Well, a 10th a lap for Alexander will bring her right onto the tail of Volkers. Don't forget we need about 4 to 5 of a second to get into full slipstream territory, so she's almost there. Another couple of quick laps here and she could well be in the tow of Josh Volkers.
Let's see what it is when they come over the line this time. 7.5 tenths it was previously, and it's pretty much the same this time round, almost identical. Volkers though puts in the fastest lap of the race, so the pace intensifying here in this Senior Pro Kart final. The top 5 are fairly evenly spread, with about half a second between each of them. We always find this time after that random grid format, the final is a much more serene affair for our Senior Pro Kart unless somebody's had.
We do have a bit of a mid-race lull, don't we, in the finals, and then it seems to perk up with the last couple of laps. So that seems to be where we are at the moment. Most people just following line astern, and the gaps have gone out. But we'll see as a little bit of fatigue perhaps starts to come in, bit of tyre wear, tyre temperatures changing, air temperature changing, all of these variables coming in for the last few laps.
Gap's gone out slightly, 0.9 of a second now. Focus managing to eke that gap out to Jessica Alexander, who, remember, won the final here yesterday.
Yes, she did, and we've had Focus and Alexander both taking a heat win today.
Just that battle on screen now, Tom, between Nottage and Richardson. That's for the lead in our clubman class. Mark Tate has found a way past Jake Richardson. That was his buffer. And now that moves Tate up into 8th place. Richardson and Nottage now. Their next driver in that class is Callum Booth,
who's not far off the back either of these two.
What I will say, Tom, is all blue at the top. That there are elite runners, of course, and that just proving that that's why they've got a blue background.
Yes, exactly that. Yeah, Callum Booth and Lennon French are there in the clubman class in 12th and 13th, so they're not far off the back here either, although Lennon French a few seconds back now. But yeah, 4 laps to go. We're focusing on the clubman battle, and rightly so, because this is the one that is the spiciest right now. Hard turn in there from Jake Richardson, very aggressive style. Jess Alexander, fastest lap of the race of 46.260.
Yeah, how much does that close the gap, though?
It was 9/10, it's now 0.8.
Not much, though. Focus almost matching the pace. There's Nottage and Richardson.
I've noticed Scott Tate has moved through on Connor Jupp to 3rd place as well now. So Scott Tate having a good race here, coming from around about 6th or 7th on the grid, I think.
He's had a tough day of things, hasn't he, Scott Tate? He spun very, very early on in the race day at hairpin number 1 at the National Loop. And he's had to work through. Still managed to score enough points to start the final inside the top 6, and is now onto the final step of the podium as it stands.
So still 0.8 of a second, almost 9/10 now. The Focus and Alexander are just able to match each other's pace, it seems. There doesn't seem to be anything changing there. It's the battle for the final step of the podium, and again the battle for, oh, there we go, Harry Nottage. In fact, I can just see there they go on screen. This is the battle
Richardson
for the
made a mistake, Tom, and clipped the tyres on the inside of hairpin 1 ever so slightly. I think that slowed him.
Well, this is the leader of clubman, but Nottage seemed to shoot his bolt a little bit there and has dropped back ever so slightly.
Last lap board out, though, for our leader. Focus crosses the line with a gap of 0.8 of a second. Back to Jessica Alexander, then Scott Tate on the final step of the podium as it stands at the moment. Richardson continuing to lead in club. Nichols, our leader in 40. Bowd, our leading novice at the moment. There is some lap traffic in front. Not sure whether they're going to be able to close that up towards the end, but I think we should get everybody finishing this one, Tom, on the lead lap. Focus round the South Bank corner then for the final time. It's been comfortable but quick for Josh Focus. He's needed to keep that pace up to stave off Jessica Alexander's attack, and Josh Focus comes through to take victory in Senior Pro Kart. Alexander gets second, and Tate will join them on the podium. Nottage, Richardson, they're side by side over the line. Richardson will go onto the top step in Honda Club in the Pro Kart class. Well done to him. Morris actually snatched 6th on the line from Grinsell, so that's Tate, Richardson, Nottage completing the top 10. Callum Booth will join them on the podium in the clubman class. Steve Nichols wins 40s. Alec Bowd, our leading novice.
So there is your Senior Pro Kart final winner, Josh Focus, on the cool down lap. And that brings to a close our action here today and our action for the weekend. that's us done and dusted on the doubleheader once again, and we will look forward to welcoming you back not only for the Teesside Sprint Series in September, because we miss around in August, but also hopefully next weekend back here for the blue ribboned event of our particular calendar, myself and David, that is, which is the British 24-hour kart race.
I was about to say, Tom, if only we were back here in, like, a few days' time.
I know, and as you said, there's a few people who are actually just staying here. They're not even going home. There's certainly some of these senior pro karts are staying here for the rest of the week and will be until probably Monday. So coming up next Saturday, we've got the ACU British Motocross Championship from Whitby, as well as the British 24-hour back here at Teesside Autodrome.
Yeah, wonderful for both of those events. Obviously, we'd like to watch the British because Tom and I are working that one. As all of our pro karters come in, thank you to everybody that's come here to Teesside Autodrome this weekend to make the event for our double header as special and as memorable as it has been. We'll see you back here in September for round number 6 of the NRG Cycled Owner Sprint Series, and hopefully we'll see you back here next weekend as well for the 2022 British 24-hour race. Until we see you again, though, have a good evening and see you soon.